Coming to you live from downtown Detroit, this is Benzinga's Pre-Market Prep with your host, Joel Elconin.
This is a volatile puppy here, isn't it?
And Dennis Dick.
I'm bidding a penny. I will buy the stock for a penny.
With everything you need to start your trading day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this Friday pre-market prep. Spencer Israel, Joel Elconin, Dennis Dick. Where Dennis and I are wearing the same shirt today. That was intentional. Got a good show for you all today. We, of course, are going to talk about Disney earnings, HubSpot earnings. We'll talk about the cannabis stocks. Just, you know, we said this happens. Everyone said this is exactly what tends to happen. The high flyers, nothing goes straight up. That's what went down yesterday. Literally went down yesterday. So we'll talk about that, how you can approach this going forward. I want to hit on a couple of stocks moving on initiations this morning. Inovio and Fisker are up big time. We're going to talk about that as well. A couple guests on today. Of course, Jason Raznick will join us at like 8:45 or so, as he joins us every Friday. Also, Marcus Heitcarter will join us. He is the founder of Rockwell Trading. He's going to join us from his trading RV. I think he's out down in Florida. He's got like a trading RV set up, and he's gonna talk to us from there. Today's show is also sponsored by Rockwell Trading. To learn more, go to rockwelltrading.com/Benzinga. I'll put the link up on the screen there. Trade what you see, not what you think. There's the link. Let's bring it to Joel. Joel, how we doing? How are you doing? How is the market doing?
Oh, I'm doing well, Spencer. S&Ps are red by 6.5 handles, snug above the close of 39.12. 39.14 we got to. That was the all-time closing high. I don't know how they got that 39.12 print in there, but I'll figure it out eventually. Crude, after 9 straight up days, 2 days in the red, down 33 cents at 57.91. Gold and silver going opposite directions. Gold's down 8.60 at 18.18. Silver's up 11 cents at 27.16. And Bitcoin, that's up there, holding up there nicely in the upper 48,000 handle, up $710 at 48,235. You know, I think about this weekend and I think about President's Day, right? That 3-day weekend coming up. And what I remember, this is back in the old days, way old days, I used to go to Vegas with my dad because the markets were closed. And when I lived in Chicago, we used to go out to Vegas. We'd go out to the dunes. And you know what? I would see half of the trading floor there when I went out there. I just remember that. Always going out 3, 4, 5 years in a row, going out to going out to Vegas, rolling the dice and President's Day. And won't be doing that this President's Day. I'm really not sure.
Maybe next President's Day.
Next President's Day?
Maybe next one. Maybe the next one.
What do you think, Dennis? You think so? You think that's a reality?
No.
No?
I don't know, Joel. I know nothing.
I got an alert from Michigan about my football tickets. I kept my money in there from last year, right? The season.
Yeah. So what happens? Do they refund you the whole thing for this last season?
I left it in there.
Oh, you just left it in there, so it just goes. So you had a choice. You could leave it in there.
Yep. I just figured, you know what? I left it in there. And then they sent out this really long email about, tickets and renewing. And they don't say, what about the suckers that left the money in? And so I sent a stern email to the athletic director, and he responded, and he said, yeah, you're right. You did. So what I think is going to happen is I'm going to be offered tickets to like half of the games. Because I don't think they're going to put 100, like right now.
Can they pack 106,000 people in the big house?
I don't think so.
Like, how do you do it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what are the criteria?
Yeah.
But that's a long ways away from now.
Yeah, it is.
Right? So let's be positive and talk about
We're supposed to be positive because people are telling me I'm too negative. I think sometimes people confuse bearishness with negativeness. And yeah, maybe I'm a negative person, so I'll take that as a critique, and try to be a little bit more positive. I'll try to be positive here today. I mean, buy the dip works again. There's lots of stocks going higher, lots of stocks ripping, but all it was a warning yesterday in the pot stocks. People think, oh, you're talking negative, about these pot stocks. Why? Because these are rallies that are just completely overdone. I mean, when Tilray goes from 30 to 67 to 70 in 2 days, it's time to take risk off. And look what happens. The implosion happens yesterday. Tilray gives it all back. Afria gives it all back. Sundial goes from $4.80 down to $2.12. Sell your peanuts while the circus is in town. These were gifts, people. Gifts. If you weren't selling into yesterday's rally, 1, you weren't listening to the show. 2 is you're being too greedy. You're being too greedy. And if you're in these things now, think, well, it'll come back eventually. It might. In this market, we know we've had bag holder bailout market. In normal markets, these things would not come back. But in these markets, you never know. But in all likelihood, the probabilities of these just bouncing back, Joel, like what's the probability of Afria going from 15 to 33 in 6 days and then giving it all back in 1 day, but going right back up there the next day or going right back up there next week or right up there back next month? It's overhead supply.
I mean, yeah, it's simple mechanics of the markets. And then just one more thing, and then I just want to move on from this. That sometimes I get the feeling in the chat that like Dennis is upset because he wasn't long, or he's getting running over on his short or something. That's not the case. I mean, if he's trading these things, he's trading them very conservatively.
I'm not
the only thing
things. For the most part.
I know.
I'm not usually. This is not my bread and butter.
Exactly. So you're given a perspective from an experienced perspective. Like, this may happen. So I just, I kind of had I had a little tear in my eye after yesterday's show. I knew Dennis was upset, and I just want to address it. We're here to talk about the markets, to give us, our combined 50 years of experience. And, Spencer, the new young buck on the street, he has his perspective too. Mitch joins us. He has a different perspective. And that's all we're doing. We're giving perspectives. So
I think in 5.5 years with you guys, I think I can count on one hand the number of times that Dennis was like visibly upset because he got run over by a trade. Like that, it almost never happens.
And I wasn't upset because I got run over by a trade. Right. I was upset because I had 1 million. I had 3,000 Reddit messages on the weekend, just basically trashing me. Yeah. So and then you come in and I'm getting tweets at me, and I don't know who it's from, but there's multiple tweets. There's lots of good ones too. I mean, like I said, most of it's good. But people are like when I had the Quiznos. Let's go back to Quiznos. I learned a few things. One, don't buy a sub shop if you're a stock trader. 2, I remember them teaching you and saying a customer that's happy with the experience, 90% of the time they say nothing. A customer that's dissatisfied with the experience, 90% of the time they say something. So you can't just look at it and say, oh, everybody's pissed off at you all the time, because most of the people who are happy just don't say anything. It's the people who are not happy that voice their opinion strongly. So, and say, I want to talk to the manager. You put tomatoes on my sub. I didn't ask for tomatoes. I mean, so you could take that to life. So when you're hearing, the negative, through Twitter, and you're seeing lots of negative stuff. I mean, if I'm hearing half and half, that means, overall, I think people are pretty satisfied with my commentary. So you can't please everyone. I wish everything could just go to the moon. I wish we could all just be rich, but then it's all inflation, right? So do you really want that? Because if you start seeing this, then everything else inflates around it. So anyways, I'm just saying, when you get these gifts, like the pod stock rallies or the GameStop rally or the AMC rally, it's not about holding the line. It's about holding on to the gains.
Holding your
Get the hell out. Yeah. Get the hell out. When you get these kind of gifts, these moves, these decade moves in 3 days, you sell.
We've talked a lot. We've seen a lot of weird stuff this year. Like GameStop was really weird stuff. But guys, correct me if I'm wrong. The type of action that we saw yesterday in the pot stocks and in Tilray and all these names, that is not new. That's pretty normal. That's expected behavior, right? For a stock to go here, let me get the exact prices on Tilray. I know Dennis just said it, but to go from 25 to 70 in a couple of days and then give it all back. That happens. That's not unique to this year, right?
It's a little exaggerated.
No,
it can't happen in these stocks. There is always a stock doing. Are you saying this? There's always a stock doing this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's always a stock doing this.
There's always a stock doing this. He's right. There's always some crazy stock. It was before, even before Reddit. You're making a good point, Spencer.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to say.
There's always a stock doing this. It's not always Tilray. It's not always unique to Afri or Tilray. But and Tilray did it. We know Tilray did it 5 years ago when it went from 50 to 300. You know why it did that? Because nobody could get a locate. There was no shorts to bring it in.
Talk about. Yeah.
I mean, that's it. I was in USA Today. I got interviewed there. A nice reporter.
Great job. Whoever that reporter was. Great article.
The reporter did a great job on the article. You can tell when they do their homework. They try to get both views. They were talking about the whole Reddit thing. And, I was just quoted, I'm trying to get out the image because you have this image that is being spread out there by Elon Musk, by a lot of people that shorts are evil, that shorts are out there to punish the market and shorting should be illegal. And again, we've talked about this before, but I just want to stress, just because you don't short stocks doesn't mean it's all evil on the other side. It keeps the market efficient. Like the best example, again, is you look at SPY, SPY. There's 500 components that make up SPY. SPY is always closely tracking the S&P 500. Why is that? Because when it gets out a little bit too high, the stocks, there's the shorts, the algorithmic shorts, the program shorts come in and sell all the stocks against the units. And then they come in and they go the other way. When it gets too low, they buy them all. So they're always keeping in line. If it gets out a little bit like this, they sell short it all. And they buy it here and they make the spread. They make that little spread. That's what keeps it in line. That's what keeps the markets efficient. If you get rid of this short selling mechanism, now you have no arbitrage there, and your SPY is not going to track nearly as closely to where the S&P 500 is. And there's a million other ETFs doing that. So if you want your ETF to be representative of the underlying holdings, short selling is essential.
Yep, and just move on.
The majority of my short selling is ETF arbitrage.
Yeah, no, it's efficient, and Dennis and I just, we've been talking off the air the last couple of weeks and stuff. And when this stuff was going on in GameStop, I had a small position, I profited, but it just we felt bad. Like, we follow the markets, we follow the big companies, we try and give people educated opinions and the things that were going on. And it's just like, you just kind of know that there's going to be some people getting hurt. I don't know anybody. Actually, one of Dana's friends ended up losing some money and stuff. And it just, what's going to happen. And, there's nothing you can do to prevent it. And it just kind of, I don't know if we're like sissies or whatever, but it was just kind of like, I wasn't happy, I wasn't happy, but, market goes up, majority of things, especially that one day. That was it a week ago Friday or 2 weeks ago Friday when the market got pounded. Remember that? And GME and AMC were going up and everything. It was a week ago Monday or Sunday night, and everything was getting pounded. And I was just like, man, they're selling. They're having to sell their holdings in good companies to do this. So let's move on. Let's talk the House of Mouse. Street leaning the right way into the report. The Street got it right. Give us the report.
Silver lining market too. They'll find a reason to buy it. Anyways, go ahead.
Something before I give you the Disney numbers, I was listening to a Twitter. I don't really know what it's called. It's like a new Twitter feature where you can do like a live audio. I was listening to Dennis's best friend, Rich Greenfield, and they made a good point, right? So when Disney says that they've got 95 million Disney Plus subscribers and 12 million ESPN Plus subscribers and 40 million Hulu subscribers, those could be like the same people being counted 3 times, right? So keep that in mind, right? A lot of people subscribe to all 3. They offer a damn package. You can get all 3 at once. So when they say they've got all these subscribers on all these platforms, they're counting the same person more than once. So keep that.
A lot of them aren't even paying. There was the promotional,
right? That's a big thing. Is the average revenue per user just got way lower because they're giving it away basically to a lot of people.
And I was a big, before COVID happened, I was like Disney rah rah rah. You knew that. I thought that Disney Plus could be a product that could be valued like Netflix eventually.
That's it.
Disney Plus is a product that's valued like Netflix now. You know why? Because the parks are closed, and everything else is closed, and the whole market cap is made up of Disney Plus and hope that we're going to reopen one day. But the stock, all of its other businesses are in trouble. I mean, Disney would look like American Airlines right now if it wasn't for Disney Plus. So you are getting a huge premium for Disney Plus, and if those numbers start to come in and they don't look as good, like what Spencer's saying, Rich Greenfield's saying, that maybe next year, some of these, promotional subscribers that are on these promos, maybe they don't subscribe. I subscribe to Disney Plus. I like the product, and that's why I thought I liked the stock too. I didn't want to buy Disney stock because everything else wasn't firing on all cylinders. So, obviously wrong, and I've changed my thesis towards it and said it was going to $200 since about $150, but I didn't get long it because I guess I should have bought on that last step down to 160, but I was spooked on that too. So, anyways, you just gotta have your orders out there.
So anyway, I'll give you the actual numbers here for Disney. The EPS 32 cents. That was their earnings per share. Analysts were looking for a 41-cent loss, so they came in well above that. Sales $16.2 billion versus $15.93 billion. I gave you the subs already. 95 million subs for Disney Plus, 12 million for ESPN Plus, just under 40 million for Hulu. Those all came in above estimates. Talked a lot about parks. When they're going to open. Actually, first thing on the subscribers, they said they're not gonna going forward. They're not gonna update their subscribers every quarter. If I heard that correctly, or if I read that correctly, which I thought was interesting. But
that's the numbers that everybody wants to see.
Yeah, and so they talked about parks. When they're going to open. End of Q2.
Yeah,
I think it's what I saw. And that's obviously they're real cash cow, right? Disney Plus is great.
It was 38% of their.
It's not their cash cow.
Wasn't it? Didn't you come up with the number? It was 38 or 39%.
Yeah.
The parks,
resorts, and experiences. Yeah. Now, granted, they just had that reorganization, so I'm not quite sure how it lines up now. But yeah, we all know Disney Plus. While the growth driver is not their cash cow. So.
And the parks are likely to reopen. So that's why I've been on the bull theme. When the vaccine came out, Disney was the buy. When we knew back at when did the vaccine news come out? November 125, Disney?
It's
when did we first find out that, hey, we got a vaccine?
First vaccine Monday was November 9th. There
you go. Look at November 9th. Look at the price at Disney. That's the gap up in the charts. So you couldn't have bought it at 125, but you could have bought it, at 135, 140. And I can remember it was having earnings. I was hoping it would come back in so I could get it. I wanted to fill the gap. I wanted to get a 130. It was too cheap. It only got down to 134. I should have just paid up. And obviously it's been off to the races. But I mean, that was the turning point for Disney because one, they had Disney Plus firing on all cylinders. And two, now we have a timeline that likely 2021, we're going to get some parks, maybe reopening and maybe eventually getting to capacity again. And then they're going to be making some money, and then they can reinstate the dividend. The good news train is still there. So I like Disney. I'm not chasing it here, though. There's going to be more opportunities. Is it going to go straight to 200? It might. But again, I think it's been a pretty good move from 160 to 193. I think you get another opportunity yet. So, but I would like to be long Disney. I just need a pullback.
Yeah, need a pullback. A couple things. You did get a nice pop here. You got to 198.77, so you leaked $5. So I'm kind of thinking, yeah, you may get back up there, but I just think you see some intermediate sellers in there. So if I had to wager a wood and nickel, say maybe your pre-market high is in. You're still way green on the session. So if you get a pullback to the top of yesterday's range, the high 191.25. I'm sure anybody short that stock would like to see that. But you know what? Everything that's happened in the last year, with COVID and everyone has, their bucket list and things to do. Yeah. I'll tell you, I always wanted to go to Typhoon Lagoon. They have a huge slide there.
And on the water slide.
It's straight. Has anybody in the chat ever been on that slide? I hear it is just straight down. Straight down.
I've been to Blizzard Beach.
Blizzard Beach?
Yeah, but
do they have a huge slide?
they have a very large wave pool, but that was like 15.
No,
that was like 15 years ago.
They're fun too.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm signing up for the vaccine everywhere, and I might even be volunteering at a place, and so I can get it. But that I haven't just so I'm going down there. I know Lisa might be a little afraid to go on it, but I'm definitely that is the first thing I'm doing.
All right. Can we move away from earnings for a second? Because I want to talk a couple high flyers in the morning. Inovio, INO. I am still looking. If anyone sees another headline, let me know. But I'm sort of stunned that Inovio could be up. Well, it's off its highs of the morning now, but it got initiated at Oppenheimer. They initiated coverage with an outperform, gave it a $35 price target, which is good news, bullish news. It's not bid you up 25% bullish news, but
I'm shocked by this. I actually bought this on that headline from Oppenheimer, in the low 13s.
Yeah,
and I flipped it out in the high 13s because it was like, that's a pretty good move. 15.75. I'm like, I never saw that coming. I mean, obviously, I usually ring the register pretty soon, but I'm also pretty good on the ratings. Like, I've got quantitative approach to it all. I've never seen, like a move like that on a 13. Well, I have. I'm sure I have, but it's been a long time. And Fisker's the same thing. You might as well tie these two together. I own Fisker in the long-term account. I also bought more last night on the rating. I believe it came from Morgan Stanley.
You know what?
And
it was an overweight rating, which is the same as Outperform. $27 is their price target.
Yeah, I bought this like 15.75 and 15.80. 15.75, 15.80 last night on that rating. And I was like flipping out like for 20, 30 cents because you're like, okay, that's a pretty good move. It's up $2.50 on it. Holy mackerel. I'm still long in the long-term account, so I'm happy about it, but wow. That is just a big move. I mean, I don't know if somebody else grabbed a hold of this or something to really drive this. Like, oh, these are upgraded or these have got buy ratings on them. Let's really drive these things. But that's incredible. Those are big moves for a rating. Big moves for a rating.
Big rate.
I wouldn't be chasing them up here. That's what I'll say.
We were talking about this on the pre-market show, and there's just not a lot of news today, right? We're going into a 3-day weekend. Pot's not flying around. So, people are looking, what's green, right? If you're trading in the after hours and pre-market, do you want to try and buy something that's red? Or do you want to try and buy something that's green? And I just think you probably had a little bit more participation that way. That's just a theory. I have no way to prove that. Couple highs just over 17. You lead the $1.25. I don't have any daily highs there to lead on. So there's a good level coming back on the downside. This is a big move. You're not going to see, I don't think you're going to see the top of yesterday's range. So unless it really rolls over, getting back into the 13 handle. So tough. Read your short-term chart. Harder for me to give you support in this one. I just see those two 15-minute highs over 17. And then what was the other one we were talking about that was moving?
Fisker, FSR.
Fisker. Yeah, Dennis, you've been sticking with this one for a long time. I just kind of think the same phenomena. You get a rating, pretty influential company.
It wanted a catalyst.
Yeah, there you go. Look at this.
We've talked about this for 2 months. I bought this like 3-4 months ago. Not that long because I wasn't up at 23. I bought it after the dip, so I bought it back in December, I think it was. But it's been sitting here doing nothing. And I'm like, it needs a catalyst. It needs a catalyst. Is this the catalyst? Is a Morgan Stanley buy rating? Apparently, it's trying to be. I'm surprised that this is the catalyst. I was like thinking commentary from the company or something like something exciting. But an analyst's voice can move stocks. We know that. So is this the catalyst to kickstart Fisker? I don't know.
I don't know where to buy this, but I just potential areas of resistance here. Shot over 18. That was the 4 a.m. blast. And then just under 18 here, right around 18 here. So if you're looking for a super continuation move, you want to see this thing get 18 bid and then keep on going. The other thing you got to be aware of, if it does go 18 bid, goes 18.25, and then comes back under, you might have some 18. Just focus on that. It's only it's right up there. It's 48 cents away. Got to get through that. And it's just one day. It's one analyst rating. Take it for what it's worth.
Yeah, well, what it's worth is not 14%. So if you take it for what it's worth, you were selling when. And now, like I said, I have the long-term account. I held on to those shares, but the traded ones that I was like, okay, well, I'll get a little pop on this tomorrow. I would have thought maybe 16.25, 16.30, not 17.5. Like, whoa, that's way more than I thought. So, anyways, but this is the kind of market, you think if you're looking at your old quantitative numbers and saying, oh, well, this is worth this. If somebody starts talking about it, it could be worth a hell of a lot more. And, obviously I'm referring to Reddit there. So, wow. Big move. I don't know if Reddit's talking about this, but wow, that's a big move.
They are, but, like I said, virality is a tricky thing. So there are posts, but none have gone viral at the moment on Reddit. So,
and that's just it. I mean, that's a good conversation in itself. How do you determine the next Reddit stock? Because they're talking about all kinds of stocks on there. And a lot of them don't go. So what makes the post go first one viral, and what makes everybody jump in and to make the next pot stock happen? I mean, we've seen them go from GameStop to all the other short squeeze stocks like AMC, Nokia wasn't even high short interest, Bed Bath and Beyond, even Tootsie Roll, that was the first. And then, they did the silver market in there for a couple days, HE.
But they're saying that they did do this. There was some dissension. They thought that there was
at least talked about. So it potentially could have did. And now, they've moved on. They moved on to the pot stocks. It looks like the money came quickly out of that. Where are they going next? I mean, there's a trade there. I mean, there's a trade in trying to anticipate where the Reddit flow is going and making serious money.
Yeah,
how do you do it?
You're trying to predict.
I haven't figured it all out yet.
Trying to predict virality is freaking impossible. So good luck with that. If you figure it out, let me know. How about that?
I haven't spent that much time on there just to look at the nasty comments about Dennis. You do see some dissension in there too. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, I choose other ways to do my research and and look at things like that. But I do know some people are like, "What are you doing?" and that and back and forth and everything. It can be kind of confusing. But let's go. Let's move on.
Let's do one more before our guest here in a couple minutes. Let's do HubSpot. It is one of your other big gainers of the morning.
Up 85. Jason Raznick's got to be happy on this one right now.
I believe he is happy this morning. It's fits into what we were saying yesterday or the day before. I've lost all track of time, but the growth tech is in favor, and this is growth tech. And so Q4 EPS 40 cents versus a 23-cent estimate. Sales of $252 million versus a $236 million estimate. So they beat both of those Q4 estimates handedly. They gave some guidance as well. Q1 EPS guidance above estimates. Q1 sales guidance above estimates. Fiscal year EPS guidance above estimates. Fiscal year sales guidance also above estimates. So everything was good.
I mean, you get these dips, which we had, call it the GameStop dip or whatever it was at the end of January. And then when it's in growth tech, it just seems like those are the buying opportunities. And if you're picking on growth tech and you're buying the dips, it seems like eventually you're making money, at least in this market. And man, an opportunity there at the end of January when this thing dipped from, 420 down to like 350 and now blast off zone. It comes all the way back and then you get the boom, the move. And I mean, now, again, when stocks are making new all-time highs, one, I don't want to short them.
Right.
Two is they can go anywhere. They could continue, could fill the gap, could come back down, but this is such a storied stock. I tend not to think that. This is like you said, growth tech is hot. People want to be in growth tech. So, looking around, what should I buy? When you get these dips in the overall market, growth tech is usually a good place to look.
It's trading at $517.10. That's $85.34 higher. Pre-market high comes in at $529.85. I'm just giving you that as a potential target. I don't know where the options were pricing these things if you took a flyer on the weeklies, and I think when Jason comes on at 8:45, there's a group of stocks that he purchases because Benzinga spent so much money on them. And I think this is, I don't know if this is one of them.
Smart approach.
And then I know Upwork is one of them.
Jason's kicking ass and taking names with his, approach of, hey,
where he spends his money.
Our company spends a lot of money on these companies, means other companies, and we're a growth company. I mean, that's a great approach. And we've taken, a lot of people have taken Jason's, ideas on this show and turned them into cash too, including myself. Not HubSpot, but I've been on a few of these Jason Raznick plays. They've been pretty good.
What I want to know, and we'll ask him when he comes on, is when, let's say he dumps a company.
Does Jason sell? That's a good question for him.
No, if he
there's sells 10%, but he never.
But if something if someone comes out with, I'm just using HubSpot as an example. If someone comes out with something that's better than HubSpot and cheaper, does he get out of the HubSpot and short it maybe, or is that getting too complicated?
I don't know if Jason short stocks too. Those are good questions for Jason.
Okay. All right, let's go. We got 5 minutes to Marcus, and then we got
It's
Jason.
the kind of market that you just don't want to be shorting stocks for the most part. One, you get run over by Reddit. Two, if you publicly commentary on it, they're going to trash you on Reddit. And three is it's an update. It's hard to be making money on the short side.
I want to bring Marcus on right now, actually.
Yeah,
Marcus
early. Okay.
Well, 8:30. Founder of Rockwell Trading. Let's bring him on now. Marcus, we have no camera for you today.
Oh no!
Because where are you exactly?
Yeah, I'm right now in Jensen Beach, Florida. So I mean, very brief backstory. So I'm traveling while being on the road. So my kids are active sailors. This is my son Julius here, who's 17. So he's here with his skipper Lucy, and here's my daughter Vivian. That's her. So we are traveling the country sailing, and in order to do this in style, I have this RV.
He has a trading RV.
Look at this thing.
So
this thing is
RV
awesome.
That I'm in right now, and here in the trailer, it's a 30-foot trailer. So this is where we have the sailboats in, and so I'm from there. So I don't have my regular studio setup, but the good news is I have my computer, I have my charts, I have my account, so I can trade. By the way, this is me when we are out there. So the kids are sailing there, and I'm driving this little rip.
So
why aren't you sailing, Marcus?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. What do you call this with starboard and star right or something like this? I don't know a darn thing about sailing. I mean, you see, for me, it's forward, backwards, left, and right. And all this windward, leeward, port, starboard, this is not my world. So this year, you see, a sailboat, always think about it, a sailboat doesn't have brakes. Scary as hell. This thing, you can stop it. Anyhow.
That's a pretty rough waves you're in there for that boat. So go back to that picture. You got a little bit of chop there.
Well, that's the point, right? You don't want to go out there when there's no wind. Yeah, you want to be out there when there's wind. So because this is when they can really.
Oh man! Hey, Marcus, could you bring that thing up here? Because I've always wanted to take an RV to a Michigan football game, and Lisa won't let me drive it. She absolutely won't let me. Do you drive this thing?
That would be awesome. I drive it myself. I drive it myself. And then we drop this and we tailgate. That sounds like a great idea.
Oh man, Marcus, we got to go tailgating here. We'll get Joel. We'll bring that. We're going
don't even need to go to the game.
Yeah, we're going to the big house, Marcus. We're going to park there on the golf course. I don't know where you're going to find parking. You're going to take up 25 spots. Joel's got the.
We'll find parking.
Where to park that thing. We're doing some tailgating out of there, Marcus.
Yes,
let's talk.
Awesome.
Let's talk trades, Marcus. Tell us what you've been
on the road like this, right? Because I mean, this is where everything is different. This is where you have Wi-Fi, crappy Wi-Fi, maybe a hotspot. This is where I'm behind the wheel. I don't have my monitor set up here. I'm right now. This is why there's also no camera. I'm just on my MacBook Pro here, where I'm looking at my charts. So one of the things for me, I've been here before. I love selling premium. I love selling puts. Because this way I benefit from a market that we see here right now. I have the Dow Jones up that is just going sideways or slightly moving up. I mean, here we see the Dow pretty much since November, and we see we are in a slight up move here. But if you look at January, I mean, January was just kind of a mess, right? I mean, we started right here and then went all over the place. Now we had 8 up days in a row or something crazy like this. So this is why in this market, I just like to sell premium. And there's stocks where there's enough premium to be made. So I want to show you the stocks that I'm in. And thus far for the year, I'm up like 39,000. So I'm hitting my goals. With this account, it's a medium-sized account, I want to say. It's a $250,000 account. And I want to just cover my living expenses with this, making $15,000. So I want to go through the positions here. And one of the key questions that I always get is, how do you pick the strike price? right? So how do you pick that strike price and say, okay, this is what I'm selling? Is that okay if we talk about this for a few minutes? I know we
Yeah,
all
for
get 5
sure.
minutes here.
No, go.
Right. So, and for me, it is super important that I'm zooming out a little bit and I'm looking at the broader picture, because here's the deal. When you're selling premium, when you're selling puts, it means that if on expiration, this stock, or here it is an ETF, it's a Brazilian ETF, Brazil ETF. Anyhow, it doesn't matter. If it closes below 34, I own shares of this. And here, I believe I sold, let's just see, I sold 29. So I would own 2,900 shares of this ETF. And the question is, do I want to own it at 34? And when you just look back for a little bit, then you might say, yeah, of course. But I always want to see the bigger picture. So I zoom out for approximately a year. And this is where we see pre-pandemic, this ETF has been very solidly trading between 40 and 46. That seems to be their comfort zone. And therefore, I'm okay if right now I would get it at 34. I mean, many companies got hammered during this pandemic. So did Brazil, obviously, here. So this is where I say, all right, I'm fine owning this at 34. And that's why I sold. They expire today. So it seems that we're good here. I sold the strike price of 34. It's right now trading at 36, where we pre-market. Yeah, again, 35.97. We're okay here. Another one, JWN, Nordstrom. I mean, Nordstrom. Yes, at some point it looked scary. We had the pandemic, right? And if you just look at this and the pandemic, and then, Nordstrom will go out of business, and there's this talks about possibly bankruptcy, and we went all the way down to 12. Now, does it mean that this stock cannot go down to 12 anymore? Yeah, it can, but I had an opportunity to sell really nice premium at the 30 strike. And here, if I'm zooming out and look a little bit at Nordstrom before the pandemic, we see that this is a stock that also has been very comfortably hanging out between 40 and even $60. So I use a super conservative approach here when I'm selling premium, because I don't want to get stuck. I mean, you talked about it this morning, like Tilray. I mean, we gotta have to talk about Tilray. There's tons and tons and tons of premium in Tilray. Yeah, but where would I sell a strike price right now where I say, you know what, I want to own Tilray? It's crazy, because again, this is where I'm zooming out, and I know they probably might get dizzy as I'm zooming in and out. It might get as dizzy as I'm on this rip when I'm going through the waves here. But anyhow, so you see this, where this stock has been pretty much the whole time at around $8, then popped higher to $64. So I'm staying away from these crazy stocks, from these meme stocks, from this Reddit stocks, and I look more for JWN, EW.
Can't control the risk. You can't control any other criteria do you like earnings? Like, let's say something has earnings in a week or a day. Do you kind of like, there's different price action? Is it, will you shy away for something that reports, or wait till after it reports? Anything along those lines?
Great question. Yes, I do not like to trade into earnings with this strategy, because we can see some crazy stuff. I mean, just think about Intel, INTC, that reported earnings and then just got plummeted. I mean, twice in a row. Here are the first earnings that were reported, in July. Boom, it went down. So earnings are always a wild card, and you never know what happens. I mean, even IBM got hammered, I believe, right? So here during earnings, went down there. So I did trade it after earnings, after I see this massive drop, because what is usually happening after we see a massive drop, right? Usually a stock is just going sideways for a few days. And these were also, I think it was JWN, Hasbro. Yeah, Hasbro reported earnings. And this is when I sold a put at 89 after they plummeted, because then there's some good premium in there, but now I don't have a wild card. So yeah, great question, but I don't like to trade into earnings with this particular strategy. Let's see, what else do I have? GDXJ, it's kind of my hedge. GDXJ is the gold miners. It's an index of the gold miners, and it's pretty much inverse to the S&P. So if we bring up the SPX, you mentioned it earlier, which is an ETF that's very closely tracking the S&P 500, we see that we have a kind of inverse relationship. We see it especially here. So as the markets go down, right, I mean, this pops up. So it's almost kind of my insurance, because if we had another crash like we had, was it 2 Fridays ago? Was it last Friday? My gosh, time is flying here in the markets. But this one,
it was 2 Fridays ago.
It was 2 Fridays ago, right?
I think so, yeah.
So how long are you on the road for?
Well, it's President's Day, right? So that's a cool news. We have the regatta on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then we are heading back Monday night, and probably be back on Tuesday. So Tuesday night, that is the plan. And while doing this, I'm just looking at some opportunities of some solid stuff. Nothing crazy. You
Marcus,
see, you said
how
it's all
far
about
are you going out
risk.
when you're writing these? How far are you going out typically?
Oh, usually just a week or two. You see,
you only go out
all
a
of these.
Weeks.
Yeah. So if you look at these here right now, so the days that I've opened it is 3 days open, 2 days open, 3 days open. This one here will be 7 days. Yeah, this is a 7-day trade that I had. But you see, all of them expire today. The only one that I have now for next week is LL. Because this way, you said it, this way I can control risk, right? It's all about controlling risk. The winners always take care of themselves. Wow. We gotta see, okay, what is the downside risk? Because if you can control risk, I mean, eventually it'll click and you make it as a trader in the long run, right?
That's what it is. It's all about controlling the risk. So,
yeah, because most traders get blown out. I mean, happened to me in the beginning. Why did I shred my accounts in the beginning? It was not a series of trades. It was usually this one big losing trades because I went all in. Well, talking about all in, I said it earlier. A few people were just all in on GME, and if you're YOLOing it, right? I mean, I'm 51 years old. I'm no longer YOLOing it. It doesn't work for me.
Just try one time. Try one time.
You're staying diversified. You're staying small. You're controlling the risk. And what I love about selling the weekly options is you're getting the best, deterioration of all that time value, because that's when it all comes off in that last week. So you're always extracting that value as well. So I like writing options. I've always said I'm not an options trader anymore, but I've always said you make a lot more money selling options than you make buying options usually in the long run. So everybody, all the professional traders who pick on options that I know, sell them. Like Nick Shaheen, yourself, my buddy Chris Bernier. There's, a lot of people who make a lot of money selling options, and I don't know a lot of people.
Because you don't have to be super right. You don't.
Exactly.
If it sits still. If it sits still.
Money.
Yeah.
If you have something like this is a
you can even be a little bit wrong.
You're right in 2 out of 3
Yeah, exactly.
Right. I mean, what can a stock do? Go up, down, or sideways? And when it goes up or sideways, you're okay. Even if it goes slightly down, you see here, it can go down to 34.
You can be a little bit wrong.
Yeah, you can be a little bit wrong and still make money. So this is why I love this. It's super consistent for me, especially when you trade for a living. And I mean, my goal is just every single month, I want to be able to wire $15,000 out of my trading account into my checking account. And in order to do this, I need to make sure that I'm achieving this goal consistently. And so far, so good. Knock on wood.
Marcus Headquarter is the founder of Rockwell Trading. There's the link up on the screen, rockwelltrading.com/Benzinga. Marcus, I would say good luck in your trades, but I think you need better luck on the seas. So good luck. Good luck on the water.
All waters.
Wear a life jacket.
Wear a life jacket.
Wear a life jacket.
And we'll talk to you next week.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks, all right. Thanks a lot.
That's great.
That's always fun stuff.
All right.
We love Marcus.
Not much going on here, folks. It's kind of a sleepy Friday here. We're still in the red by 7 3/4 handles, 39.04 1/4. We did, I don't know what time we had that dip to 38.90 1/4. A little bit of an inside day yesterday. So can we have an inside day? Another inside day. And Gary wants me to message, the dangers of selling naked puts. I think we have everyone in here pretty experienced. I mean, when you're selling naked puts, a bad thing can happen.
You're getting put at a bad price. Where the strategy loses, like it works 90% of the time, but you got to really be able to manage the risk in March of 2020. Like if you were, actively selling puts in March of 2020 and you're getting yourself over what you can afford to get put, you could blow out your account with the strategy. So you got to be, I think Marcus is pretty conservative with it. He's being smart about it. He's obviously managed the risk, through, some volatile times as well. But, when you get the fat tail, the statistical anomaly comes in, and you get a rush of sellers that are all one way, and you get that, really significant move. There are some people that lost a lot of money selling puts in March of 2020. Is that coming anytime soon? Again, these don't happen every day, these huge moves. I mean, we can go back to the last big one. It was flash crash, of August 2016, and then flash crash of July 2010. But you can see every 4 to 5 years, you get some extreme movement, and those are big drawdown days for put writers. So, you're writing insurance to the company, and sometimes you got to pay out. As long as you don't get yourself overdone, like where I see the mistake happens is people go on their margin and they're like, but can you really get put?
You have the money.
You have the money to get put. Can you handle all this stock if you're writing puts and you've got
a big old account?
Yeah, if you've got $100,000 and you're writing $10 million worth of puts, not that any retail broker's ever going to let you do that, but they'll let you write a lot more than 100,000 worth because obviously margin requirements are different. That's where you can run into trouble. But, obviously, if you're being conservative, you're being smart about it. Nick Shaheen, sometimes covers himself. He does it very well. It appears that Marcus, we haven't known Marcus as long as Nick, but it appears, he does it in a smart way too. I know my buddy Chris does it, tries to protect himself, and he'll hedge himself out when he thinks he's got problems, and try to obviously
get
put
spreads.
They'll try to. But if you just let those things just sit and say, I don't know what to do now, deer caught in the headlights, got a bunch of puts written, and you end up in March of 2020, you could lose a lot of money. So just be careful.
Obviously, I'm dating myself here, but when I was down on the floor in '87, there were guys at the SIBO. They are selling for a teeny, man. They were selling the options for a teeny, for an 8, just selling them. All the time, 100 lots, 200
lots. 99.9% of the time.
Yeah, just like it works. And then you know what? It didn't work.
And they probably had a lot of people lose everything.
Yep. So big accounts,
crashes,
number one.
Market crashes, destroy put writing.
Yeah.
Like me, if a market crashes, my long-term portfolio.
Yeah,
I'm going to. So that's
lose
the
money.
downside. We always have to just talk. It's not all just free money. There's no such thing as free money. You are taking the risk. You are basically, as a put writer, providing the insurance to the market of a crash. You are funding the crash. So, and eventually there's crashes. They do happen. They can happen. So, there's times where put writing feels safer, and there's times where it feels like, okay, like, when we've got, in January of 2020, and we've got, a virus spreading out through China and coming this way in February. If you're writing puts at the beginning of February, in the middle of February, we and Joel were buying them from you because we were buying puts. I never buy options. When you hear me buying options, I'm very, very, very scared. So, I never buy options, and obviously we know I want to hedge out my long-term portfolio. We were way too early, but, at the end of the day is that hedge paid. So, we just went out far enough at the end of it. But, but put writing is great. You just have to not get yourself too big, and you have to be prepared that there can be some big drawdowns at times, but those times aren't very often.
All right. Is Raz coming on? Is he driving his car? What's he doing?
He just walked into the office. So let's give him another minute or two.
Late.
To listen.
That's okay.
I don't control the man. Hey, a few people asking about
money in a HubSpot.
A few people have asked about FNGU. It's a 3 times levered ETN. They did a 10-for-1 split today, so there's nothing.
Oh, why did they do that?
Why? Because it's like it was like $1,000.
I know why. But I love trading FNGU, and now it sucks to trade because I liked it at $413, and now it's all of a sudden $40. So now the volatility's all I like the big moves, I trade FNGU all the time. ETF arbitrage, I do it. FNGU is awesome.
What is this one?
It's a 3 times levered ETN that provides exposure to 10 large, not the top 10, but 10 large tech stocks. Facebook, all the
top 10 large.
It's the FANG stocks plus Baba, Baidu, Twitter, and I think that's it. So it's a
nice one to trade.
It's meant to be used, as a hedging tool as Dennis uses it. But yeah, you see it down 90% today. It's not really down 90%. It's just a 10-for-1 split. So nothing really out of the norm.
When Tesla was moving up and having the big moves, I was making a lot of money on FNGU because it lag a little bit. Like they're not that as quick as you'd think. There's a little lag there, and Tesla rip higher, and I grab FNGU because it's 10%. Because it's not just 10% Tesla; it was really 30% Tesla because the things levered up.
Right.
So, I mean, you get a big move, you get that, move off of FNGU too. So, which is nice. I mean, so basically, you get that 10% move up in Tesla, FNGU move up 3% with it. So that's, but now it's still going to be the same, but now it's going to thicken up. It's going to be, we'll see.
You have to trade it bigger.
Well, yeah, you obviously have to trade 10 times size.
The solution.
So that's 10 times expenses for me. More shares I have to trade.
Yeah, especially with the transaction tax.
Don't even go there. All right.
Tax would be the same, but because
all right.
dollars.
Okay.
I'm moving to Puerto Rico, so what's the difference?
Jason made too much money. Got to get out of this taxing.
I'm done with this taxing country.
It's horrible, Jason. In Canada, we're 52% in the high bracket. 52%.
How do you do that?
You don't. You think you made all this money, then you rate your tax. And you don't have any money left over. I know. You're doing well. It's tough.
Yeah, I know. It's just not right. Joel, I want to thank you, man.
Sure.
You defended me about something, and then also Spencer Israel gave a very detailed report on HubSpot. He's like, the fiscal this, the guidance reported, the everything. He doesn't tell you the move. I'm driving my car into the office.
I do it.
Oh, come on.
He literally
is it up or down?
He literally gives like a prostate exam is what it felt like, and then I'm like, give me the damn price. And
I do it.
Joel right away is like, I'm like, thank you, Joel. Like I said it out loud in my car. Thank you, Joel. And I'm not saying Spencer didn't give it like good data. He did give some good data, but I just needed my freaking price. I had no idea it was at 5.
We have a system. We have a system. I give the numbers, the earnings numbers. Joel gives the price. So we have a system.
Oh my God. I was dying.
I was waiting for it.
Like Joel, I was dying. I want to know what it was at. So I recently bought more shares. I have a friend, Jeff, and he loves the HubSpot CRM. See, the reason I got into HubSpot at $46 and it was my pick of the year like 2 or 3 years ago is because they had a CRM that they give away for free and people liked it. And so Salesforce, was the king of the king, but HubSpot had a marketing software. And one day I'm on the phone with my HubSpot sales rep and it hit $100 HubSpot. And they started cheering in the office. And that's concerned me. I'm like, they're cheering for $100. All right, maybe I'm so at that time I had, let's say, a few hundred shares. I sold some, but then I bought it back and bought more in March when it dropped. HubSpot is the thing behind the thing. We pay HubSpot about $25,000 a year, or maybe more actually. It runs a lot of our business, and it'll probably run more because we just hired a developer that's a HubSpot expert. And so HubSpot is everywhere. It's just like the picks like that you were talking about, Joel, the ETF that I didn't technically start yet, and I'm working on it. No, yesterday I had a call with the attorneys to get this ETF going. I really did. I'm like trying to figure out what are the bottlenecks, what are these things, and whatever. So, but HubSpot is one of the vendors, just like Datadog is, just like Amazon, AWS is. There's a ton of these vendors that we have that you guys started listing them. I watched. You guys are right. Like, a lot of these vendors. One day I'll just show you our monthly receipts. That we pay who are public companies. That's what I'll do. Yep. I'll have Sharon pull that out, and then you guys can take that because I'm telling you, there's not okay. How about Ring Central RNG? I remember crashing their like a senior executive party. I was in I don't know if it was Lake Tahoe, but it was, and they had like a private dinner, and they were just public. And I walked in there like, who are you? And I met the guys, and the stock was at it was a small stock. Now it's at 4 something. And then MediaMax, not MediaMax. Someone just put a stock. MAX is a company that pays us, so that's a different one. But that is one that pays us. MAX. That's a lead gen related company. I bought that too.
If they pay you, you got it like that. Has there been any that you had and you weren't happy with the service? And
that's what you're talking about. I knew there was something I wanted to bring up. Okay, Joel, you asked a great question, and Dennis will ask Jason when he gets on because you asked about the shorts, and the question was, are there ever services that a competitor comes out that's way better that makes you want to short it? So I own a company, Asana, ASAN. I bought it when it went public, and I just kept buying. There's a company called Notion that I would argue that's better than Asana right now, and it's getting a lot more accounts, okay? So the obvious thing might be like, okay, maybe you should sell Asana. But what I've learned over the years is there's so many companies out in this world that don't use digital yet. So Asana still has a big growth curve ahead of it, even though Notion is getting a lot more of the play. But like the reason I liked Slack so much and I got so big into Slack was because it had the network effects. The more people that are on Slack, the better it is. With Notion, with Asana, the more people that are on Asana, it doesn't really it doesn't have an impact. So I own Asana, Joel, but it's one of my smaller positions. It's not one that I feel like if I'm not in heavy, like if Asana fell to 28, I don't know if I keep buying. It's one of those things that I buy.
Barriers to entry, right? You're keeping your eye out for someone that can come out and do it. No, that's good. I mean, I know there's different reasons for getting in and out of stuff, but you know, like when I was driving, I'm still driving around. I mean, you see these the drive-through reference. I mean, these places are packed. Like what's the stock for Popeyes, man? That place is
where'd that come from?
Packed.
We went from Asana to Popeyes.
No, it's just things that you
Joel,
do, like
I love
things
your
you see with your eye. Things you see with your eye. Things that you know, common sense things. And I think about the restaurants. Yeah, I guess it did do good, did it? Anyways,
I own restaurants. I mean, I own Del Taco, but I also own Carol's Restaurant Group, TAST. That one is yeah. And then people keep asking about Tilray. I know because I'm the cannabis expert because we have the events industry, or you know, maybe I consume it. No, I really don't actually. You know why I can't really consume cannabis? Do you guys know why?
No. Why?
Because then I won't fit in my dresses. You know, like you know, when I was in college, it gave me the munchies. So, I don't wear dresses, guys. Just trying to make you laugh. Dennis and Joel both didn't laugh, so I guess it was.
We're like, too much.
I was just confused.
TMI.
No, Dennis or Raz, what do you? This is a pesky area for this TAST. I just want to take this technically. I mean, I know it's a low price stock and everything, but
show the chart.
Why the heck? I mean, I'm looking at a monthly here. Like, why won't this thing go through 750? You see all those monthly highs, 748.
Oh, I know.
748.
Joel, I want it to break $10. This is one stock that I bought at the March lows, Dennis.
I remember.
And I sold. Let's just say I bought 7,000 or 10,000 shares. I sold, say, 4,000, but I kept the rest. And I kept it because I don't want the tax thing, Joel. I mean, Dennis, like, you know, 1 year. So March 11th is the 1 year thing. And March 11th, I'm going to sell 50% of my stake for sure on this one. But I don't know why it won't break. Come on, people, go to those restaurants.
There's a seller, man. There's someone out there, some big boy. I mean, it's holding up there. What you want to do is you want to get it up there and have a bunch of closes in that area. It's a NASDAQ stock, so it's hard to see the book. But, yeah, I mean, that's what you need. I mean, you clear your 760, you got to look at 10. But that's just – when you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months in a row, that's pretty good reason. We'll see what happens, though. It's been a nice run so far. What else are you looking at?
Well, I bought a couple stocks that I'm building a position in. I'm just afraid to tell you guys because I don't want you guys just to like go all in on because you're probably not ready for that. And I know my record has been pretty good. And so this one is a friend of mine gave me the stock. He did the whole valuation on it and did the whole research. So let me make sure the market cap is reasonable. Hold on. Because I bought
What's the daily volume too? Market cap.
Daily volume 1.4 million.
That's okay.
You sure? Okay. Oh, the market cap is 46 million. Maybe not that one then. Should I just forget that one? Okay, so let's go to this other one that I bought. You guys know this one. It's a real estate company. EXP, discount real estate stuff, you know. So it is, hold on. EXPI. So I've been buying EXPI. This one is, you know, as the real estate market is hot and there's, you know, real estate brokers charge 6% here in the US, Dennis, 3% on the buy, 3% on the sell. That's what they charge. And so this company is like a discount real estate brokerage. I have multiple friends that have started, not multiple, I have a few friends that have started franchises of EXP Realty. So the way to think of it is more like a virtual real estate brokerage. And you don't need to have a huge setup office and et cetera. And the company's been growing like crazy. They have a big growth team behind them. I just listened to the CEO in a Clubhouse conversation. And so I've been buying that one, EXP.
Sean Udall gave me Redfin so long ago. Have you seen Redfin lately?
Why is there a bug in our office? A bug just flew in my face. Okay.
Redfin.
It's wintertime. There's not supposed to be any bloody bugs.
Redfin. Look at this thing. That does
Bug's
a
name is
similar
Jason.
thing. Redfin, and then
That was funny, Dennis.
I laughed at that one. That was
Zillow
funny.
had a good
that
day
was me.
yesterday.
That was me.
Spencer.
I
What
know.
did you say? What did you say about the bug?
No, just forget Joel. I got your Redfin. Keep going with that. Let's just forget the bug.
Redfin, Zillow, and then I don't know if you saw Gene's note last week. He's really bullish, the online housing. He thinks it's just getting going. So housing, this is one thing. Redfin. Man, look at that thing.
I brought Gene on the Raz Report on Saturday. It was I think it was a great interview, other than my video looked like it was weird. But Redfin, no, I like that. There's another one that I don't know if we talked about. Luke Jacoby, he mentioned Bill, BIL. That's a big vendor of ours. We use BILL. That's another one that I've been buying. Fiverr I own too, by the way. I know you guys know about Upwork. Hey, Upwork guys. Hey, Upwork was at $20. It's about to break 60. And 50,
I sold way too soon on that one.
I tried, guys. I told you guys about Upwork more than anything I've ever told you about. I mean, I've told you about a lot of stocks in my life, but Upwork, I've said a lot. Okay, now I keep seeing the same question. All right, CLOV, guys, I don't own. I bought it because you guys kept saying I need to buy CLOV. So then I bought it. Okay? And then I get it on Bumble. People ask me about Bumble because back before you knew me, Dennis and Joel, I was in the online dating space. I owned a bunch of online dating sites, and where I made the most money was investing in them. Like I knew who owned Jaded. I knew the American Singles, the whole thing. But the problem with Bumble, guys, is the girl has to buy first.
Why is that a problem?
You guys aren't laughing. You guys aren't laughing. But to buying the stock first.
The girl never buys first. Yeah.
No,
okay.
Because it's a girls-based platform.
To use Bumble, the girl has to make the connection first.
Right.
So my joke is
that
the girl has to buy the stock first. That was my joke. Okay.
Yeah. That's funny.
All right. And then here, you guys keep asking about UWMC. Here's the breaking news on UWMC for all you fans out there. I don't know if you guys are flag football aficionados, but this weekend, I mean, this is what I'm spending all my time on. I don't know if you could see it. I hope he doesn't see it. Don't let the UWMC CEO see this. But these are my plays. My flag football team is playing the CEO of UWMC this Sunday. His team has not lost in 4 years when they had their best player. They have not lost in 4 years, which is 10 seasons when they're the best player. I'm playing.
Where's the game at?
It's at Country Day, UWMC. My wife won't even be there because she's out of town. So now I don't have a score, like a stats person. I am like screwed. I'm about to put it.
Am I allowed to go or not?
Can I just say you're my dad?
Yeah.
Or Josh's grandpa? Yeah, I think you're allowed then. I could use your help. If you're comfortable, you could keep my stats because I like to make sure I get the kids, rotated and mark who's in for plays. But so
what time's it at?
I think like 11.
Well, make sure it's okay. Make sure it's okay.
Okay. So we're playing. So I know this doesn't help you guys with the stock, but we are playing the CEO of UWMC's company at 11 a.m. on Sunday. And it's hard for me to get my head off something else. I've been the whole way in. I'm listening to Joel and designing new plays. Like I had my graphics up, designing new plays, and so that's why I couldn't look up the stock price of.
Does Josh play quarterback?
We switch it around a little bit, but I have some good play. I have some other good players. I went and recruited. I may or may not have someone that comes in from a nice distance. I don't know. I may or may not put them up at a hotel. I don't know. No ringer, but we'll see. Okay, so do you guys? Yes, I have GAN. I have GAN, GAN. I like the thing behind the thing. I'm a very boring person. See, the reason one day we're gonna do this. It's gonna happen. Dennis and I are like gonna do a thing. Like Dennis trades thousands of stocks a day. Thousands.
I have thousands, but I trade hundreds.
Fine, hundreds.
That's a lot of stocks.
I have my niche. Another niche I've been trading, guys. I've been buying Chinese online brokers. So I bought Tiger, TIGR. We're up 10% on that. I bought. I got a few more stocks. I'm like, oh my god, where have I been? I'll tell you guys more. I bought JFU, and I bought JFIN. I just figured the online brokerage industry going so crazy here that I should, take part in there. I've been selling a little bit. Another thing behind the thing in the online gaming space, I know I tell you I love GAN, but there's one that I wish I would have bought earlier. I recently bought it about 3 weeks ago. Scientific Games. Symbol is SGMS. SGMS. They are a GAN competitor in Michigan. They have three online casinos using them, or three, whatever. GAN has technically one, but two sort of, because Win has two things. So whenever I open these apps, I have so many of these gambling apps I open it. I'm not even a big online gambler, actually not really. I look to see who the vendor is on each thing. I look to see who the vendor is. I mark it, I map it out. I have a whole online sports betting map. I made a brain med so I would know who the thing is behind the thing, and then where are they going to go. And the thing that I'm looking at, Dennis, is when you were talking about Glue Mobile and why I wanted you to come on that aftermarket show so bad on the Zynga earnings was because I want to see who's going to be taken out next. And I want to see, and the company from Israel that just went public, Playtika, they are the smartest developers I've ever met. I met the founder of it 3 years ago when I was trying to build an app for dictionary.com that was a game, a dictionary, HQ trivia app. I met the founder. They're the smartest guys. They're not as much in the online sports betting thing. Playtika, I don't know this ticker. I'm sorry right now. I don't own it.
Tikva.
No, but I do have a couple little more items, guys. I know we're getting late, but GMBL, it's esports entertainment. We had them at the small cap conference when it was at $4. It's now at $17.56.
Wow.
And we had this Dennis. We had the CEO on the Power Hour when it was at $9. Don't worry, Dennis. I didn't make money on this thing.
I'm not worried about it.
I know. I'm just saying. I bought it a few days after he was on the show, at $10.50. And then it went down to $8. I'm like, all right, I didn't get to study it, I don't know what it was a flat thing for me, but it's at 17. It's at 17. The guy is smart and he has a lot of things going with it. I just, I don't know the whole story, but the one that I didn't talk to you guys about, and I don't know why I didn't get into it more. Remember we were buying those defense stock, those gun making stocks, or I was, because of ammunition, just because, the whole election, all that stuff. The one that I got into, and it was kind of because of Barstool Sports, because they're a sponsor on it, I got into AXON. AXON, they own the Taser brand.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
We talked about this one on the show at 120.
All right. So I own that one, and I'm up a decent amount on it.
Yeah.
I think the CEO, I think the CEO it's been a killer. Yeah, good choice of words. I think the CEO,
that's
not a good choice of words.
I should have said it's been a killer. That's been a killer.
Well, it's not a kill. It stings you. It doesn't kill you, right? But it's up. It's up. That was my joke there. It's
poor choice of words.
Yes, it's up a decent amount, and I think the CEO is coming on one of the shows today, or I'm interviewing the CEO. I'm not totally sure, but I will find out. And so I'm holding on to AXON. I'm holding on to it because I think the police are going to do whatever they can to not use lethal force.
No, for sure.
Oh,
we talked about this. I believe we talked about this on the show back when the day after we had the invasion of the Senate, and I actually bought the stock, and then I sold it because I scalped and I sold way too soon, and it just has continued. So I need to stop. I need to just go with my initial idea and stick it in my long-term portfolio and not look at it.
Yeah, Dennis, I
bought this at 122. That day, I was looking at this invasion of the Senate. I was like, what is going to benefit from this? I'm like, Axon, AXON. And, I was looking, gun makers were all up, but AXON wasn't up yet. So, and then it ran for 2 days. And I was like, oh, that was a good trade. Here it is. It wasn't a good trade. 120 to 205. So I didn't think it had that kind of sustained move. But wow, 1 month's been an incredible stock.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dennis, someone messaged me on Twitter. If you message me in the last 2 days on DM and Twitter and get back to you, don't think I'm a jerk. I just haven't written back to anyone on it. But they messaged me. They're like, I got to listen to Dennis and hold my stocks. I'm like,
no, don't listen to Dennis. Listen to Jason hold your stocks.
No.
I enter excellent. I exit very poorly. I always get out too soon.
Yeah, Dennis, that's our point. Think about Twilio. When I sold some of that, and oh my God, so many of these stocks you could just retire on. Dennis,
can I ask you about a stock that I know you bought? I saw you bought on the show, but I don't know if you ever got out. When you had Andrew Left on, you bought 100 shares of GameStop, right?
Yep, I actually about 100 shares and then 100 shares the next day because they kept still calling me a boomer and I didn't like it. Yep, peer pressure. I know. My son Josh said, "Dad, if they told you to jump off a bridge, would you?" I'm like, "If it was
so
waters, I'm out." I can't. Joel, I can't totally address that one, but I definitely sold some of those shares. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
All right.
I just don't want any Wall Street bettors to show up at my house anymore. So I don't want to like.
Does he have Wall Street bettors show up at your house?
It felt like it.
It felt like it. Were they giving you heat? Did you take heat?
I mean, go to the YouTube show with Andrew Left's on and look at the chat. I mean,
did you see me on Wall Street Bets on the weekend? Did you see the heat?
No, you got killed.
Well, because I was quoted in Reuters, and it was actually when I talked to the Reuters reporter. This was last Friday, so it was a week ago. I was like, I don't even know if I want to talk about this because I don't want a bunch of Wall Street bettors, hating on me. Right. And I was nice about it, and I just said that I felt like the influence of Wall Street Bets had diminished to a certain extent.
God!
They quoted me on that on Wall Street Bets, and there was 3,000 comments about me. And, just like everything you could see. Are we going to let them talk about us this way?
Let's get them.
Let's get him. Let's hunt this guy down and get him. I'm like, holy cow!
Did you read all the comments?
I read a few and I had to stop. I was scared.
Yeah, well, I did see you get all pissed in the chat one morning this week. So I came in and like I did my thing and I got everyone to cheer you on. Did you see that?
But the funny thing was in those comments, because they only put that, they didn't have the whole conversation. And I was like, I've changed my strategies to not get squeezed. I have so much respect for the Wall Street Bets people, but I did feel like, like I was starting to go back to a little more normal trading. Like I had changed strategies that I have developed that have been working for 20 years. I had to undo all that for Wall Street Bets. I've never had to do that in 20 years. Change core strategies because of a group of traders. That's incredible. And I talked about all that stuff, but then obviously it was just the quote about all they said was, that I felt like the effects were diminishing and I was starting to short stocks again. And they did not like hearing that I was starting to short stocks again. And that was...
What's he short?
There were some really funny ones too. I mean, obviously the low-hanging fruit is my last name, right? So there was like a bazillion comments, about dickhead and all, they can go on the whole thing. So which is fine. That's fine.
They're funny.
It was starting to concern me when they were like looking up the Bright Trading address and starting to like okay, well, this is going too far.
Wait, can I just say that was a little funny because they said that the Bright Trading office looks like a place where like Saul Goodman would work.
It kind of does.
For Better Call Saul.
You might need, it does look like Better Call Saul.
Vegas. Well, Spencer sent me the link, and I was like, oh my God. I was like, it wasn't even involving me, and I was scared. I mean, it was
like, I don't want to talk to you.
Also, you went on Russian TV, Dennis, and you talked about it too. So, but
Joel,
whatever.
Joel, that I don't understand. Why did you, if you were even scared, then why the heck did you just ask me if I sold GameStop?
Because you talk about your positions.
You're allowed to buy and sell.
You buy and sell.
Not that one.
Sorry.
Not that one. I don't talk about GameStop.
GameStop cannot be talked about. That's the
I'm sorry. I didn't know, Jason.
Cannot be talked about.
Yeah. No.
We love you, Wall Street Bets.
We love you.
I literally.
No, Joel, you're fine. Joel, you're fine.
I'm sorry. I thought it was a great buy. I saw you buy it.
It was a good buy. You're fine. I know you have it too. You're fine.
I don't. I got rid of that thing.
Oh, well, don't sell. Whoa, I didn't get rid of it, guys.
All right, let's quit talking about it. I want to give you a quick technical lesson, real quick, before we wrap things up, okay? And we talk about technical analysis. I know you're super busy. You're doing a lot of things, and you pay attention to the fundamentals. I just want to talk to you about Upwork real quickly, okay?
Yep.
And it looks great. I just want to. This is like I'm not telling you to sell your Whirlpool or anything. You got two highs in the same area, 58.79 and 58.46. I'm not calling it a double top. I'm not saying anything. But keep an eye on 56.85. Okay? That's your all-time closing high price. You did it by over $1.50. Don't worry so much about the intraday highs, but just make sure it makes a new all-time closing high. So on a piece of paper, I want you to write down 56.85 for Upwork. And just keep an eye on it. Okay.
Okay. And what do I do at that level?
I mean, if it starts stalling out there and it stops making closes, I see it has earnings coming up on the 23rd. If it stopped making new all-time closing highs, that means, there might be a seller around there, someone fishing around. So I like to, instead of keeping an eye on the all-time high, I like to keep an eye on the all-time closing high. So keep an eye on 56.85 for you. Okay.
Okay. All right. I got you. I own it. I own it in size.
Okay.
One of my larger positions now.
I know that one time I told you to sell Whirlpool calls and it went like 500 points above it. So
yeah. No, I hear you. And by the way, I don't want to get the room mad, but I have been trimming a little bit more of my Tesla position.
Whoa, that's big and breaking.
That's good. He's being responsible. Claps for responsibility.
It has been just an incredible run for Tesla, and maybe it continues here, but the circus, we always say sell your peanuts while the circus is in town, and the circus is still fully in town in Tesla, even if it's above 800. Why are you selling some?
Why not?
That's what I would say, but why? Well, Jason doesn't sell it though. Why?
My first sell the last week or so, I sold 10 shares of Tesla at 864. The next day I sold 10 more at 858. No, about 858. And then so that was 20 more shares. I know that's not that much, but why am I selling? Because I think that it's going to take 6 months before the next big catalyst comes out, and battery technology is not where it needs to be for the semi yet. And so I just figured it could go down to 740 is what I was thinking. And at that point, when I think I'm ready, I'll buy some call options. And, I was on margin for a decent amount of money. And so I figured let's just keep trimming a little bit of Tesla and buying some of these other positions.
But yeah, asset allocation. There's nothing wrong with that. If you don't think you're going to get the same return, I've been looking at this too, and it looks kind of heavy. And just keep an eye on.
Have you sold any, Joel?
No, it's a small position, and Lisa won't let me sell it. So I guess the only thing she let me sell was
why would Lisa not let you sell? Do you guys have a Tesla?
A Tesla car or a Tesla stock?
Car. Like, why does she love it so much?
Because it goes up.
Why does she love it? And because
she doesn't sell stock.
We went to the only thing she let me sell was GameStop, and that was a big fight.
Joel got it at the top. He's the only person that sold it.
I was so nervous, and I didn't like talking about it on the show anymore. We went out to the mall, and Tesla had a store at Somerset, right?
Yeah, Somerset for a long time.
Yeah, and she's like, "Wow, that's a cool car." And then that was it. And then
that was a genius move.
Way before the split. Keep an eye on 785 on this one. I don't think you're under 7. This is one of the longest periods of consolidation you've had in this thing. So consolidation means in an uptrend, you go higher, but eventually there are reversals. Mark 785 right next to that 56.85. Yeah, that's my level. I'm not saying if it breaks that, it's going to 700, but it's holding up. Yeah. It's holding up strong. The market's strong. That's fine. That's
whenever you guys get negative Tesla, the stock goes up. So now maybe I should buy more.
Yeah, it's a consolidation period here, so it could go either way. I'm still, I've been, from a fundamental basis, I don't get it, but from a technical basis, I've been on board. I'm still somewhat on board, but I can see what Joel's looking at. He starts to break trend here. That'd be concerning because we've been in this nice uptrend for a long time.
If you get a chance, Elon was on Joe Rogan. I watched a bit of it. I'm going to get Elon on the Raz Report. Mark my words. In 2021, Elon will be on the Raz Report. Nice. But he was on Joe Rogan, and yeah, he's good. But I think I could ask Elon better questions than Joe Rogan, to be honest. Just my opinion. And then I do have Kathy Wood coming on March 4th. What if I got Kathy Wood and Elon at the same time? Now that would be epic. That'd be epic. Come on, not just good. I know that'd be hard. I don't know how to do that. All right, and then anything else that I need?
I gotta go. I'm 10 minutes. I stay 20 minutes over time.
Yeah, 9:20.
I gotta go trade my open. Lucky I didn't have a lot of positions on. You guys keep going though.
All right. Hi, Dennis. Hi, Joel. So Spencer, now it's just you and I.
Well,
Okay.
and Joel's here for a second, and then we also have Mitch.
sorry.
Mitch is lurking in the background. He's finally back with us.
Mitch is on vacation. I don't know what the heck happened to that kid.
Yeah, how's that guy get so much vacation?
I know he takes more vacation than anyone times 3 at this company.
You know what? The only thing is I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do. I mean, walk around the block or something. But anyways, no, I just want to say,
Joel, this is vacation to me. Like this is vacation to me. Like if you said I was in Mexico right now, what would I be doing? Laying in bed and watching CNBC? I mean, this is vacation to me. Like I'm on vacation right now. I'm on vacation. The only thing that's not here is a pina colada delivered to me, but I can go on DoorDash. That now works for me because the CEO called me and I can get my pina colada.
The CEO of DoorDash called you?
The chief of staff for the CEO, yes.
Okay. Wow. All right.
Real quick, technical look. Your pre-market high 39.14. That's right up with the close at 39.12. So if we get up there, I think that's going to be some good resistance. We had an inside day yesterday, and kind of feel like maybe it might have an inside day today. The low for the week is down to 38.78. Remember, we're going into a 3-day weekend. Sometimes funky things happen over 3-day weekends.
I didn't know the market was closed Monday. I guess the crypto market's not closed, but I don't want the market closed Monday. I'm like so pissed about it.
The futures are open Sunday night at 6, and then they trade until 1 p.m.
How can I trade the futures? Like in blackjack, when you have a hot hand, you double. A hot hand in the market right now. What I touch turns into gold. So I want to put that gold into play more. I want to throw those chips out. And if it starts going the other way, Joel, I will. And Mitch Hosh.
Pull the chips.
Mitch Hosh, it's funny. He probably went on vacation because he challenged me to a trading contest, and I probably destroyed him. And so he's like, I'm on vacation. I'm not in the contest. Well, luckily he wasn't, because I've had 3 stocks. API I gave up 120%, and 2 others 120% wins in 3 weeks. So I don't think Mitch is going to compete with that anytime soon.
All right, we'll let you guys take it away.
Right.
Great job. Let me know if I'm allowed to go to that flag football game.
All right.
Why do you want to go?
Because, man, it's something that, I love kids. I love sports. I mean,
honestly,
something to do.
Honestly, if you came, would you be interested in taking video with my phone?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't complain about how I take the video, but I will. I'll do it. If you want me to do that and take stats, I can. I mean, yeah. I'll be socially distant.
The stats you could do it. That'll be good. I think I'm going to hire a video guy for this game. This is an epic game. Again, this is against the CEO of United Wholesale, who's never lost a game when they had their best player in there. Team, we beat them.
What's the spread?
Yes. I don't know. I would think they're favored by 9.
Ooh.
Jason, you just got to stick to what we talked about. One play multiple times.
What's the name of your team?
I got to talk to Mitch about what he's talking about. I don't know. That's a good. My name of my team, I got to choose before the season started. Kansas City Chiefs. And
okay.
And I'm a first time coach. We're 4-0.
All right.
I love it. All right. I'll text you to get more details. Okay. Right. Have a great day, guys.
Thanks a lot, Joel. I do want to mention once again that today's pre-market prep is sponsored by Rockwell Trading. Trade what you see, not what you think. Go to rockwelltrading.com/Benzinga. There's the link. Jason, what's up?
We got some breaking news by Brent Slava, head of Benzinga News Desk. Company spokesperson got back to us and effectively pointed out the Bloomberg screenshots was old information. What is Brent referring to? CCIV. Is anyone who was following the zaniness? Okay. In CCIV last night. Thank you, Spencer. So I guess it was an old screenshot. The Benzinga News Desk just got some exclusive commentary on CCIV from CCIV spokesperson. This is what I'm talking about. Put exclusive in the headline. Benzinga breaking the news. Wall Street Journal not breaking the news. Benzinga. If you guys aren't subscribers to Benzinga Pro or talking to Brent Slava daily, you're losing out and you're losing alpha. That's what I got to say.
You would have been even better if you watched SPAC Attack. We mentioned this one on December 30th. All the way back on December 30th when it was at $10.05.
Just to give more context on this, there was a misleading screenshot on Twitter from Bloomberg that seemed to imply that the CCIV deal is off, but that was wrong. So that's what the comment is referring to. I do want to just wrap it up for the podcast version. Pre-market prep. All of our shows are available as podcast on all the major podcast platforms. If you're listening to the show via podcast, please remember all the information is meant to be used as informational purposes, not for investing or trading advice. And smash that like button. I haven't even said that today. I think I said it like one time. Hit that like button on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitch, on Periscope. Yeah, we're even on LinkedIn. That's right. LinkedIn. Hit the like button wherever you are watching this. Thank you very much. Thanks to both our guests today, Jason Raznick and Marcus Heitcarter. We appreciate them. And that's a wrap for Pre-Market Prep. As far as what's coming next, we've got Get Technical with Neil Hamilton coming up in like 5 minutes.
Spencer, I think you should get your show guest. Now that you're on the next show, I think you should get your show guest gift. So are you going to send me a gift to my house for appearing on your show?
Yes.
Okay.
I can. I can't promise you it'll be a serious gift, but I can
well, Spencer, you're lucky that I'm somewhat forgetful because I had a great prank to pull on you today that the whole show would have loved, and I didn't do it because I forgot it.
Okay. All right. Thanks for being forgetful, I guess.
Yes, it's not a bad gift. You'll laugh at it, but it's a funny prank.
Okay. So as far as Jason, did you have anything else you wanted to add as far as your trades or markets, or if not, we'll hop off and I'll get ready for Neil.
No, I'm just I'm just confused. Luke said we made this site. I don't know if this is true. I got to figure this out. You may be messing with me. The SPAC API thing. No, I guess we're good. Keep the trading, be quick, be nimble, and then hang on to the good long ones because you never know what can happen. Like look at HubSpot. Bought it at $46 2.5 years ago. We're at a small 430. So if you buy 300 shares at $12,000 and it's at 430, you guys do the math. So.
All right. Thanks a lot, Raz.
I sold a little bit too much of it, but I kept some.
We will talk to you again at the for the Zinga Nation Power Hour.
Can you guys tell Spencer's like, get rid of Jason? Get rid of Jason.
I'm just trying to keep it moving. I
know. You're moving. Move it. All right. Hey, I'm going. We need salesmen for Benzinga Pro, developers. We need APIs created. Everything. Power Hour at benzinga.com. And if I haven't gotten back to you, I will, because this weekend is all work and football. Because Stacy's going to Florida. All work and football. Call me 248-766-0000. Much love. Peace.
Goodness. Oh, I hate when he does that. He gives out his number to the internet. All right. Anyway, as far as today's guest, I'll let Neil do all that stuff. I'll let Neil tell you who today's guest is, what he's going to talk about, give you an update on the contest we've been doing. So a lot coming up here in the next couple of minutes on Get Technical. Just the first, I guess now the second of all of our shows today. SPAC Attack 11 o'clock, Zinga Nation Power Hour at noon, Options Advantage at 2, Biotech Buzz at 2:30. We have a stock trivia show, Zinger Stock Trivia Show. It's a weekly thing we're doing, I think, every Friday. That's today. So 3 o'clock, we're doing stock trivia. Check that out. And then, of course, we will wrap up the week with Joel and I at 3:30 for pre-market prep at the close. That is, and there are guests sprinkled in throughout the day. I can tell you all of them, or I could just tell you to tune in, and that's what I'm going to do. So, we have a lot going on, a lot of content. We're still working on figuring out what we want to do and when. I know I want to do an ETF show. We're going to get our news desk involved. So there's going to be more content coming, but that's the breakdown for today's show. Neil will be on here in just, I guess, another minute or so. So before we do that, let's just kind of give you an update on how we're looking into the open today. We are slightly in the red, just by a smidge. I'm looking at the S&P futures here, but I can also look at SPY. I know most of you probably look at SPY. So SPY, we are, just like a smidge in the red for the morning. We're at 390.71 right now where I'm seeing this. The same can pretty much be said if you look at the NASDAQ and the Russell futures. NASDAQ futures is /NQ. Russell futures are RTY. Just a smidge in the red on all three. So nothing too crazy this morning. Bitcoin is up And that's kind of the story as we head into the final trading day of the week. Again, PSA, markets are closed on Monday. There will be no pre-market. There will be no Benzinga content unless someone decides to change their mind at the last second. But as I understand it, there will be no Benzinga YouTube streaming content on Monday with no market, unless Neil wants to just show up. If you want to show up on Monday and do some charts, then that's cool.
Guy, I'll be here doing charts on Monday. How about that?
Okay.
If we want to hang out, and then since the markets won't be open, if you guys want to maybe do some other stuff, maybe hop in the Discord, we can play a little chess. Spencer and I have an ongoing, I guess, rivalry. I would consider us rivals. I'm sort of the Magnus Carlsen, and you're sort of the.
I would
we'll
not
give you
call
like
it.
the Hikaru Nakamura.
I'm the IBM Watson, and you're every human ever.
So maybe a little bit of chess, guys, if you're interested in that.
Wait, I actually do have an ongoing chess rivalry with a pre-market prep listener who's kicking my ass at the moment, but I'm coming for you.
Okay, so okay, whatever. Surf the line. My ELO is like 600. I'm rated like 650 right now. Spencer's 1200, so he's exactly twice as good as me. So whatever. I know you want to roll it, Spencer. We're casual here. We're both wearing sweatshirts. We're hanging out. All right, you got the cast of Seinfeld behind you. Relax, bro.
All right. All right, I'm relaxed.
All right, roll that intro, baby.
I have Mitch doing a new intro for us, so we'll have the new intro for next week. But for now, I've just got my.
We have such good things coming next week.
Yep.
Even things I haven't told you about, Spencer.
What? You can't do that.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll tell you. I'll text you.
All right. Here's our old intro. New one coming.
All right.
That's a nice soothing intro.
Yeah, I like the lo-fi. Pretty good. Give me a 1 if you guys want our music theme to be that sort of lo-fi little hip hop, or if you want something that's like super aggressive metal to get your freaking morning started to look at some charts. I can go either way. I live on either extreme end of that spectrum. We're not related that I know of. So 2 for metal, 1 for lo-fi hip hop beats. All right. So we might have to find some metal lo-fi hip hop. Metal to study to by Chilled Cow on YouTube. If you know, you know. All right, guys, let's take a look at this on full screen. Guys, I figured out how to do full screen with the charts. Mar, a friend of the show, emailed me with some very precise instructions on how to make everything high contrast for all of you boomers with your weak baby eyes so that you can see this clearly and I don't get any more complaints from folks. She gave me some great tips on how to make the lines more visible. I want to give her a big thank you, and I actually love the change. I actually love just using it on my own. So hopefully this works for you guys. All right. First off, I just want to thank you guys for joining us. It's a Friday of the second week of Get Technical. It has been a blast so far. We're definitely going to keep going. The idea of the show, as always, is for me to bring you guys with me on my journey of using technical analysis to make money. To find great picks to supplement my investments with big wins. All right. And then also to take tickers from you guys to go over them. And then during the second half of the show, we get guests to teach us something we all don't know. That's the show, baby. Remember, I'm not a financial advisor. Most of the guests that we have on are not financial advisors or not. Spencer Israel definitely isn't a financial advisor. This is for educational and entertainment purposes only, hopefully in equal measure. Today, I'm doing a new thing. I got a little agenda for you. I want to go over this past week's picks, all right? Because there are some that are still breaking out. There are some that are going back and testing that support that we had on our pattern lines. And we got to take a look at them, guys. And we got some big mama breakouts that we want to go back on and brag about. But there's still potential to get in them. All right. QCOM, hopefully, keep reminding me, Mohammed. Also, special new project. I'm working on a new trading system. All right. So my new trading system, guys, it's called the Rat system. It's not quite done yet. If you guys follow me on Twitter, if you guys follow Neil's tweets on Twitter, you might have seen a little bit of a tease for that. I want to preview it. I want to get some thoughts, and I want to workshop it with you guys. The idea here is that we are taking the stocks that Wall Street is throwing in the garbage, and we're like Templeton. If you've ever seen Charlotte's Web, if you've seen Charlotte's Web, you know that Templeton's that rat that comes out at night and takes all the food, the scraps that are left out, and creates himself a veritable smorgasbord, quote unquote. And turns it into a big gain for himself. All right. So that's what we are doing. I've got my system pretty much done. I'm just working on the screening portion of it. So I'm going to need to workshop that with you guys, and I'll give you a little preview. So what I'll do right now, actually, is I'm going to share a second screen. I want to show you guys something cool. All right. There are two things I want to show you. Check this shit out. We got a logo, guys. Not only do we have a logo, but we got like a little special font for our new system. We're about to have a show-specific system, baby, for these big-ass trades. So if you guys want to get into the Rat system, help me workshop this shit and turn it into a thing, give this video 600 likes. It's not so hard. Let's go. Let's go, guys. 600 likes, and you get the Rat system on Monday. I'm working on a whole presentation. It's going to be a big thing. I'll probably wear a suit and tie. All right, so that's a little preview of the Rat system. If you go to swag.benzinga.com, you can get your Get Technical swag now. All right, let's jump into the review of the week's performance here. So I'm going to share my new illustrious and beautiful high contrast. Yeah, give me a 1 in chat if you're ready for the Rat system. Rat Army. Let's go. Rat with 2 T's. And I'll give you an example. One of the examples today is oh yeah, Monday's a holiday. It'll be on Tuesday, but I'll try to come on if you guys want to hang out and play chess and just check out some charts, talk stocks. I'd love to be here. All right, Rat Army is forming. I'm getting new recruits. I love it. All right, so let's take a look. The first one I want to talk about is the big one. MVIS Microvision, ticker MVIS, going full screen here. Give me a 1 in the chat and a like on this video wherever you're watching it if you got into MVIS. Either before, after, or when I mentioned it. Look at this mofo. Look at this dirty son of a bitch. We love it. Okay. 1 and like. Let's go. This is favorite stock right now. Full disclosure, I workshopped this stock with a friend and colleague, Matt Maley, who you've seen on CNBC. I gotta text him back every time this thing shoots up. He lets me know, like, MVIS, it's up 60%, it's up 40%, it's up 60%, it's up 80%. Neil. And I'm like, yeah, like I get it. And then it just never ceases to impress me. This thing fucking rules. This is the Rat system at work. All right, guys. We've got. Let me. Actually, you know what? I'm going to give you a little bit of preview of the first thing we do. The first thing that we did with MVIS is we rummaged our Rat We rummaged for a stock that was in the dumps. All right. So imagine a man in a rat suit. Imagine a man in a rat suit, a dirty used costume that he got from a used costume store on Hollywood Boulevard, rummaging through a dumpster. All right. And then he finds MVIS and pulls it out and takes a look at it. He's rummaged for it. The next thing that he's going to do is analyze it. Analyzing the fundamentals. Yuck. The fundamentals. But yes, that is part of the rat system. Is this stock in a sector that shows big growth potential? With MVIS, we're talking about LiDAR technology. This is necessary for electric vehicles that are autonomous. This is necessary for all types of autonomous stuff. It is a technology that is used on your iPhone, if you have one, to scan your face to unlock it. LiDAR is an emerging technology. So yes, it passed the R and they. We've rummaged, we've analyzed the fundamentals. Yuck. Next, technically evaluate the price, the volume, the timing. So if you look at this bad boy, that's what we did, right? Come on, guys. Like, this is when it got thrown into the dumpster. We had a big pattern. We verified our pattern, a big rounding bottom. And then this thing's great because it had this key level here that it actually touched. Let's zoom right in on this thing. You can see this long period of a rounding bottom, and you can see that it kissed this sort of resistance level and then broke through it. And what I love about this stock right now, when we're technically analyzing it, is that the first thing that you want to do is create a measured move, and that's the depth of your base added to that resistance line, all right, or the neckline. So like right here, we're measuring neckline, depth of base, right? This is the depth of base. This is basically the lowest of part of the rounding bottom up to that neckline. All right, let's add that on top of the neckline, and what do we get? A breakout level at a key price point. It lines up perfectly. It's like magic. I know. I love it too, guys. All right. So our first measured move, massive, fantastic. This thing's breaking out. It's on gas. People are pouring gas on fire. It's super, super overbought, but I don't know if it's showing any signs of stopping. Next breakout. Look at this. All right. Look at this. Another key price point, $19.36. All right. So if we were to measure the base from there, let's get our tools. Where are our tools at? Can I show tools in full screen? Probably not. Let's just get out of this. Where are my tools? All right, so let's go to that low and then go up to that other key price point. Add to that resistance level. All right, then we start to get another target. I've actually already drawn that there. Interestingly enough, that secondary price level is this first depth of base, measured move, and then up once again, we're at this key neckline here at 29. So this is like a rounding bottom with a bunch of resistance levels. Am I making sense? Raspy Holden. Answer, the question that I got is, am I trading this or holding it? I am holding. Keeping my stops tight. I believe in this stock. I like this stock. I want to ride it out. I want to ride it out at least until it hits my price target. It's this thing is flying in the direction that we want it to go in. Once it hits my price target, I'll consider what we might be doing differently, but this thing rules. All right, so MVIS, guys. So isn't that interesting, though, that we get that depth of base, and then that's like the equal measure at each relevant price point. Technical analysis, guys. Get technical. So just looking at, did I have text on this? Yeah, I did. So I just want to break this down for you guys. Basically two breakouts that have occurred. One that has occurred, one that's about to occur, and there's a third one that I believe can occur. Price target goes all the way up to 60, and then that's a 503% potential from the first breakout level to the third. All right. So what we're targeting is something like, yep. So if we go to the absolute base up to this $29 neckline, we're targeting that like 59 range. All right. So MVIS. And here's the thing, guys. If you sold and took profit, that's the name of the game. Do it. Take profit as you go. That's why we have multiple price targets. Price targets are profit-taking opportunities. That's the market's rule. This is like, I almost said it's like free money. Of course it's not. This is investing. But that we take profit at those key levels, stay in, figure out if you want to pile in some more, if you see some big upward potential, which I do see on this. So MVIS, starting with the big one there for the weekly review. All right, so we already got about only 17 minutes before our guest comes on. This one's a little bit messy on the charts. I apologize for that. Microsoft, guys. This one actually, when we posted the video, like clip of the live show, Microsoft got a bunch of views. So I'm starting to figure out that people on YouTube are looking for big, well-known stock names. So here's what you got to do. If you don't want me to just talk about the obvious ones, because I'm here for views and subscribes. If you don't want me to just talk about those, and you want me to talk about the under the radar, you want me to talk about those rat pickings, make sure that you like and subscribe, not only the live stream, but go find the Get Technical videos on YouTube and like and subscribe those so we can keep these going. Because people are just searching for Microsoft, so they're going to find these. But it doesn't, that said, that should not discount whatsoever the potential here. I mean, it's Microsoft. It's a good name, pretty reliable in terms of you not getting utterly destroyed on entering this. I mean, this is not a $3 stock. Excuse me. So pretty basic here. First line, as you guys recall, this is a bull pennant, and we start our first price target at the breakout, and the height is the height of the measured move, the swing high to the swing low here. All right. Hopefully you guys can all see this. So yeah, first price target there, about $260. Measured move plus breakout. Second price target, pull plus apex, 324. All right. They're not done yet. Microsoft's not done. A lot of room to go. Not sure how quickly it can happen, but I mean, if we just do a speed line right now, let's do a quick, well, you can clearly see that we're still in an accelerating trend. So here's what you would try to do. You'd say, oh, here's a point. You'd say, okay, let's try to draw a trend like this. And then you'd say, oh shit, now this next swing low is actually higher than our speed line. So, okay, now we got to draw another one. And then you'd say, oh shit, it's not, there's not another point that matches this. And then you have to go back and then do something like start at this one, and it would be like right here. All right. So what does that make? That's an approaching parabolic growth in the stock. So this thing is going, the trend is accelerating. Don't poo-poo Microsoft. All right. Don't poo-poo on Microsoft. All right, what's next? We got NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, ascending triangle. Give me a 1 in chat. Give me a 1 in chat if you guys took the NVIDIA entry when it broke out. I'm looking at the weekly chart right now. That's why it's a solid candle above it. I'll switch to daily. We're breaking out right now, guys. Good, guys. Fantastic. The fundamentals, yuck, do support some significant growth for this organization. Shout out, Steven. Yes, full disclosure, I already had NVIDIA as well, just because I make my PCs, so I'm pretty well aware of that space as a consumer. So I know that NVIDIA is really running the game for graphics. So guys, this thing has just broken out, so it's got serious room to grow. Let me see if I can get my text here. There you go. This is it. This is how it breaks down. Make sure you search for Get Technical on YouTube so that you get this later if you're currently watching the live stream, or just screen cap it right now. I'll give you a second to do that. But the first target we want is a nice, around, I have 704. 704 is our first target, and again, that's the measured move here, added to this not a neckline, but like this resistance level, the top of the ascending triangle. And then the next one, this is actually a somewhat conservative. I know this seems crazy, but we're basically shooting for $1,000 on NVIDIA from this breakout. All right, pull plus apex, 995. Honestly, I said that because I didn't want to be too egregious and say $1,000. Also, when stocks like this that are well known approach super round numbers, a lot of people set their automatic orders at those levels. So to get fills, I mean, this is a high volume stock, so I don't really think you need to worry about it. But just as a rule of thumb, I like to set my own orders like above or below those round numbers to make sure they get filled at the price I want them to get filled at. So that's about a 69% increase. It's actually conservative. I mean, we could look at the longer length of the poll, and it probably will go in that direction. It will just take longer. But what I would expect is that after this measured move, we get our period of consolidation, and then we get a continued uptrend, and then we get up to this, which is the full length of the poll, and we get a period of consolidation. You think NVIDIA, one of the most overvalued stocks on the market? Come to Detroit, bro. Let's talk about it. Come to Detroit. We'll sit down at a Coney Island and let's talk about it. All right, Oxy, you want to check on Oxy? We'll get to that after SENS. SENS, guys, bull pennant pattern. It's got that little cobra shape that we're seeing in a lot of the stocks that we've been talking about. But dang, this is a rat stock. All right. Rat army. Look, we've rummaged through the dumpster and we found this beauty. We found someone tossed out a perfectly good tuna sandwich, and we found that thing. And then we noticed that there was a nice rounding bottom, a period of consolidation, gap up, extremely bullish, followed by the super bullish candle, and then a nice pennant, meaning there's still time to get in and eat. So we've got the measured move plus the breakout here, which is basically occurred. All right. We've basically gotten there with the height of the wick on this red candle. I'm looking at daily increments right now, SENS. We've basically gotten that. The next thing that we shoot for, of course, is this. I'm actually going to start this here. Is the full length of the pull, full height of the pull, which goes up to where I've already drawn a line, plus the apex, right? So if I get that text up here, there's potential for another 50% from this current level, which is basically testing support here. There's a chance, it looks like it really wants to break down, so I'll be honest with you guys. If this breaks down, forget about it. We'll come back to it later maybe, or we just toss it back in the dumpster. The sandwich had rotten tuna. Throw it back in the dumpster. So potential, guys. If we get the volume, which not looking like we're getting it this morning, to get up to this price target, SENS, Oxy. Yeah, rat poison. That's what it is. Sometimes that's all those fat cats. They're out to get us rats. All right, and what they do, sometimes they put little rat poison in our tuna sandwich. All right, so you got to watch out for that. Watch out for the rat poison. That's why the second step, in the patented rat system, analyze, is so important. You got to open that sandwich up, sniff it with our little rat noses, and make sure it's good. All right. So this one was a double bottom with a gap to close. We've talked about this one a lot. The gap has pretty much closed. All right, so you look where it is right now, and you look where this is the gap. And again, when we see gaps down, we love it. Rats love gaps down in bull markets because they're just going to get filled in all likelihood as long as there's decent support, which we found down here around the 850, around the $8 to $9 handle. Now, what I like about this, what I like that I'm seeing about Oxy is no, it is not like a massive explosion like MVIS breaking out in a straight up candle. What it is instead is a healthy trend, which is exactly the entire point of a double bottom or a rounding bottom or any type of reversal pattern is to reverse trend. So what we have here is three trends. We've got downward trend, we've got sideways or consolidation, and then it turns into an upward trend. And then look at this thing. This trend is just textbook, baby. Good God, with the paintbrush. It is characterized by higher highs and higher lows. And it's looking like a snack. Let me pull out my little Fibonacci tool that I just started using. All right. Let's go here, and then we'll do a swing high. All right, looking healthy, looking like it will continue in a channel like this up to our price target. All right, so if I honestly, this seems so dumb, guys, but if you're just trying to get an idea of time, it's okay to just kind of draw it. Just pretend. Get your little crayons out and pretend. All right, so that gives you an idea. You know, maybe late April we get to that price target. Not a bad stock for options. Okay, that's all I'll say about that, and then I'll get rid of my drawings here. So that's Oxy. If you're in it, give me a 1 in chat. Give me a 1 in chat if you're an OXY. All my rats, give me a 1. Hell yeah, Adam. Get that. Get those scraps. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Me too. Me too. All right, let's talk about Neo. Neo. Jesus, with the paintbrush, guys. Go full screen. All right. Neo. We need to talk about Neo, guys. We got what looked like a really great breakout, but look, it was on about middling volume. All right. It didn't have these high level spikes in volume that we'd like to see to push it up. So it's not surprising that it was followed by some selling. But look, this resistance line, even though it's slanted, a lot of times we talk about resistance as being perfectly horizontal and just being a single price. We have a sloping resistance line that has now become support. It is riding. Neo is riding this support line. Okay. So what we hope to see here is a surge in volume. So a couple things. I wish my precious tools, I need to add them to this thing. So what we're looking for is something that maintains this support and then gets us back here. Obviously, that's the obvious thing we're looking for. But indicators for that we want to see alongside that to show strength, because right now we're not seeing a lot of strength on Neo, guys. We want to see green volume. Gotta see it. Gotta see it. If we want to get to this price target, that's 40% gain price target. And then also, you can draw trend lines on your RSI. So notice that when the RSI is trending up, so is the price. It happens at the same time. RSI is kind of trending down. Same thing with the chart. Right now, we've got a point. We want to see a higher high on the RSI. So we want to see this trending up. Hopefully, it spikes up if we get a surge. But here's what I got to say about Neo. It's a popular stock. There are a lot of people watching it. A lot of people watching this pattern. Probably a lot of stop hunters. All right. So I think a lot of people are wanting this to get a little bit lower before they can buy it and shoot it up. And by that, I mean big money. Put on your tinfoil hat. That's Neo, folks. TGTX. TGTX. Where's my text on TGTX? Did I do text? Maybe I forgot to. Yeah, I must have. This one, not necessarily going the way that we had hoped, but still something to watch. We have this, actually, I've already drawn it in green. In green here, you can see this all-time high resistance level. Actually, not all-time high, just kidding, guys. This is why you can't see it, because it's a rounded bottom. Put your rat ears on. All right, get your rat tails out. Don't be ashamed. TGTX, massive rounding bottom on a stock that's just getting beat up, tossed out in the dumpster. We found it. Actually, this key level goes back previously. So we're confirming our levels, not only within the pattern in itself, but we're going further back in history and finding other areas where it created support. So we want this previous support to become to be our resistance line or our neckline in this pattern so that we can break through it once again. Turn it into support once again, and then break through with a measured move. Our measured move in this case, if I get rid of these, I'll get rid of these. How about this? Bop, bop. Our measured move in this case is the depth of the base of a rounding bottom, which is actually massive in this case. Look at this mofo. Is the depth of the base plus this resistance line, which you can see is being tested, but that's okay. So let's go ahead and draw. Whoops. I'm adding this. This is insane. This is unacceptable. I'm putting a star on this. So when I put a star on this, same thing in Benzinga Pro. It adds it to my quick tools. I'm also going to add my ruler to my quick tools really quick. Oh, it doesn't let you do that. It's super dumb. All right. So we're going to find the absolute bottom, draw it up to our resistance, add it to the top of our resistance, targeting about $108. How much is that? From the breakout point, 90%. 90%, guys. 90%. That's a lot for a rat. That's a lot. All right. I know that the Lunar New Year, this is the year of the ox, but I am here to take that over. I'm saying it right now. 2021 is for us. 2021 is the year of the rat. Give me a 1 in chat if you believe. Hashtag year of the rat. All right, let's get into our contest test really quick. We're just going to do our winner. Thanks for the one. Let's get into our contest. Random name picker. We've got a spreadsheet with everyone's names who entered the contest. Everyone that tweeted, you are entered in twice. Let's go ahead and find our winners. Spencer, I got this. I got to show the prizes, and then we'll bring our guest on, Chris. Capri, Second Skies Forex, coming on, a wonderful, fantastic educator to talk about trends, to talk about technical analysis within those, and find buying and selling opportunities and when to enter, and probably a lot more. So guys, let's do our contest really quick. Spencer, where's the link to the prizes and stuff? Contest drawing. Here we go. Got it. Guys, so if you recall, this contest covers, if I can get this thing to load, a lifetime subscription to Benzinga Pro, second place a BZ t-shirt and a mug, third place BZ shirt, fourth place BZ shirt, and sixth place free bootcamp access and a compliment from Spencer, which is extremely rare, hard to find. A lot of people have been searching their whole life for one of those. I know a guy, and it's worth a lot. So, you know, never undervalue a compliment from Spencer. All right, so let's do the drawing. I should have everything here. I've got all your names that have entered. Anyone that did the tweet has their name in here twice. Entering the names. Shuffle. Names are shuffled. The first one that shows up is going to be first place. I thought I would never. Okay, Ymir. First place. Congratulations. You have gotten a lifetime subscription to Benzinga Pro, the best stock research platform for retail traders. Let's do it again. And by the way, I got your email address, so we'll be emailing you to let you know. Hopefully you're watching this show, and hopefully you check your email address. Brian, my man, you got second place, a shirt and a mug. Lucky guy. Yep. Nope. I'm sorry, Ymir. You can't win twice. I'm shuffling these. Not rigged. Not rigged. That was weird. Sputnik. Congratulations, you got third place. Ymir, I don't know what you did to our systems. Trust me, we're going to do a thorough investigation, and then more news will come out, and you're not going to hear about it. All right, we got Sputnik. All right, you just won 3rd place T-shirt. Let's get 4th place in here. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Boom! MJ, congratulations. You got a Benzinga T-shirt of your choice. I'll be emailing you shortly. And then everyone else, thank you so much for participating in this contest. We will have many more like it. The idea is for you guys to flex your technical analysis muscles, to give us your stock picks, and win cool stuff, of course. So thank you, everyone, for participating. Congratulations to our winners. We'll be following up with you shortly. With that said, it is my pleasure to bring on to the show today, if I can stop sharing my screen. There we go. Thanks. To bring on to the show Chris Capri of Second Skies Forex. Spencer, can you drop all of his stuff in here? Chris, I know you hear me right now. I have so many websites to direct people to. So when you come on, you got to tell me where you want people to go. But Spencer, can you please bring on Chris? Hey, Chris.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. How's it going?
Very good. And yourself?
I'm doing wonderfully. I'm feeling energized this morning.
You gonna rock out some jams with the guitar in the background there?
If we get this video to 1,000 likes, I will play Enter Sandman for everyone.
I'd like to see that.
So Chris, some folks here might not be familiar with you. I'm hoping that you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit about who you are, your background, and what types of stuff you like to teach folks.
Sure. So I've been trading for 2 decades now. I am a former broker on Wall Street. I was a gold client broker at FXCM from 04 to 06. So this is like probably before many of you were even trading. I've also traded for hedge fund after working at FXCM. I was recruited by a hedge fund, and not only did I trade for them, but I was also brought into their training program. So for the hedge fund trainees, I was teaching them how to trade, mostly in the more intermediate and advanced classes. So once they got their feet wet a little bit, then, and we're getting close to getting their own book, then I would start teaching them and mentoring them. In 2007, started Second Skies, and my primary focus is I teach people to read order flow in the price action. And that's simply because it doesn't matter whether you're a sentiment trader or a fundamental trader or order flow trader. It doesn't really matter, or a technical trader. Eventually, you have to make a buying and selling decision. And all those have to go through that narrow corridor of becoming a buy or sell order. And the most proximate driver of the price action that we see on the charts is order flow, hands down. There's statistically proven, scientifically proven. There's no discussion about this. So with that being said, that's what I focus on. And I try and teach people how to read the order flow in the price action, because price action contains the footprints of what's going on in the order flow environment.
All right. I love that explanation. Very quotable, guys, there. Price action contains the footprints of what's happening in the order flow action. Did I get that right, Chris?
Yeah, nailed it.
All right, great. So Chris, I know that you've got a background in Forex. Can you just answer something for me? As I'm really looking into this online community that's rapidly growing of people that are very interested in technical analysis. I would say that there is definitely a surge in people that are into it, getting into it. How does the Forex technical analysis community sort of play into looking at stocks? Are they different? Is it the same? Are there certain things that you look at in Forex that you don't look at in stocks? Give me the lowdown on that, because I see a lot of Forex folks with some awesome stuff in charts that I want to learn about.
Yeah. So, I started, earning my chops trading FX, but now 95% of my trades are in stocks and options and crypto, basically. Partially because the Forex market, I think at least for now, the golden age of Forex is over. When I started trading back in 2000, 2001, look at where interest yields were. You talk about the US 2, 3, 4%. You're talking about New Zealand dollar 4.5 or 6.5%. Aussie dollar 4.5%. So because there were massive yield differentials, there was reason to invest capital into currencies because you were getting that yield every single day through the carry. But as central banks went on this kind of great experiment of reducing yields to zero, you've seen volatility collapse in FX. And I've been talking about this for years. And so because of that, it's when I'm as a trader, you're married to trading. You're not married to an asset class. Your job is to, and my job, the way I approach it is my first job is to control risk. And my second job is if I can do that, then I extract alpha out of the market. If I can't control risk, then I don't try and pull alpha out of the market. And with volatility collapsing in FX and pip ranges on a daily, time scale collapsing massively, it was obvious that the stock market was the better place to be. And so in terms of coming from an FX background, while there are some minor differences, the most important difference between FX and stocks is that you don't have legitimate volume. You don't have, it's not a transparent market where volume and shares are being traded through exchanges. It's decentralized. So you don't have volume. And because of that, you don't have VWAP and you don't have a legitimate time in sales and you don't have a legitimate DOM. Any time in sales and DOM you have is just broker specific. That's a small pool from the big pond or the big ocean of the market. And so in some sense, starting off in FX made me a better stock trader because of the fact in FX, because you have less tools to rely upon, you have to become a better technical trader. If you're a technical trader, you're forced to, because you have less information from the market. And in some sense, it's actually made me a better stock trader. But in terms of differences, besides it being a 24-hour market, we don't have like pre-market gaps or pre-market or aftermarket or anything like that. And so because of that, there are some structural differences or environmental differences to stocks, but the same patterns you see in FX are the same patterns you see in stocks, the same patterns you see in crypto, the same patterns you see in commodity. And that's because buying and selling patterns as humans has been relatively the same. The patterns I see now, you can look at a chart 100 years ago, and I've looked at charts from hundreds of years ago, and you will see the same patterns. Look at bubbles. Look at the tulip bubble. Same, looks like every other bubble that we've seen before. So buying and selling patterns, order flow patterns, how we buy and sell, the technology has changed and it's changed some of that. But the bottom line is it hasn't really changed how order flow and price action moves. And so you still see the same patterns today that you see 100 years ago across any market.
Beautifully said. So, Chris, with all of that background that you've just provided folks with, do you have some charts that you would like to share with folks to perhaps give us some fundamental concepts, some lessons that everyone should know?
Yeah. So this will be my screen sharing. These are two monitors. Copy that. And so let's do.
And while you're pulling that up, I'm just going to heat up my coffee in my special edition Benzinga mug.
There we go. Let's see the front of that real quick. I like it. Let's see it. News that moves. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. I like that. Okay. I'm assuming you can see my chart.
We can see it. Yeah. I'm going to full screen it. Spencer, if that's okay. Coach, don't get mad at me. All right.
So I want to talk about Bitcoin real quick. And, I've been invested quite heavily in Bitcoin and mostly through its proxy stocks. But, we've been talking about Bitcoin for the last several weeks saying like, look, the structure is changing. It's building for a breakout. Now it's building for a breakout. And I don't see any reason why at this point we're not going to see 100K in Bitcoin this year, simply because of the fact that once, Tesla had announced like, hey, I bought 1.5 billion in Bitcoin. If you think about that, it's kind of opened the floodgates for other companies to start buying. And we've only have a small number of companies that are buying Bitcoin right now. So it's still an early adoption from companies using their balance sheets to convert to Bitcoin. And we're almost at 50K as is. So looking at Bitcoin, we can start probably with a 4-hour chart. And the patterns I teach and the skills I teach work on any instrument, any time frame, any environment. It doesn't matter. So let's maximize this a little bit and kind of talk about where we are. So one of the core models that I use to approach technical analysis is impulsive and corrective moves. These were originally developed the concept was developed by Elliott Wave, but the codification was negligent. There was like no real description. And when you go to Elliott Wave traders today, say, hey, please codify an impulsive and corrective move for me. They'll talk about it in terms of wave structure and A, B, C, D and all this and that, but they can't define an impulsive or corrective move. And so I spent a year literally meditating on this and looking at charts over and over and over again. Just be like, okay, how could I codify this? Because I believe there is something here in terms of how they can express what's going on in the price action order flow. And so it's very simple. An impulsive move, and I'll bring up my trusty pen here, can be defined by 3 characteristics. And I'll just kind of define some of these right here, some of these right here, some of these right here, just as a few to look at. All impulsive moves have these 3 characteristics. The candles tend to be larger because that's showing dominance and imbalance in the order flow over time for that candle. And so larger candles represent larger imbalances in the order flow. The candles are larger. That's the first quality. The second quality is they tend to be the majority of one color. And if you notice, my charts are not red and green. I use blue and white. And that's because being a neuroscience student at the university, and we studied the visual system very heavily, red tends to trigger certain like warnings or shock responses in our brain. It'll create a faster neurological response than, say, a softer color like blue or white. And I don't want to be triggered when I'm trading. I want to be like totally calm zen. And so I use blue and white. The blue is the bullish candle and the white is the bearish candle. So looking at these particular moves here, and we can zoom in a little bit, you can see that the majority of these candles are one color. And let's get the pen. The majority of them are large bars. We do have some small pockets here, but the majority of them are large bars. And a lot of them have closes towards the highs. And a close towards the high is important to define an impulsive move because it tells us that there's a little profit taking. Anytime you run into a fair amount of sellers, you're going to have pushback. Anytime you have strong profit taking, even though profit taking from an order flow perspective is not necessarily a feedback loop. And so what do I mean by that? If you've made money on a trade, the chances of you getting involved in another trade are actually go down versus getting stopped out. When you get stopped out, you are more likely to either get back into the trade or flip direction or try and get that money back. Whereas when you take profit, you're feeling satiated temporarily, maybe for a second, maybe for a minute, maybe for a day. So the feedback loop on taking profits is less likely to trigger more orders. So if that's the case, profit taking has to be pretty heavy to sell off heavy. Most profit taking is much more kind of muted and less kind of a sell off angle. So if the candle has a small wick on the top, that shows little profit taking for that candle. And in the third characteristic, as I mentioned, the majority candles should be one color. That's communicating to us over time that the imbalance is maintaining itself. So those are the 3 characteristics of every impulsive move. And a corrective move is just the opposite of that. Instead of the candles being large, they're small. All these candles fit pretty much inside this candle. Instead of them being all one color, they're mixed. And instead of the candles having closes towards the highs and lows, they're much more towards the middle. That's because both sides of the market are agreeing upon value. They're saying, look, it's oversold here. It's cheap here, you know, and with that being said, we're going to kind of agree on something in the middle. There's no dominance in the order flow or imbalance in the order flow. So those are impulsive and corrective moves in terms of codification. Well, we actually had a nice transition in the most recent trend that we were talking about a lot. And you can see that. So if you look at this here, you can kind of draw it mostly like this, where the lows are consistently getting, or the highs are consistently getting lower and the lows are consistently getting lower. But then all of a sudden, this selling pressure goes sideways. That's a transition in order flow. And anytime I see a corrective pullback that's counter trend now goes sideways, what kind of order flow would create that? Well, you'd have to have buying pressure that's absorbing the same amount of selling pressure. So if you have 500 million to the sell side, you would have to have around 500 million on the buy side to move it like that. During this corrective structure that's pulling back, you have an imbalance, maybe 500 to 300 million. But then once it moves sideways, those two numbers have to come into relative balance. Why would that happen? Either the sellers are coming in less or the buyers are coming in more. Either way, that's a transition in the order flow and it manifests in the price action. So when I see this, I usually kind of perk my ears up because I'm watching for now a counter trend impulsive move, counter trend to this corrective pullback. And I'm looking for a surge in volume. And when I see those two together, then I'm usually looking for the break of the structure to start to, look to initiate a position or add to a position. And we had that in Bitcoin. And now all of a sudden, Bitcoin is no longer treating the VWAP. This is the anchored VWAP as, kind of both sides. Now it's treating it as support, communicating, hey, the buyers are in control and they're buying dips to VWAP to value. So with that being said, what I'm looking at Bitcoin at this point is,
hey, Chris.
Yeah.
What's the trend line that you have there? What is your moving average?
This is not a moving average. It's VWAP. This is just an anchored VWAP. So in TradingView, you can get anchored VWAP. You literally just go to VWAP and then you change the session. So the input, the anchor period, normally session, that's an intraday VWAP. When you start going to 1 hour, 4 hour daily charts, I anchor it to the week. And when I use weekly charts, I anchor it to the month. So you basically now get a way to use VWAP, but on a longer time frame.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
Yeah. So with that being said, looking at impulsive and corrective moves, what do we see here? We see an impulsive thrust, and we see so far a corrective structure at the top with a micro corrective structure here. I'm expecting, as long as this holds, then this becomes a short-term balancing period for a more probable breakout. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't. If it gets a deeper pullback, it's going to probably find some buyers around 42, maybe 40, and a half. But I'm expecting this to hold to be the next launching pad higher in Bitcoin. And so that's kind of just a summary analysis of how I use one of our core models for understanding price action and order flow. That was a lot of meat. I probably went a little more advanced, but you were priming them by giving them some pretty good technical analysis. So I'm hoping everybody can keep up. Any questions at this point before we move on?
Let me tell you, these guys can definitely keep up. We'll interrupt you when we need to. Hey guys, we are and Chris, as you can imagine, we're on a little bit of a delay since this is live.
Sure.
Any questions about what you have learned? What a lot of folks like to do, Chris, and I'm sure you've experienced this, is they like to toss out tickers to look at. Is that something you'd be willing to do? Maybe.
I love it.
Okay.
Yeah. I can shoot from the hip, no problem.
All right, let's do it. All right, so one that we're going to take a look at, or interested in taking a look at, is let's see. Guys, give me your tickers. There's one that I saw earlier though. Can you do AQMS?
Sure. Yeah, I'm in that stock right now.
Excellent. I am not. Starting
okay,
to get FOMO.
Time frame. What time frame do y'all want me to analyze it on?
These guys all want short term.
Okay, so like 5 minute, 1 hour is fine.
Yeah, let's do 5 minute, 1 hour.
Okay, let's start with the higher time frame first. We'll start with 1 hour. Okay, let's get this box out of here and we can just have pure chart. Okay, so pull out the pen. You can see a pretty steady, consistent structure here. And so you have impulsive, corrective, impulsive, corrective, impulsive, corrective. Long extension on this correction here. So this is one of the things people always ask about, in terms of how deep can you take this impulsive and corrective analysis? There is no level of depth that you can take this. You will, the more time you spend with this, the more you'll extract out of it. So we have short corrective structures. When you have short corrective structures, those are small amounts of profit taking, especially if they're at the highs of the prior impulsive move. And because they're short and they break out fast, that means that buyers are continually wanting to move into this. If they weren't wanting to move into this, the corrective structure would pause for a little bit longer. Maybe you have to chew through more of the offers, but the longer the corrective structure, that does two things. It tells us, one, the buyers are waiting to step up to this one. Two, they have to chew through more offers. And three, they're telling us that it's also going to create a lot of pent up kind of interest in the order flow. And when they break out, they tend to break out quite large. Look at the breakouts on these short corrective structures. They're decent. Look at this one here. Builds up a lot of pressure. Much bigger breakout. We get a brief counter trend corrective pullback in the pre-market, but then it stabilizes and makes a really nice kind of two-legged run up. So looking at that, this is a pretty big explosion in price. You're talking from $1.23 to $7.50. So this needing a pause isn't surprising to me. This is also the longest corrective structure we've had in this entire leg. So that means there's a lot greater, and the fact that this is at the middle of the corrective, like it's at the middle of this impulsive move. Where's the meat of this? Inside this impulsive move. It's in the middle. So this is a much greater presence of counter trend players than all these prior moves. And it's also the longest corrective structure. So if it's the longest corrective structure and it's the longest, it's in the middle of the prior move, I'm less bullish on it than if this was holding up here. Because to hold up here, you'd have to maintain a much higher level of buy interest, have a much smaller level of sell interest. So I'm not looking to add at this point, and I wouldn't want to add if we were to clear out of this here, because it's still got to chew through this, and there's a fair amount of selling that pushes what from 7.6 down to 5.5. That's about a third roughly, or a fourth. So breaking out of this corrective structure, even if it builds pressure, I'm not going to add at this point. At this point, I need to look to add either on a deeper pullback, maybe to here, or I need this to revisit this and then build pressure and break out for me to want to take this. There is some interesting potentiality here because it's been subdued, since what? I don't know, 15 days roughly. IV is probably low. So if you want to express a bullish view on this, maybe look at options right now. If IV is low, then this might be a good time to get long calls, maybe on a dip into 5.6, 5.4 if you can get it. That would be a better way than buying the outright, because if you buy the outright, yeah, you could have your stops below this here, but I could easily see this going just a little bit further, finding some liquidity at the round number and then popping out. So maybe you get stopped out here, then it finds support here and then launches higher. So I don't like trading inside of these much at all. And when you kind of have this top right here, that's clear resistance and all these rejections here, that tells me that there is a fair amount of selling here. So this needs to reaccumulate fresh buyers in before we can take a new position.
So you just gave us so much, Chris. So much to work with there. I love looking at options as a way to get more out of this spot that we're in right now with this stock. Chris, I wish we had more time.
30 minutes.
We are at that time. Chris, thank you for teaching us about the way that you look at charts. There's a lot of good stuff there. Where can folks find more and learn more from you?
Yeah, my YouTube channel, Second Skies Trading, or my website, secondskiesforex.com. Those are the only two places that I really share information. I'm not on Instagram or Twitter really or anything like that. So come find me there. That's where all my content is. We have tons of free videos on this. And, if I'm going to say anything, as a former athlete, look at trading very much like a basketball player builds their dribbling skills, or a quarterback, builds their throwing mechanics. You can always perfect it. You can always improve it. And if you look at trading as skills, then you continually practice them and they will just get deeper and deeper. 10 years ago, I was not able to see this in the charts. And each year it just gets more and more refined and more patterns come. And so, if you can learn to see the order flow in the price action, that's going to tell you who's in control, who's not. When's momentum changing? When is momentum increasing? When are there transitions? When to back out? And you do this, and pretty soon you'll start getting massive dividends from these skills.
Awesome stuff, man. Chris, thanks so much.
Pleasure.
All right, guys, that was Chris Capri. Coach Spencer, make sure you drop those links, drop how people can find more from Chris. I'm getting that you guys really liked him, so we'll definitely have him back on the show. We've got 1 minute left before we transition into the next segment here on the Benzinga live stream. I want to leave you with just one last thing. The rat system. Guys, I'm going to share with you the 4 steps of the rat system. Give me 600 likes on this video on YouTube, and we will reveal the full rat system, and we will use it to find other bangers like MVIS, maybe not in that large of magnitude, but the idea is we are locating them and we are timing them. This is a certain category. This is a system. So Rat Army, I need you to come through with the likes, the subscribes. Give us the love. Let us know that you're ready to form Rat Army. Remember, rummage for stocks holding low support for extended periods. Analyze the fundamental business case in light of an economic trend. Technically evaluate price, volume, and timing. And finally, trade. Rat, 2 T's, Rat Army. Give me a big 1 in chat if you're ready to join. And I keep saying it's Monday. Monday's off. I'll be around, guys. Maybe we'll play some chess and look at charts and stuff like that. Tuesday is when we're coming back. Remember, Monday is a market holiday, so there will be no trading on Monday. With that, guys, I am Neil Hamilton. That's Coach Spencer.
That's me.
This has been Get Technical with Neil. Thanks so much, and I'll see you on Tuesday.
Thanks a lot, Neil. We've got a very special segment coming up right now. We have the show called the Raz Report, where Jason has longer form interviews with guests, and typically we've done these segments on the weekends previously, on different days of the week. We're doing one right now live with Rick Smith. I'm going to let Jason do the introing here, but we've got the Raz Report happening. I'm going to bring
you like to do the intros normally. You're wimping out on the intro.
Hold on a second. So we've got this overlay. So let me hop off because we're all messed up here with the overlay. And I want to bring Rick Smith on from Axon. So let's do that, and let's get me.
All right, Rick, can you hear me?
I can. Morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on today.
Yeah, thank you for coming on. I know we have a hard stop at 11. You have an exciting company. Where are you based out of?
So right now I'm living in Florida. The company's based out of Scottsdale, and we've got offices, in about 10 cities around the world. But with the pandemic, we discovered, you can work from anywhere, and you can get up and go to work in your gym clothes. It's great.
Exactly. I'll be in Aventura next week. You know where that is? Like North Miami.
Oh yeah.
So it's a little warmer over there.
For sure.
Warmer. Yes. So your company is, I know you're not going to talk stock, but the company's been performing well. The story's there, and people kept requesting to hear from you. They've been following this company, and so what we do in the Raz Report, we take it back a little bit. And so, just how did you get your start? And we'll get to your company Axon in a little bit, but how did you get your start?
So if I go way back, my dad was a serial entrepreneur when I was growing up, and that means you typically fail more than you succeed. So we ended up moving around a lot. He'd start a business, it would fail. He'd start another one, or he'd go get a job in between. But the one thing I noticed is he was always happier when he was doing something he loved, doing a startup, than he was even when he was making more money in jobs at bigger companies. So then when I was in college, or actually grad school, 2 of my high school football teammates were shot and killed in the parking lot of the Hyatt Regency in Scottsdale, Arizona. And it just was really shocking to me that, gun violence is so pervasive. It's not just something that happens, in some faraway city, in even these very quaint resort suburbs. You could get shot and killed at altercation from a traffic light. And I became just very interested and passionate about gun violence as a problem, and decided entrepreneurship.
Wait, were you in school back then when that happened?
I was just finishing grad school.
Crazy. Okay.
Yeah. And so for me, the sort of aha moment was, look, lots of people have tried to solve violence through political groups, right? Whether it's handgun control or pro-Second Amendment. And I sort of concluded that politics isn't the way you solve really big problems. You do it through invention. And if we had Captain Kirk's phaser from Star Trek, then people who would shoot bullets at each other anymore? And with that simple insight, I found a NASA scientist had invented this thing called the taser back in the late 1960s. And I found he lived about an hour from my parents. Next thing I know, at 23 years old, I'm knocking on his door. He was 73, and I convinced him to give it another shot. And we started a company in his garage. We were a very odd couple to bring the taser back to life.
Wow. So how'd you find this person that made that technology, I guess?
Well, through a patent search, I was at the ASU library. This is before the internet, right? Back in 1993. And I'm just looking up patents and reading everything I could about non-lethal weapons. And I discovered in one of the patents that the inventor of the taser lived in Tucson, Arizona. And so I dialed 411. Now, for some of your viewers, before Google, that's how you found people. You would call the phone company and ask for their number. And I got it. And I just called them out of the blue.
That is an amazing story. That is an amazing story. You were how old about then, though?
I was 23.
So when I was 16, this is about you, not about me. And I was like 15 or 14. I couldn't understand why you had to be home at a set time to watch a TV show. And it was MacGyver, and I was late because of basketball practice. So I started going to the library and researching the patent database. My dad said, stop talking about it. And there was no patent for recording digital television. I started the process and then didn't follow through like you. So amazing. Amazing story. So that's awesome. So that's how it started. So you found this guy in Arizona, but you weren't the technology guy. I mean, you're like, so how'd you get him to believe in you?
So, yeah, that's a good question. I think he was just at a point in life, he was 73 years old. He had started companies twice to go after this, and they had both failed for a variety of reasons. And he did not say yes at first. It took me about 3 weeks to convince him. He was out trying to raise money, but his pitch was pretty awful, to be honest. He was a 73-year-old guy who had done this exact same business plan twice, and it had failed. And his pitch was that he was trying to raise $2 million, and he was going to take $1 million and basically retire, and then leave $1 million in the company for somebody else to figure it out. And candidly, looking at that, I realized, all right, nobody is going to invest in this. And I was able to bring together $100,000 from friends and family. And hey, it was something. It was a start. And then as I got to know him, actually, I discovered as well, he actually wasn't that interested in owning any stock in the company. He was kind of skeptical and pretty jaded about business. He just wanted a very clear patent royalty, which actually made it fairly easy once I understood his motivations. We actually gave him 5% of the company because I wanted him to have some stock. But he literally just wanted the security of knowing if the product sold, he would get $2 a unit in royalties, plus some fixed minimum royalties that would, give him some money to live on. And cool, we were able to put that together.
Did he keep the 5%?
He did not. He did not. We ultimately ended up in a patent dispute with him. And there's another company that still made the taser for police from the old days. And as part of the overall settlement, he was by that time like 75, 76. He just wanted to get bought out. And so we basically paid him in cash, bought out the patents, and everybody went their separate ways.
I mean, the 5% seems like a nice added bonus for him. Why would he be upset? You gave him that like out of being kind, right? And you didn't have to, and that wasn't enough, I guess.
I don't blame him. He was pretty late in life, and it was pretty clear this was going to take longer than any of us hoped. And so I think when he said, "Hey, look, I'd rather you just buy me out than He was losing a little bit of faith that we were going to execute. We were having some divergent opinions, and so it just worked out best to write a check.
Well, it's been an unbelievable growth story. Now, you went from, I know you went to grad school. You went from like Harvard, University of Chicago, to then public safety. When you did those trips, were you working in banking in any of those things, like before you got to this public safety thing?
No. It was actually pretty interesting. I would say the most important decision of my life was when I was at University of Chicago in grad school, and I decided not to interview for a job. Because I had started working, I had a class on entrepreneurship. For the class project, I did the business plan that would become Taser. And I fell in love with the concept as I was researching it. And they had the spring recruiting and going on. And I basically went up and I sat at the top of the John Hancock Tower drinking a Jack Daniels and debating about, what I wanted to do with my life. And I said, if I interview for a job, I just might get an offer. And then I'm going to have to explain to my parents why I'm turning down this great job offer to go pursue this crazy business idea that I'm going to go make the phaser happen. And so for me, it was just about focus, right? I don't want to get distracted. If I start investing in job interviews, that creates momentum in that direction. So I decided I'm going to go home. I'm going to live with my parents for the next year. We'll raise some money from friends and family, and we'll give it a shot. And if it fails, I'll go interview for a job in the next cycle a year later.
I love it because you could have gone, I'm going to call it the easier way, because there's a path to find, and you chose to go the path not to find, and your parents were probably like, come on, what are you doing? And you did it, right?
Well, my dad was really supportive because he's a kind of a crazy serial entrepreneur. So he was cheering the whole way. My mom thought we were both nuts. And it's actually pretty funny. When we were first starting the business, some of my old Harvard buddies that were working in investment banking, making for what the time in your early 20s was big money, they came out to see me on a road trip. And they filmed this on video. And they would talk to me in the room like, hey, tell us about the business, like they're really interested. Then when I would leave to go get a prop or bring something in, they would make fun out of me like crazy. And then I'd come back in, they'd get all serious again. And then they showed me the tape later. And it was hysterical. And of course, we all still joke about it now that for all the ribbing they gave me for this stupid, crazy idea, it worked out okay.
Right. I mean, just a little bit. So when you started this in the 90s, and this is like when Rodney King happened, was that part of this? Like seeing like, how can we help police be more innovative with products, et cetera?
Actually, initially, we had no focus on police. We were going after the consumer market. So the Taser, I mentioned this inventor had created 2 previous companies. One of them was still around. It was really small, and they were still selling to police. Our thesis was, if we could redesign the Taser to be a non-firearm, that would make it easier to sell it to the public. The original Taser was classified basically it was a gun that didn't look like a gun, and that's damn near illegal. It's like selling a sawed-off shotgun or a mortar or a grenade launcher. And so they could only sell them to police. We re-engineered it to sell to the public. But over the next 7 years, the public was super skeptical. And they would say things like, well, what about Rodney King, right? He was shot with a Taser and it didn't work. And it turns out they were right. The early Taser was underpowered. Now, when I asked the inventor about Rodney King, he said, oh, that's because the batteries weren't charged. Well, sometimes inventors look at their inventions the way parents do with their children, right? You don't see the flaws and you kind of make excuses. And it turned out it wasn't the batteries were dead. The early Tasers didn't have enough power to stop a big aggressive person like Rodney King was in the moment. And of course, it failed and they went to their batons with catastrophic consequences. So we only pivoted to go into law enforcement because we felt, you know what, we've got to prove to the world this thing works. We've got to overcome the Rodney King story. And we'll only do that if police really start using this, because we actually increased the power and made it work a lot better. And we had to prove it with the police before we thought consumers would ever buy it. Got it. Okay. So it was changing the business a little bit. You weren't even thinking of it at first. And then now it's like, to me, one of the reasons why I like the company so much, I think every police station, every police precinct has to be thinking about, how do we end violence without, fatalities? That's it. Like, how do we stop violence, stop fatalities? Like, taking a gun out needs to be a thing of the past. Obviously, it can't be if someone has a gun in response. Well, not yet, but I would challenge if you had Captain Kirk's phaser and it was 100% reliable, even if the other guy had a gun, you would take it out, not because you want to save the other guy's life, but because that Kirk's phaser would be faster and more effective at stopping the threat. And so I actually recently wrote a book, shamelessly marketed behind me here, The End of Killing, where we've come out and we've said, look, by 2030, we will bring out a non-lethal weapon.
Can you grab the book and show it closer? Let's make it more shameless for us.
Perfect.
The End of Killing. All right, yeah. So wait, in the book you said that we will come out with something that's not deadly lethal, is what you're saying?
We will develop a taser-like weapon by the end of this decade. We took a little inspiration from John Kennedy, right? Before this decade is out, we will launch a non-lethal weapon that will outperform a 9mm. And you will not have to kill anyone anymore if we hit that goal.
Do you do any more imitations?
Not that I should do publicly. I do a little bit of Yoda now and then, but
you're a Star Wars guy.
Yeah, I am, absolutely.
Yeah. So no, that's an amazing goal. I mean, that would be, that'd be everything. Now I have to jump around for a second. So where I started like paying attention to you guys even more, and why I got in the stock was when I heard your advertisements on Barstool. Do you ever Barstool Portnoy?
Oh yeah. So, I know him personally, but obviously it's amazing what they've done.
Yeah, I had him on our show, on this exact show. He was the 2 guests ago. We did that, or 3 guests ago. We did like a 2-hour thing, and he was just in Detroit for the last week. But I know they talk about the non-lethal things that you guys have, but it's not available in every state. Can you talk about the thing that Dave is talking about with your product and what states it's available, just so the listeners can hear about that?
Yeah, so we do make consumer taser weapons. In fact, I would argue it's a really great choice for home defense because in reality, and I bought my dad a gun for his birthday one year, so I certainly understand the allure of guns, but on a practical basis, in the middle of the night, if you wake up and you hear a sound, you've got to make a life or death decision when you are not at your best, right? You're just waking up, et cetera. And so the idea of having a taser in the house, even for people who have a gun, it's a great weapon of first resort because if you make a mistake or if you leave it more accessible and you have a suicidal teenager, you can do all the things that can go wrong. Having a non-lethal weapon that can incapacitate someone gives you the chance to protect yourself, and yet you can recover from mistakes in a way that you can't. There's lethality is final. And again, we many of our customers are gun owners, and they just keep the taser as their first line of defense, or to keep in their vehicle. In many states, you can't keep a gun in your car, but you can keep the taser in your vehicle. And I think we're now legal in all 50 states. There might be one that's left. I should have checked before I came on the show, but they've pretty much all been rolling back. There was a challenge to the state of Massachusetts under the Second Amendment that you have the right to bear arms. And it doesn't say only firearms, it says arms. And so stun guns and tasers, et cetera, have largely fallen under the Second Amendment, which has rolled back virtually all the states that had restrictions. Now, what you might have to do, though, is check with your cities. There are still some cities that don't allow you to carry a taser outside your home, like I think Chicago is one of them.
But aren't there, like, the thing that Dave shows on the show, is it different than a taser, or what the thing that, do you know what I'm talking about? He has like a flashlight or something. Yep. See, I know.
Yeah, you're good. So
that's good product placement, right?
I love it. So Taser is actually our brand name. It's like Kleenex or Ford. So we have kind of 2 categories of weapons. We have the conducted energy weapons. These are the ones that shoot darts out, and that's what people typically associate with the Taser brand. Yep. And we do sell those for both police and consumers. Then we also have what we call a strike light, which is a flashlight with a very powerful pulse engine in it, but it does not shoot darts. And that one is more for like walking your dog. It's a really powerful deterrent. You're not going to shoot somebody at a distance and knock them down, but you can keep, it scares the heck out of dogs. My parents used to breed Doberman pinchers. And if you spark a strike light, those dogs will run for cover. Just the very sound of it is very primal. And it's such a great deterrent. And of course, if somebody gets close, you can push them back with a very painful shock.
So you're saying with the flashlight, if someone comes close to like mug me, I do what? I press the button and it gives a shock?
Oh yeah, you just press the button. Well, first you're going to get a very loud, bright spark, and most people are going to take a step back because just instinctively it goes to your core. I don't want to get hit with that. That's pretty intimidating. And if you hit them, it's going to shock the daylights out of them. But now it's going to basically just knock them back. If you really want to put somebody on the ground, like if they're going to be in your home and you want to knock them down and get out of there or call the police, in that case, you want to use one of our taser conducted energy weapons, the ones that shoot the darts out, because once that attaches, even as you fall down, we keep pumping electricity in and will paralyze you, for quite a period of time, for as long as you hold the button down.
Okay, and so wait, 2 more questions on this part. So on the flashlight one, if I had one here, if I practiced here on Spencer Israel, the guy that introduced the show, would he be like really upset with me? Like would he be in pain? Like what would it be like?
Oh yeah, it's quite a painful and disorienting shock. It's not something we recommend people play around with.
Okay. And then the taser that shoots the electric, thing that goes in you. I know when you shoot it, you used to be able to shoot just one shot and then you couldn't use it anymore. Has that changed, or is it still like a one shot thing in case you miss?
We have 1-shot and 2-shot versions. Now, when I say a shot, that's 2 darts. So the 2-shot version has a total of 4 darts. And then the way it works, after you've shot it, it's still electrically live on the front. So you still have the touch stun capability if you've missed. And what we recommend you do actually is once you've fired it, if you're somewhere you can get to safety, you actually drop it and it will run for 30 seconds without you, ruining the subject's day. The guy on the receiving end after 30 seconds is going to be pretty worn out, and that gives you time to get out of there, get to safety, and then we replace it. You just send us a police report showing you used it to defend yourself.
And you replace it?
And we replace it, yep.
Okay.
We don't let you sit there, you're like, geez, do I worry about the cost of my taser, or do I worry about my safety? Hey, shoot it, let it do its job, and you get out of there.
Okay. So now your book, The End of Killing, how our newest technologies can solve humanity's oldest problems. So what's humanity's oldest problem?
That we kill each other. I mean, it's like a dark stain whenever you read, poetry or literature or watch movies, right? The big self-critique of humanity is that we're these killer apes who do these awful, brutal things to each other. And we've just accepted that that's who we are, right? That, well, killing is part of society. But if you actually go back and look at there's a lot of good data on this. Steven Pinker, professor at Harvard, wrote a book called Better Angels of Our Nature, where he talks about the progress we've made. I mean, if you lived 300-400 years ago, the chance of you dying at the hands of another person killing you is about 500 times what the chances are now. I mean, the world used to be in a continuous state of violence. It was every man for himself. Village would attack village, right? That doesn't happen anymore. We've created a much more stable world. We've seen a huge decrease in warfare, a huge decrease in homicide rates. And what I'm saying is, there's only these pockets now where we accept killing each other, like police shooting and killing somebody. And what most people don't realize is police are not authorized to shoot to kill, ever. That is not the intention. They are authorized to shoot to stop a threat. They're not a public executioner, but those two concepts are mixed together because right now, the only truly effective way to stop a threat is lethal force. And what I'm pointing out in my book is the moment that you separate those two concepts, if you could stop someone just as effectively without killing them, then there's no legal justification for why you would kill them.
So why are police shooting so much? I'm thinking of the guy in the garage a few months ago when they didn't know what the heck was going on, and that guy died. There was no reason for him to have to die. He didn't have a gun. What's your take?
I would say it's my fault. We have not given them a technology that's reliable enough yet. The non-lethal weapons that exist today, I'm proud of the work we've done, but we're not done. The taser is maybe 85 to low 90 percentile effective. So if 10% of the time, if you miss with one of the darts or if they have really heavy clothing, it may not work. And if you're a police officer who's fearing for your life and you think the other guy has a gun, today when officers go in to any scene, if they don't know what they're up against, the thing in their hand will be a gun. And I actually support that because if it's my kid doing that job, my son, like when he was in Afghanistan, right, that is the thing that's most reliable. And it's our job as technologists to give them something just as reliable so that the thing in their hand is not an instrument that inflicts death. It's rather 100% effective incapacitator. And that's what we're working on. And we'll do that in the next few years.
How many people do you have working on this, like technology guys?
So we have about 2,000 people in the company total. Of the R&D team that's actually working on Taser, it's about maybe 60, 70 people.
Do you remember like 10 years ago when Taser stock was going up and down? Was it the same business? Because now it's Axon, but before that, was it the same company? I remember when you guys were like, I don't know, it was crazy like 10, 15 years ago.
Oh, yeah, 10, 15 years ago was super crazy. In fact, you obviously watched what happened with GameStop.
I was going to say GameStop, but I didn't want to bring it in. But yes.
Well, so part of what happened with us, we went from a startup in 2000. We went public in 2001. In 2004, we were the number one performing stock in the world.
Yes, you were.
We gotten up to a $2 billion market cap. Now, our company was also growing. It was tripling every year. So like if you actually look at the growth rate and the cash generation, the valuation was not as crazy as it may seem at first. But we had $1 billion short position come in 2004. And that's when all the craziness hit. In fact, I just wrote an op-ed on this or an article on Medium. All the negativity about Taser happened at the exact same time our short position topped $1 billion. And I can tell you, we had a very aggressive campaign of short sellers, instigating negative news stories, investigations, and ultimately my personal secretary was a mole who was sending information to short sellers who were then using it to manipulate the stock. And I can prove it because the New York Times disclosed that was their information source, was a short seller trafficking in internal company documents.
Holy shit.
It was crazy.
Okay? Holy shit. Like now we only have 6 minutes left. Your secretary was a mole. She was giving information out about you guys to short sellers. How did the short sellers get to her?
We actually think she recruited in specifically to do this job because she joined us only about 6 months before all hell broke loose.
And what happened to her?
Nothing. We actually went to, so I can only talk about this now because it's 15 years in the past. I'll tell you, when you're the public company or you're the CEO of a public company that's under a short attack, and you end up under a government investigation as part of it. We had an SEC investigation. Every lawyer will tell you, do not go out and share what's actually happening because people will think you've lost your mind and it only plays into the negative narrative. So we did not go public with any of this until the last year, where now I'm sharing it because the world is paying attention to what short sellers can do to companies. And it's far enough in the rearview mirror. Look, I have no incentive. It's not a problem today, but it nearly killed us 15 years ago. It was crazy.
Do you remember who were some of the big short sellers back then?
No, here's the problem. And I've put out a call. We need some short seller regulation. I can't tell you who it was because short sellers can operate in complete darkness. To this day, if you take a sizable position in my stock, if you buy the stock, we know who you are and you have to register with the SEC. But you could take $1 billion short position in my company and nobody knows. You don't have to register anywhere. You could then go spend $20 million to hire PR firms, to send letters to investigators, to cause all sorts of trouble trying to burn the house down, and nobody knows even who you are. And to this day, I can't tell you who the $1 billion shorts were in 2004.
Oh my God. I mean, yes, I'm on the media side of it. I get these guys sending me stuff to write this stuff. I see it. And so this should be made out of a movie because I remember that. And so you were the original GameStop in some respect.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with exactly what GameStop's gone through, but what we went through was a very focused, well-coordinated attempt to destroy our company when there was $1 billion short position. And look, when I tell you my secretary was a mole, it's because she was uncovered by 2 prestigious investigative firms who brought him in, and they confronted her with the evidence that she had been the one who sent the SEC letter to the Arizona Republic. She pulled a resignation letter out of her pocket and walked out of the office, never to be seen again.
Holy cow. We got to find her, make a movie. My friend's a big producer in Hollywood. That'll be the next thing. So did you learn anything about yourself by writing this book? How long did it take you? Did you learn anything interesting about yourself writing the book?
Yeah. So the original book actually was going to be the Taser story. We're going to talk about some of the short attacks and all that. We ended up going in a different direction and saying, you know what, let's focus on the future, on how we're going to do our mission to end killing. And the thing I would say is I've been really shocked at how positively it's been received by police because there was some risk, right? If you read the disclaimers in my book, it says, look, this isn't from the company. This is me personally with my ideas for where I think we can go. But police officers have a very intimate relationship with their gun. It's their lifeline, right? This is the thing they rely upon to save them. And I wanted to make sure they didn't hear, look, I'm not talking about anybody taking your gun away. We want to give you something so good you never have to use it. And the outpouring of support from police has been, hey, man, watching what happens after you shoot and kill somebody. I mean, police suicides, ending career ending, you can end up in jail. And obviously, in the world we're in right now, that is a horrible situation to be in. So I've been just shocked at how much police have come out and said, you know what? If you can deliver against that promise, amen, we're with you.
Okay. No, that's awesome. Now we're like coming to the 11 o'clock. Again, his book is The End of Killing, How Our Newest Technology Can Solve Humanity's Oldest Problem. One of the questions I always ask, what was your worst or first job? Or you can answer both. Again, we're with Rick. What'd you say?
This is the only job I've ever had. I mean, I had a summer job once, but that doesn't really count.
Oh, yeah, it counts. It counts. Were you like a caddy? Were you a golfer? I mean, you were in Arizona, so I thought maybe you were like a golfer.
Yeah, I was. I was basically taking inventory of a company's assets and putting it all into a database. It was a super boring job.
That sounds kind of boring.
Yeah. Well,
that's so. And the company, I mean, the stock is up, a crazy amount of percent. And I know you're just executed and the price follows or what have you. I mean,
well, we took the taser business, and from that we built the body camera business. Because people worry about like what do cops do with a taser? Well, let's record it with a body camera, and then that created a huge software business to manage all the data. So the reason we're at a $12 billion market cap today is, in addition to the core taser business, we've built a huge cloud software business.
The cloud software is how it lets you analyze the data, basically, and what's videoed on the body cams, and it's like a monthly SaaS fee?
Yeah, exactly. It's a subscription service. It's sort of like YouTube for cops, where it's secure digital evidence management. We handle all their videos, share it. Without us, police are burning stuff on DVDs and CDs and sending around in file folders. But we automate that whole process.
How long did you start that one?
We started that in 2009.
Beautiful. I mean, makes it a lot easier. I know we have to go. I just want to read a real quick. There's a Marine Corps infantry here. They said they could use your stuff when guarding checkpoints in Iraq and some other place I cannot pronounce, so I'm not going to try. And there's a bunch of officers saying how much they love using your stuff and the body cam stuff. The one person says, NCAL says you need to come up with body cam for personal use. I don't know how they would use that, but that was
I love the idea.
Yeah, I don't know. So no, appreciate you coming on, Rick. What a story, what a company, and forget even just what the stock's doing, but saving lives. Like at the end of the day, a bullet can kill someone, and they're never around the next day, and it's the worst. So I mean, It's just like keep making your tech.
For the Marine who wrote in, I'll tell you, stay tuned. The military is our next big target. Like, we want to get police to where they don't have to kill people. But if you think about the military, we're not fighting the old school wars. We're fighting, people that are hiding in plain view. And when my son went to Afghanistan and all he had was an M16, you realize, I think our soldiers also need a broader range of capabilities. So stay tuned. We're coming to the military next.
All right, guys, get Rick's book. I'm sure you'll learn some life lessons in there too about how you built what you've built. And just thanks for coming on, and hopefully you'll come on again when you have something new to announce. And we try to tell the good stories, and that's about it. So I appreciate you coming on.
All right. Thanks, Raz.
Thanks, man. Talk to you later. All right, guys. That was Rick Smith, the CEO of Axon, on the Raz Report today. I guess the graphics went off, and now we have next the SPAC Attack. We got Mitch Hotch, who's on vacation for like 3 weeks. He's back. Chris is always here. Chris isn't allowed to go on vacation. He's here 24/7. If he goes on vacation, I have a little GPS chip in his leg, and we'll bring him right back. And some news on Chris. He doesn't know it yet, but we're going to have a new setup for Chris where you have a nice background table. It's going to happen probably the next 2 weeks. The SPAC Attack is by far the best show, best knowledge, best everything you're going to get about SPACs. The best. Like when I say the best, this is not a Donald Trump just saying everything's the best. I'm truly telling you, I will put this show up against anything on the web, anything. There's no one that compares. So without further ado, I hope you guys enjoyed with Rick Smith. Without further ado, I think we're going to hit the intro or whatever they do next for the SPAC Attack. Take it away, Chris.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, so Chris here, flying solo right now. Before we get started with the show, want to give you guys our video intro. And as you'll notice in there, we've had lots of CEO interviews on the show. That's what we're all about, trying to bring you guys, the executives behind these SPAC deals so you can get the information. So without further ado, here's that video intro.
How we doing, traders? How we doing out there? Let's go ahead and let's get this show started. Guess who's back? Back again. Mitchie's back. Tell a friend. Mitchie's back. 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 SPAC Attack. I created a monster. Hey, how we doing? How we doing, traders? Welcome to the SPAC Attack. Let's do it. Let's get it started. I'm super excited to be back. Hey, I miss my man Chris. How you doing, Chris?
I'm doing great. Great to have you back, Mitch. Love that intro. We had Spencer fill in, and as I told you yesterday, the show liked him. He learned a lot about SPACs along with, me in the chat. But at the end of the day, the chat missed you. We missed that enthusiasm, and that great knowledge of those charts. So, happy to have Spencer fill in to keep the show going, but welcome back to the show, Mitch.
Hey, like I said, welcome back. I'm super excited to actually get back into trading. One of the things is I was moving, so I had to take my eyes a little bit off the market. So I need to get back at it, right? And just like this, like always, sometimes you're going to notice that, hey, I can't be paying attention to my stocks so much. So I put some stops out there and just paid attention to what I needed to do in my personal life. But now, let's get back at it. Let's get into these headlines. Let's do this. Chris, I'm ready to get it started. Let's go ahead. Let's get into the headlines and take us back.
All right, guys. Yeah, so lots of headlines and deals to get to today. So we will try to get through everything with you guys right now. So up first, we have SBE, so Switchback Energy. That merger vote with ChargePoint was supposed to happen yesterday. The vote is now being delayed as the company did not get enough votes. Shares were down 5% yesterday. As I said on the show yesterday, guys, if you own shares of SBE, remember you need to vote to make this merger happen. It has to get a certain percent of yes votes or the merger will not close. If the merger does not close, you risk the downside down to net asset value. I do own shares of SBE, and a reminder, anyone who owns shares as of December 16th is eligible to vote on these shares. So please do your SPAC duty and get out and vote. Then up next, we have VLDR. So former SPAC Velodyne LiDAR will report their fourth quarter and full year earnings February 25th. As we talk about all these different LiDAR companies going public, the big story for me is landing those deals with those auto companies, and pushing forward. So every time one of them reports earnings, to me, that's an opportunity to listen in and hear, that guidance, hear some new customers and partnerships. So keep an eye out on that one. CCIB shares were up yesterday on new movement and wording on Bloomberg Terminal, that the deal type change was from stock to cash. That deal continues to look close, but it's a lot of rumors floating around on Twitter. And I will note, if you're a Benzinga Pro subscriber, you got some exclusive information this morning. We were in contact and heard that Bloomberg Terminal change, it happened a long time ago. This is not new news. So again, lots of optimism with CCIB. I do still own shares, but I did sell a small position to capture those gains. You risk shares going down all the way down to net asset value. If Lucid Motors ends up not being the target. So be careful, guys, chasing those rumors floating around. Then we have a couple SPACs to talk about, or former SPACs rather. Morgan Stanley out with new initiation on 4 electric vehicle related former SPACs. And it's definitely causing some movement, which we'll get to, on that watch list today. So issued an overweight rating on Fisker and QuantumScape. Price target is $27 on Fisker, $70 on QuantumScape. And then underweight on Lordstown Motors and Romeo Power. So price target of $18 on Lordstown Motors and $12 on Romeo Power. I do own shares of Fisker. Happy with that overweight rating, as I think, 2021 is going to be a big year for them. Then Hyliion, so another stock I own, HYLN, they announced yesterday their next generation battery technology. Shares rocketed higher, on this unveiling. And, it's for good reason if the technology, is really there that they announced. So cooling technology, longer battery life, higher charging rates, and improved safety. So they call it an unprecedented charge time compared to other EV battery solutions, with now being recharged in under 8 minutes. And that battery lasts up to 5 times longer than a conventional electric vehicle battery. So they're going to install those batteries as part of their next evolution of the Hyliion hybrid system. So that's one of 2 offerings. Remember, they still have that Hypertruck ERX unveiling coming soon in that Class 8 market. And they do have earnings coming up February 23rd as well. So keep an eye out on Hyliion. Then we have CMLF. This was a recent announced SPAC merger with SEMA4, a biotech company. Shares rocketed last night, off of an email from who else but Kathy Wood, adding over 1.5 million shares of CMLF to the ARC-G fund. So SEMA4 is a patient-centered health intelligence company dedicated to improving the diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of disease through data. Then one of the hottest, anticipated SPACs we talked about before was Spinning Eagle. They announced a change last night. So now the new SPAC from Jeff Sagansky and Harry Sloan will be Soaring Eagle with the new ticker SRNG. So they're no longer going to pursue a method where they could spin out the companies as part of the deal, which is why it got that name Spinning Eagle. This is a 1.5 billion SPAC from the team that has done many SPACs, including DraftKings and Skills recently. That new filing suggests the listing could be soon. I anticipate very high demand for this one based on that management team. We will let you know when that one begins trading. Then more rumors. So Traveloka, which is Southeast Asia's biggest online travel startup, is exploring a public listing via SPAC, according to Bloomberg. So keep an eye out on several SPACs that are targeting that Southeast Asian market. Sounds like a great show idea coming up next week, if I had to say so. Then other rumors, we have NSTB, which is Northern Star. They're in talks to bring Apex Clearing public in a $5 billion deal, from Bloomberg reporting that. So Apex is the clearing company for many brokers. They did make news, with the Robinhood, the Webull, the brokers shutting down buying on certain stocks. They're the thing behind the thing, the company that, helps make these transactions go through. So NSTB, that's one I gave you guys a month ago. Northern Star is the same group that did STIC, which took BarkBox, or is taking BarkBox public in one of the fastest deals of last year. That deal was announced when STIC was still units. NSTB split yesterday to common shares. We talked about it on the show, and now you already have a rumor with Apex Clearing. This team gets deals done fast. Another rumor is RTP. Mark Pincus and Reid Hoffman, of course, this is their SPAC, the former founders of Zynga and LinkedIn. So last week, this was reported to be merging with Hippo, an insurance company. And then yesterday, Financial Times reporting that they're in talks with Joby Aviation, one of those flying air carriers in that eVTOL market that we, of course, talked yesterday with Archer CEO. So kind of a fake out here, as RTP. First it was Hippo, now it's Joby. So people don't really know what to expect. Again, guys, these are just rumors coming from different sources. So, pay attention. Don't get caught chasing the rumors, as they all could end up being false, or you could end up with, a different sector completely. The movers yesterday to watch, ACEV and THBR were both up. So ACEV up 13%, THBR up 7%. So they're both semiconductor plays, both connected to the auto industry. So that move looks like it was in response to Joe Biden's comments about needing to work on the supply chain to fix the chip shortage happening in the auto market right now. So keep an eye out on those ones. And then we have 3 deals to talk about. Yesterday, it was announced during market hours, a rather surprising one. NEBC, so this is Nebula Caravel Acquisition, is taking Rover public. So Rover is the world's largest pet sitter and dog walker company. Fiscal 2020 revenue of $48 million was down 49%. Rebound coming, though, with revenue of $97 million in 2021 estimated, and $201 million in fiscal 2022. $1.35 billion valuation. Again, growing pet market, more pets added during the pandemic. Rover is a leader in that field, but again, hard time with the pandemic, as they do count, on the dog sitting and dog walkers, hopefully in a post-pandemic world. So keep an eye out on that one, as it was announced yesterday, just kind of during the day, didn't get a lot of attention. And we had 2 mergers announced this morning, because that's what we do now every morning with new SPAC deals announced. So up first, we have FUSE. This is Fuse, merging with MoneyLion, which is a digital financial platform. This was a rumor we talked about on the show last week. Revenue in 2020 of $76 million, up 90%. 2021 estimate $144 million, up 88%. Fiscal 2022, $258 million estimate, up 80%. That was done at a $2.36 billion valuation. Definitely a large deal there. And then another rumor that, got announced as a definitive agreement today is FCAC. So full disclosure, I own shares of FCAC. This is Falcon Crest. They announced a merger with ShareCare, which is a digital health company. So fiscal 2020 estimate, $330 million. Fiscal 2021, $396 million. Fiscal 2022, $512 million. That was done at a $3.75 billion valuation. I want to dive into this one a little bit more. So the company was founded by Jeff Arnold. He's the founder of WebMD, and also the founder of How Stuff Works, which was sold to Discovery Communications, and QDS, which was a remote patient monitoring company that was also sold off. He leads the company as CEO. He's going to stay on. Anthem is an investor in ShareCare and joining in on this merger deal. So they see revenue growing at 24%, compounded annually over the next couple of years. But they really think that they can get to $1 billion in revenue by growing on their different platforms and some acquisitions. This is a digital health play. They have 3 divisions: enterprise, provider, and consumer solutions. Partners with, Discovery, Sony. Oprah Winfrey is an investor in the company. Dr. Oz is an investor. So, great names behind this one. I also talked about Remark Holding, ticker MARK. They own 4.5% of ShareCare. Those shares were up this morning, but have since fallen, as it looks like people not as excited about this deal. The other thing I mentioned when this was a rumor is that ShareCare is working on a new initiative, which they see as a revenue driver going forward, where they're now doing health security. So they're targeting hospitality, arenas, schools, and workplaces with their ShareCare verified platform. So they've partnered with Forbes Travel Guide, and State Farm Arena, home of the Atlanta Hawks, was the first arena to sign up. Ritz-Carlton, W Hotels have also signed up. So they're going to be able to put that ShareCare certified logo on their building to say, hey, we've tested, we know everyone in here has had the COVID vaccine or has not tested positive. I think that's great peace of mind as we look to businesses reopening. I could see them landing deals, with potential music venues as well, along with that sports market. So keep an eye out on that storyline. And then they also acquired Doc.ai, an artificial intelligence company, with a multi-year deal with Anthem, who is a shareholder. This one, they have huge revenue. They have gross margins of over 50%. Keep an eye out, on this one. And again, I am long shares of FCAC and MARK. And then turning to our calendar, again, I mentioned SBE. That vote did not go through yesterday. They have set a new date. And then LGVW, Longview, they announced that merger has been approved. It will start trading as BFLY, Butterfly Network, the portable ultrasound company. So keep an eye out on that one. So that's going to be it for headlines and deals. And just a quick shout out, this new shirt, SPAC Attack Benzinga. If you want a shirt like this, hit up our swag shop. Get yourself some SPAC merchandise. I love this new shirt. So what do you think, Mitch? Holy cow, with those headlines, those new deals today.
Hey, man. Well, I'm glad to be back. I'm liking the gear. I see that. Hey, you are the SPAC man. I mean, I can't blame you. I heard a new nickname, though, the Chris Encyclopedia. How's it?
It's Chrisopedia.
Hey, get it right, guys. Get it right.
That came from the chat. I didn't give myself the nickname. Someone in the chat did, and I said, you know what? I like it. So we even played a game this week. We even played a game this week called Stump Chris during ticker time, and I got stumped on one. And you know what I did? I went and I researched it, and we talked about it yesterday, and I shared my opinion and shared the knowledge. So guys, if I don't know something, I'll jot it down. We'll try to get you the information. Again, there is over 400 SPACs out there. I try my best to know as many as I can. I don't know them all, but I will definitely take a look. But all about the knowledge here for you guys.
Always. Definitely want to give a shout out to some of the people that I always see in the chat. So I'm seeing a lot of people and new faces. This is what I like to see at SPAC Attack, guys. So definitely, if you're brand new to the show, definitely smash the like button and the subscribe below. Hit that share. Let them know Mitchie's back, baby. Mitchie's back. All right, so shout out definitely to John. How we doing, Siggy? See Sam, Vape. I see my man Carl, John, Nate in the house, Jeff. What's up, guys? Dylan. Hey, I'm seeing a lot of people and getting hot about this. Like a lot of people talking in here and giving some good information. This is what it's all about. At the end of the day, help each other out. Find the information that's needed to make those informed trades. It's not just about Chris and I. It's about you guys out there being a community and helping each other out. We need more people to come together in this generation. So let's come together as SPACs Attack and let's get this going here. So one of the things that I definitely noticed is that we do have some movers. So we need to get to our watch list. I'm super excited. Two of these I've been watching. I mean, keeping an eye out. I don't have them right now, but hey, I'm just gonna be happy that we've been talking about these and that we've been giving these kind of catalysts that could come out. And today, you're seeing some rockets. So let's get into our watch list here. All right, guys, so you guys are seeing our watch list here. Definitely go ahead and check out the SPACs gear, guys. Check out the SPAC gear. And if you want some gear that we don't have made already, let us know. We'll make it happen. All right, guys, so if you see here, FSR is leading us at 25% here, guys. I'm going to really pull this chart up, and this is what it's all about, guys. And the reason why we're going to pull this chart up is that it's all about the levels for these stocks, right? And if you give yourself an opportunity, then you can get yourself into a good risk or reward situation, guys. Oh, and here's another tip, guys. So I learned some new tricks here on Benzinga Pro. So when you're in the charting, if you just hit Alt and H, look at that. Oh, horizontal line, baby. I like it. Look at this horizontal line holding, guys. If you would have gone and attacked kind of this support area, you got a chance on the 11th of December. You got a chance on the 25th of January. And then you got another kind of bottoming action here on the 3rd and also the 9th of February. And then from what do we need, guys? What do we need when we see that break of resistance? We need volume, baby, volume. And look at this bar we got today, guys. 44 million shares traded. exactly what you want to see. Why? Because you can compare it to some of the bigger volume bars that you get on the daily chart. And so you got 66 million here. You can look over here and you got about 38 million shares traded. So definitely a spike in volume as we're getting on up there. And looks like we'll run into some resistance near that 20. So I'll definitely be looking to pull back closer towards 17 and 18 to try to get back in this one. But hey, we were talking about this one in 15s and the 16s, how you could risk down closer towards the next support level, which was towards this $13 and $14 level. This one was going up and down. It had a couple spikes here, like the 1780 spike, and people saw it get knocked down right back to support. And this is why you got to get your entry so close to support, guys, because an entry here would have definitely gave you an ability to measure your risk and return, and that's what it's all about. So another thing we can do here is you hit Alt and T, you can actually get a trend line and draw down here. So then there you go. We draw that down to about 1630s. So I'm going to be looking for a pullback somewhere in that area to see if we can come back to this trend line and get some buildup of volume for it to come right back up. But definitely good day on FSR. All right, guys, let's keep rolling here. Let's go to another one that's on my radar, guys. Definitely QS, guys. Watch this one. If you see, it did get it's trading higher after Morgan Stanley initiated coverage on the stock with an overweight rating and a $70 price target, guys. That's it. I think the important part is at 70. They're pretty much judging this off of the chart. They're seeing this resistance right here as the first stop. And as you guys are seeing this stock today, we actually drew this risk and reward trade the day that I left, guys. The last day I was here, we drew this out. And we drew the support. We drew it out how we'd take the trade. And this would be a 5% trade here on the risk side, and for about 60 or 70% on the target side. So that would have been our entry somewhere around here in this 47.45 area. And now we can look to see if it can get up there towards that resistance, which would be, I think, first stop, you're going to see 60s. But if we get to 60s, you should probably get up there to 70s. And then I think you'll get into major resistance near that 80 area. But definitely a good looking chart here. And one of the things that I like here on this chart is the bottoming action, guys. I always like to see that bottoming action, because once we get that bottoming action, you at least can start measuring your risk there. And we talked about this inverse hammer at the bottom, which is a really good sign for trend reversal on a daily. And then this is exactly kind of what you get, a little pop up. It comes right back to support and then bounces right off of that. Now you're really starting to get that volume spiking, and you need to continue to see that volume spike to keep the drive going. All right, guys, another one that I want to touch today. Of course, everyone's want to talk about CCIV, but I want to continue going down the list a little bit to talk about CIIC. This is one that we had on the show last week, and look at this support building up here, guys. So again, Alt H on Benzinga Pro here, get you that horizontal line there, and you can really see that line there right there. And I would draw it a little bit down here. Hold on, let me pull this drawing tool off here. All right, there you go. All right, so one of the things that you can do is you can clearly see that horizontal line there, and to see if it's going to be able to hold the support now. Now what we need to do is draw a trend line up here. So if we hit Alt T, we'll be able to get to that trend line. Here, let me click it right here. All right, so you see this kind of trend line that we're running into. One thing I want to see is if we can get above this $30 price point and then close above it. So we got a little spike there. I'm gonna zoom in. Today we've gotten up there a high of, it went right to it and turned around, 29.97, guys. 29.97 there. So definitely watch that $30. I think it needs to get above that 30 with some good volume to really hold this support of 27 here. But definitely it's looking like a good chart. It's looking like it has that sideways consolidation. One to keep on the radar. I think the other one that we need to touch is RMO. RMO is one that we've been talking about for a long time, guys. I've been keeping an eye on this one, and we're getting a big dip today. Interesting chart to keep an eye out. Now it's at 16 here. It hit 16 low today, 1604. So definitely an interesting area. A chart that I'm looking to see when it really gets that reversal swing. One thing to note though is it did have the kind of this third bottoming action here, right here in this 18, and I thought it was gonna flip, but as you can see, this big dip down right here can cause it to get some pressure down at 16s. We need to see it come right back up and clear 18 for it to really start showing that kind of sideways action that it wants to come back here. All right. Last one I want to talk about is, and then I'll go ahead and I'll bring my man Chris back here. Chris, the Helion train, man, the Helion train. I know you're still on there, right?
I am. You know, that huge battery news yesterday. I mean, shares are down 9% now, but this thing was up over 20% yesterday. That battery news. Look at that candle. You know, this one, it got the news, and that's what I've been saying all along, right? That, you know, and they have earnings coming up, and I said yesterday on the show, hey, they announced they have earnings. Pay attention to this one, because it's not about the financials. It's about deals. It's about the progress on that Hypertruck ERX. And then what happened a couple hours later? Press release, new battery technology. So I'm holding my shares. You know, I love this one here. I think that battery tech, you know, under 8 minutes to fully charge that battery, and it's like 4 times longer lasting than other EV batteries. I think that's a huge catalyst. And I know Romeo got that downgrade from Morgan Stanley, which is hurting shares, but I wonder if Hyliion announcing this battery technology is also playing into Romeo trading down today, as if other companies can do their own battery technology, you know, does Romeo lose out on some potential deals? So I know me and you have both watched Romeo. I'm looking at the dips today as a buying opportunity. I know someone asked that in the chat as well. I'll be taking a hard look at RMO today, because I still believe in that name going forward, and I think today's dip is a buying opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. You know, one of the things that you always want to look back at is just what is it reference to everybody else in the stock. And so one of the things that I was approaching in Helion was not only that I believed in the story there, but that I was getting a better price than the majority of the investors. And so with that mentality, I could see this kind of bottoming action multiple times here in this kind of 15, 16 area. And that's really where you could probably see the best risk to return, because you've already saw a bottom there in the 14th of December. Then you got this bottoming action here on the kind of the 31st of December here. And then one thing to remember is that if you've seen those multiple bottoms, that's something that you can go off of. You know, on the 4th of February, we were down there to 1572, and you could have tried to attack that 15 area and then just kind of risk down below these lows. Kind of the low here is 1636, and you get a low here of 1533. So maybe you're risking down towards that 15 or the 1525 area. Could have gave you a good 75-cent risk for a potential move for it to come back up there about $5. And then you could have been selling into that first pop, or maybe looking for a bigger move into the 28 and up there towards the 30. But definitely keep this one on watch, guys. I think, you know, one of the things that I mentioned is not just their batteries, but I think the retrofit is kind of the first move for carbon neutral first, and then you'll start seeing kind of these new fleets get purchased up. All right, so another one that we can mention that's on this list that's moving that I want to keep an eye out is GNOG, guys. Why? Because I've been seeing the gambling stocks making moves and kind of getting up towards good levels. I mean, if you look at DKNG, you look at Penn, you look at GAN, they're all really significantly ripping. But when you look at GNOG, you're starting to get a bottoming action. And so this is why I try to use the charts to determine, hey, maybe it's just being a laggard play. It didn't really have the catalyst that DKNG were having, and we got caught with kind of the merger action. And what if this is the evaluation phase where it's really starting to meet that bottoming action? So one thing I have seen is the 1740s reject 1750s. I want to see that try one more time to break down through that 1750. If we can hold that, then I'll be looking to get in this one and maybe risk down towards the 16, just to give you guys some risk to reward analysis there. Like always, guys, you know, what we do, guys, is just try to show you the process and how we attack these. It's not necessarily to go ahead and load the boat and jump in these. It's more along to learn the attack. Let's get these off support. Let's try to measure our risk so that we can get the best return probability. And I think this is very important, is that a lot of traders think that it's about making the best pick. It's not. I can tell you clearly, guys, as someone that has been making picks, it's not necessarily about worrying about the pick, but worrying about the math and the probability behind your picks, so that on the long run, hey, you can be 50% accurate and still be in the green. All right, guys, so let's keep rolling here. I know that you got some middle segment here for us, Chris.
Mitch, how about sports? How about CLVR on that watch list up there towards the top?
Let's take a quick look.
Clever leaves. We had the CEO on our show a couple weeks ago. Remember, this is a cannabis play. You know, so they're not in the U.S. yet with cannabis because they're waiting till it's federally legalized. They attack the countries that have federal legalization, but they do have CBD products here in the U.S. And the, you know, CEO told us, you know, what their plan is and how they will attack the U.S. market. So if you didn't tune in, you know, go back and watch that interview. But this one is trading higher, you know, in that play on cannabis. So this one was $9 when he was on. So, you know, definitely rocketing higher with all these cannabis stocks.
Hey, you and I said it, I think, best when we saw it at that $9. We said, hold on. So you mean I got no risk? Essentially no risk there, because if I can get out and take my $10 back, I mean, did I risk there? So, you know, Chris and I talk about this, and I think who taught us the most about the watch of this, it would be Julian. So definitely a shout out there to the SPAC King. But, you know, you got to keep your eye on the net asset value. And the net asset value is so important, guys, because if you can get it below net asset value, that you can give yourself an opportunity to just hang tight. You know, this one, even if you didn't believe the story, let's say you don't believe the story, but technically and fundamentally where it is, it's a good entry point, and it gives you a good ability to go ahead and judge some risk and return and give yourself a probability. I mean, hey, if you got it down at $9 and you wake up today at 18, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I won't be mad about risking about, let's say, 10% for a 100% gainer. I won't be mad about it. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and let's get into our middle segment here. This is when we go ahead and unlock some SPACs. So, Chris, let's unlock them.
Yeah, so let's talk sports SPACs and athlete SPACs. Mitch, you know, you and I both talked about how Kramer kind of came out and he attacked these so-called celebrity SPACs, right? To me, these ones, though, that have athletes attached to them, it's not these athletes going in blind. They have these great management teams. They have experience in the sports industry. I mean, if you're investing in a software company, don't you want someone involved with software? If you're investing in sports, don't you want someone involved with sports? Don't you want a strong management team? So again, you know, we talk about Kramer on the show because he can move stocks, but at the end of the day, he has been very critical of SPACs, and that's something, you know, to keep in mind. Pay attention to these management teams, pay attention to, you know, these target markets and these entry points. So, you know, some might say that there's too many SPACs out there targeting that sports market or having celebrity backers. Mitch, do you know what I would say to them?
What?
Puck you. And I say that because we have a new SPAC out. Puck you is the ticker. It's trading as units. And guess what, guys? Even though it's puck, it's not about hockey. This one has ties to basketball, the NBA, and get this, Michael Jordan. So Michael Jordan's not a member of the SPAC team, but let me draw out to you guys how he could be involved and how this could be a great play. So this is a new SPAC. It's not public yet. It's going to be $225 million. It includes a full warrant in those units as well. So you get a common share and a warrant with Puck U. So Harvey Schiller is the CEO. He's a board member of the Baseball Hall of Fame. He was the commissioner of America's Cup, and he was the CEO of the New York Yankees, New Jersey Devils, and New Jersey Nets at one point. He also was part of the U.S. Olympic Committee as the director. He was the first president of Turner Sports. So the CFO of the company, William Duffy, is from Aspire Sports. He was the CFO of the Florida Panthers for the NHL and also San Francisco 49ers. So they're targeting pro sports team and media. So because of media, they've also attached John Miller, the former chairman and CEO of AOL, and he's a director with AMC Networks. But here's the reason I get really excited about this SPAC. As a member of the board of directors is David Falk. So that name might not be familiar to everyone, but if you watch The Last Dance, the Michael Jordan documentary, it might stand out. So he was the agent for over 70 athletes, mainly in the NBA. So he represented Alonzo Mourning, Patrick Ewing, and Michael Jordan at one point. He was influential in the creation of the Air Jordan brand, which has had a huge success, right, for Nike. He was also the executive producer on Space Jam, which, Michael Jordan starred in. He was named one of the most powerful people in sports for several years. In the 90s, he was considered the number 2 most powerful person in the NBA behind only Commissioner David Stern. And in the 2000s, he had clients on all teams except for 2. So he was very diversified across, but obviously Jordan is the one that everyone knows him from. And the thing I'll say is there's also a connection. So in The Last Dance, Michael Jordan actually, this was an old clip though, he spoke out against Harvey Schiller when he was part of the Olympic Committee. Hopefully they've made peace since then, because this SPAC then would have 2 direct ties to Michael Jordan, as Schiller was involved with selecting Jordan for that dream team in the 92 Olympics. So throwing out a rumor, obviously this is just a rumor, guys. Michael Jordan is an investor in Sport Radar. So we've talked about Sport Radar on the show before. They're the thing behind the thing, a sports data provider for sports betting companies. They have a duopoly with Genius Sports, which is going public, DMYD. Mark Cuban's also an investor in Sport Radar. So is Ted Leonsis, who's the owner of the NBA's Wizards. The NBA, huge connection to Sport Radar. And this SPAC has the former agent for Michael Jordan. I'm not saying it gets done, but I definitely see the connection. This is a SPAC I plan on getting involved in because, again, involved in sports, you get a full warrant in those units, and you have some experienced people in the sports world, and you also have those connections to Michael Jordan. So that's one I'll be taking a look at. What do you think, Mitch, about that one? I think that new mic of yours is muted, so we can't hear it.
The old mute trick. All right, so one of the things that I see is that when you see kind of these athletes making investments, one of the things that athletes get told about the most, I think, is invest in what you know. And so if you see them investing in the Sports Radar, it might be because they know that, hey, there's no one that's going to step in and take that underneath their feet. And so if a person like, Mark Cuban's looking at it, I definitely would take another look. Let's just say that.
Yeah, definitely. So, guys, I want to give you some more ideas here of some SPACs that are targeting the sports industry or have an athlete behind them. So there's a lot, but I want to try to get through these, quickly. Again, these are just some ideas for you guys, and kind of naming the people involved. So up first, we have ACAC. So this is run by the former CEO of MGM Resorts, interested in live events, gaming, hospitality, sports, and casinos. Also includes Boston Red Sox CEO Sam Kennedy in the management team. So again, connection to sports betting, connections to running a sports team. So they could look at any of those industries, and they have the experience already there. Then we have AKIC, which is the Falcons owner, who is targeting the sports and media sectors with this SPAC. Another one we've talked about on the show a lot is BHSE. So this is Bullhorn. Former NBA player Baron Davis is part of this team looking at sports franchises, sports technology, and entertainment. They were rumored to be acquiring Reebok at one point. I don't see that going through, and I think it got a lot of bad press as a result. But now we have shares trading very close to the $10 level, probably below net asset value at this point, and targeting the sports market. So I'll be taking a look at that one. Another one of my favorites that I keep waiting to get in is IGAC. This is one targeting the sports betting and casino market, possibly, as Bradley Tusk is involved, and Ivory Gaming Group's Christian Good is also part of the leadership team. So Bradley Tusk was an early investor in FanDuel, and Christian Good was the president of Genting Americas, which owns 2 gaming properties in New York. They also have the former Resorts World Las Vegas president on the team. Red Ball Acquisition, RBAC, is another one we've talked about several times. Of course, they were linked originally with the Red Sox and Liverpool, that Fenway Sports Group. But now RBAC is left, no longer targeting that asset as talks have, fallen apart. This is the Billy Bean, known for Moneyball, SPAC. Really think they're going to go after a sports franchise, but I think they could surprise and also go after a media asset. Sport Radar has also been a rumor thrown out with this one as well. Then another one we've talked about, from the very start, SEAH, targeting, the sports market. They have former executives. So the former NHL chief operating officer, John Collins, the former NFL executive, Eric Grubman, also hospitality connections, and then Timothy Goodell, who's the brother of Roger Goodell, the current NFL commissioner, also part of the SPAC team. Then we have SPTK. This one's newer to me, but came up on my list as it's connected to Formula One racing. Has the former general manager of the Houston Astros, has someone tied to Monumental Sports and Entertainment, and also the Cleveland Browns. So again, connections running some teams, connections running some leagues. So I definitely think that is worth watching. And then turning to some that are, have athletes attached to them. So we have SPFR. This is one from Barry Sternlicht, who's done several SPACs. This is Jaws Spitfire Acquisition. Serena Williams is part of this team, and known obviously as a legend in tennis. Serena Williams has also invested in over 30 companies with her Serena Ventures. That includes Ali, Masterclass, and Tonal. So she's been involved in several deals. I really like her being attached to this one. It's one I'm looking at. Then we have PFDR. I don't know a ton about this one, but Steve Young, former NFL quarterback, is actually involved in this SPAC. He was a name that was interesting to me, and I added it to my watch list, and we'll be doing some more, due diligence on it. And then one we talked about recently, but have to highlight again because it was a target of that Kramer report, is SlamU, SLAMU. Alex Rodriguez, former MLB superstar, is part of this team, going to raise $500 million and targeting sports, media, entertainment, health and wellness, and consumer technology. The SPAC filing did specifically say that they are not looking to acquire a professional sports franchise. They want to be, involved in other ways. Again, A-Rod has been involved, with running teams, so probably a conflict of interest there. The other thing that I'll throw out as a note on the SPAC, and we talk about, good management teams, Mitch brought it up in that watch list there, QuantumScape. QuantumScape was one of the best performing SPACs last year, hitting over $100. So who's the other person on SlamU that stands out? QuantumScape CEO and co-founder Jagdeep Singh is part of this management team. So here you have a guy, who did a successful SPAC deal, now attaching his name to an A-Rod SPAC. That excites me. I've also seen A-Rod on Shark Tank before. He is invested in companies. This guy is no slouch when it comes to getting deals done. He's not just a former athlete. He is now a businessman. So pay attention to that one. And then, of course, we had a couple that got deals done. So we talked FRX yesterday, which I own. That's the Shaq SPAC. Also, 3 former Disney executives. They signed a deal with Beachbody and MyX Fitness that I'm excited about because it's that connected and at-home fitness market, which is growing. They have a Peloton rival. They have a huge network of over 2.6 million customers. So keep an eye out on that one. And then FST, which was a restaurant SPAC, landed that deal with Fertitta's Restaurant Group that had Ndamukong Suh and Todd Gurley, 2 NFL players, both attached to that SPAC. So again, guys, pay attention to these athlete ones, these ones targeting sports. Don't rule them out because normally they have other people in the management team with the experience, but they also bring that sports knowledge to the team. So that's what I've got, Mitch. Holy cow, there are a lot of SPACs out there targeting sports media. I'm excited. I've owned several of them. I know you've looked at several of them before too. So what are your thoughts, Mitch, on some of these sports SPACs and, these quote unquote celebrity SPACs?
Yeah. So, one of the things that I definitely try to pay attention to is who does the celebrity team up with? I mean, because it's not just about, one person on the board. And I also like to look at the story of how the board was constructed. And a lot of this, you have to get out of the CEO of kind of, the company and how he started approaching certain people. That's why I like Supernova so much. You guys heard me mention that one before. And really the same reason why I like SEAH. You guys has heard me mention that one. I'm in that one. And Goodell's brother just gave me a little like bell going off. The connections that could have could be endless really there. So I'm going to be paying attention to these. And then there's some athletes that really know business. Like when we talk about Shaq, I mean, he really saved Papa John's. I mean, if you guys don't agree with that, I mean, just do a little bit of your research on how bad socially Papa John's was looked at for a little while there. And he just turned it around. As simply as putting himself on the board also made a big difference. A lot of these, celebrities, they don't want to be really a part of the investment. So see how much they're actually putting their foot into the investment. Do they have their feet inside the board? Do they talk about the stock? Is this something that is something bigger to them than just, hey, just another investment that I'm just going to put my money out there? Because they have the money to invest. But the big thing is how much focus and energy are they going to put towards something? Because these athletes, they already know the process of being the best in something. So if they're going to be the best in business, they're going to probably approach it the same way they approach their sports. So that's getting the right team, having the right trainers, having the right mentality, and also approaching it with the right effort and mentality in working towards being better at business. And I think that's what you see out of Shaq. I think that's what you're starting to see out of A-Rod. I think you see a lot of these athletes making moves. I saw just the other day Colin Kaepernick actually creating his own social company. And I think this is what you're going to see. These athletes are not judged upon like they used to be. They used to be the uninformed, just like they call us the uninformed retail traders. At the end of the day, guess what? The information's changed. A lot of these athletes have connections, like let's say Ndamukong Suh with Warren Buffett. If you haven't heard about that, he literally calls Warren Buffett up and says, how do I learn to invest? Athletes know what they're doing. They know that sometimes you can't be the best in your industry if you're just not that person. So you look for someone that is the best. Go get advice from the best and learn the process so that you yourself can do the same. That's what I'd say about that, Chris. And another thing is...
Sounds great to me.
If Kramer needs to go on vacation, he knows who to call.
Yeah.
Hey, what can I say, man? We'll keep working at this. We'll keep bringing you guys the information. And you guys see Chris, like, bringing you that information about QuantumScape, that the CEO is also on the board. Like, those are the type of research that you guys need to be working on out there to really dig deep in SPACs and not just be buying off a hype, but being an informed trader, which is very important. All right, guys, let's go ahead and let's get into a next step here. Everybody's favorite time. It's time for ticker time. All right, guys, so this is the best part of the day. This is when you guys go ahead and put your tickers in the chat. Let's see what we get going here. Let's see. I've been seeing everyone want to talk about SRAX. I mean, you know we're space heads. I mean, look at Chris's shirt. I mean, show that off, Chris.
To the moon, baby.
To the moon, baby.
Space SPAC.
Hey.
So, yeah, SRAC, you know, we've talked about this one for a while. This is momentous, last mile delivery in space. You know, to me, I think the story is a couple of years away, but I like the story. They're going to help deliver goods in space. You know, they did have the CEO step down, or the co-founder. And I think a lot of that had to do with, you know, some international ties with Russia. So I'm waiting to see kind of how that plays out, because there was a lot of talks that they couldn't land all these NASA deals with him on board. So that's a story to watch. Also, the other story, of course, is there's a new space ETF coming from Cathie Wood. I can only imagine SRAC is at least being looked at. Will it get added? That's not up to me. That's up to Cathie Wood and her team. But based on the ideas she's thrown out there of what she wants in, my gut says yes. But again, that's just a guess, guys. And I do own SRAC.
All right, let's keep it going here. Let's go to Siggy. Siggy coming up with the NPA. Let's go. Let's stick in the same industry here. Let's go ahead and take a look here. What do you think about this chart, Chris?
Yeah, so NPA, I think this was this week while you were out, Mitch. Citron Research came out with a tweet on it, right? So Citron now, instead of being short, is going long and talking about multi-baggers. And they called NPA a $1 trillion opportunity. I think the price target was $50 that they put on it. So this one rocketed higher. You know, to me, without the Citron call, it's the partnerships. So they have Vodafone, who's outside of China, the largest telecom company. They also have AT&T on board and American Tower on board. It may be years away, but I think they get that 5G from space, and I like the story.
All right, I have one being mentioned here that's interesting one for me to watch is Jake mentioning XL here. You know, one of the things is with that Helion move, and you're starting to see some kind of interest coming back towards this EV, is XL the next rocket to go off, right? I know a lot of people are keeping an eye on this one. Let me erase what I have there. You know, let's take a look just strictly off the daily chart. So off the daily chart, you can see multiple bottom actions now. Definitely getting me interested to risk off of this 18 kind of level here. One of the things that I definitely could see is kind of this sideways action here. Again, Alt H there. And then we could see this bottoming action here. There was a bottom right here, low of 1850s. It touched right here, 1860s. 1850s, and guess what? Today, a bounce right off of that $19 level, and really coming right off of it. So I'll definitely keep an eye on this one. I think with the interest that you're seeing in Helion, this one could be the next one up. It's definitely an interesting chart. So Jake, definitely a good mention there. XL, one to keep on watch for sure. All right, let's keep rolling through here. Let's see what else we got mentioned. I'm seeing some mentions of some people want to see Zoom. You're in the wrong show, Ron. All right, let's go to HOL. HOL, I know that one had a pop a little back when I was here. Helicity. Let's see where it's at right now. You know, one of the things that you can see here is kind of just a push up and then a pull back. Like, this is just common. And this is why you got to, like, you know, be careful when you're buying the high. Because if you're buying the high here, you know, you could have very easily bought into 20s. The next day, you're at 20, 22. You're thinking that you're a big man. And then, boom, you take a hit. You're back down towards 18. You wait 1 or 2 days, and this could come back easily towards support 17, 16. So definitely one to be careful on. Let me replace there the ticker name there. I know that someone mentioned it. Just trying to pull off HO. I'll just put it up for you guys. All right, so this is HOL, guys. HOL. I always want you guys to know the ticker. So there you go, HOL, guys. Let's keep rolling through here. Let's see what else we got and see if we can get into a couple more before 12 o'clock here. All right, so I'm seeing mentioned of let's look at no, I mean, come on, guys, let's stick to the SPAC life. Let's stick to the SPAC life. I'm trying to roll through here, trying to find some SPACs here. All right, so seeing mention of let's just pull from our list here. Looks like VGAC being mentioned here. VGAC. Let's take a look here and see where it's at on the chart. Just pulling back, it looks like. But one of the things that I can clearly see on this one is that this $14 level, it was a big resistance. And now you kind of got in this first dip where it dipped through, went to 1380. Then the second time it went to right to 14, bounced right off of it. And then today you got a low of 1402. So start paying attention towards that 14. It's definitely an important price point for VGAC. And that one was mentioned by John. All right, so let's keep rolling through here. Let's get some new comments. I'm seeing mention of IPOE being mentioned here. All right, so IPOE, let's take a look here and see where it's at. So one thing I can say about IPOE is that a lot of these have been sticking towards this kind of $20 area after the pop. But you see these multiple times to rip out, and now you're just seeing this sideways action. I would definitely give this one a little bit more time to go ahead and kind of work there. And that's IPOE mentioned by Scott Bradford there. I got to work on my ticker game here. All right, guys, one last one here being mentioned. You got any other one you want to mention, Chris?
No tickers. I do want to, mention we do have a boot camp coming up next Saturday. February 20th, and Mitch and I will actually both be there. This is a SPACs and options boot camp, and we'll be doing several panels, and I can tell you guys who we have coming, and you're not going to want to miss this. So if you've watched the show from the start, you've seen some of these people. We have Julian Klimachko from Accelerate, the SPAC King, coming to drop knowledge on what a SPAC is, why you should be in SPACs, how you can play them. So definitely want to hear from him. And then we also have Nicolo Damasi, who runs Technology. They, of course, had DMYT go public with Rush Street Interactive, RSI, and now DMYD merging with Genius Sports. And also a third SPAC, DMYI. So we're excited to hear more from Nicolo Damasi on, kind of how does a SPAC work? How does he approach looking at all these different targets for those deals? And, what is he targeting with that third SPAC? Since he went after sports betting, sports data, what's next? So we're excited. Sign up for that boot camp. We also have a SPAC newsletter you guys can sign up for, so you can get that news in the morning. The headlines, the deals. And then, of course, make sure you guys tune in SPAC Attack every day at 11. And I do want to say we have a couple CEOs coming on the show next week. I know of at least 2 booked for Tuesday and Wednesday. And I think we're working on adding more next week. So you guys are not going to want to miss the shows next week. Ticker time today, Mitch. It looks like everyone wanted to hear about space SPACs. That's what I heard a lot of. So, I see strong interest, and I saw some people asking, when is the Cathie Wood Space ETF going to launch? That's a great question. I don't know the exact date, but I will say it's usually up to 2 months from that filing date. So we do still have a little bit of time, before we really hear about which SPACs and stocks are included. But definitely keep an eye on space stocks and space SPACs, with that major catalyst coming.
Yeah, definitely you guys got to stick with us. We're going to keep working hard and bringing you guys new kind of, as you guys see from the SPAC newsletter. Definitely don't miss out that. Chris works hard every single morning to get you guys what those headlines are first. And if you want to be first, you have to have the newsletter, really, because if not, you got to wait till SPAC Attack comes on. And by that time, it just might be too late. So definitely check out that SPAC Attack newsletter. I put it into the chat, and you can go ahead and click that link. Another thing that you guys got to worry about is that, guess what? we're going to have some big things coming up in the next month or two. Not only is the boot camp going to be going on, but we're going to be working an all-day SPAC event. There isn't one out there, guys, so just shh, don't tell anybody. We'll be working on that, guys. I know Chris has been working definitely hard on building these connections. I got some other ones that we're going to be working on. We got some big companies coming through. Still reaching out to my man Tomas. Hey, he didn't hit me up, guys, but I'll tell you one thing. I think he'll keep fighting for us, so I'm going to keep working and looking at these SPACs. I think that you can get some of those on the discount now, so definitely keep your eyes out on those to see if maybe they just take a social hit for a little while and you can get these on a discount. Chris, anything else?
Yeah, guys, I can't say that enough. We're trying to bring you guys as much knowledge as we can. If you haven't noticed, because if you tuned into the show before when we were, on our own as a separate show, we are now an hour-long show running, 11 to noon every day. So that gives us more time. So we can do those educational segments. We can do the CEO interviews, and we can hit ticker time every day. So before we kind of had to stretch ourselves, right, and hit different things every day to fill that gap. Now we can do it all every day. So, you want to stick with us. I have, CEOs wanting to come on this show, and we are just trying to schedule everything, keep them all straight, make sure we get everything lined up. But there are people excited about this show in the SPAC industry. I'm proud of what we've built, Mitch. I'm happy about it. And, I love having these CEOs on, and I love our chat and our community here, so, stick with us. Great things ahead.
Hey guys, one thing I definitely would mention is that, Chris works very hard to keep the show running, guys. And Chris is one of our writers here at Benzinga. He's not just a video content guy. So definitely give him some love, guys. Let him know how much he works and gets you guys the information so that Chris every single night knows that, hey, I'm not just doing this for no reason, guys. And he really does work hard on getting towards these headlines, and also keeping an eye out on overall market. It's not like he just talks SPACs. So definitely keep an eye out. Smash that like button. We'll definitely keep rolling through here. And like always, guys, one thing I definitely want to say, and we'll bring it back, is that it's good to be back, man.
Guess who's back? Back again. Mitchie's back. Tell a friend. Mitchie's back. 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 SPAC Attack.
Yeah, guys, hey, stick with us. We'll keep working with you guys on the SPAC Attack. And like the song said, hey, tell a friend, guys. Tell a friend about SPAC Attack. Gotta
share.
Hey, share the love. Tell everyone where to be. And this is the best SPAC show in the world. And with that, we'll go ahead and get on out of here. Hey, next time you guys see us, we'll keep working on the gear. We're gonna have some more gear to go to, so definitely hit that link down in the description. Check out the swag, and we'll keep building here. Next up,
smash the like. We're almost at 900. Let's get to 900 real quick. We got Zinger Nation coming up, but let's start them off with 900 likes. Let's go, everyone. Mitch,
right,
what do we got coming up next?
All right, so we got the Power Nation coming on. I'm seeing some people in the background. Guys, if you're a penny stock fan and you have yet to see these guys, just wait. You guys will see them up next on Zinger Nation, and from there on out, I think you'll definitely be watching that podcast. So let's go ahead and bring on my man. Where's Luke at? Luke, where you at, man? We need you report to the show.
He's almost here. He's almost here. He's standing at the ready.
He's almost here. Luke, telling me you better get that moving.
He says to play the intro, so I think we're gonna go ahead and
play
the intro.
Thanks everyone. Stick around.
All right.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Zinger Nation, jam-packed show today. Peloton of 5%.
What's up, disciplined investor?
We got Benzinga CEO Jason Raznick here with us.
The man, the myth, the legend, Tom Nash.
Peter Schiff on the Power Hour with us live today. Interesting, different, unique, innovative companies. Mia, you are live with us on the Power Hour. What's up?
Thank you so much for inviting me on.
Jessica Billingsley, that is the CEO of Akerna, the best trade idea resource out there. Yo, what's up, everybody? Happy Friday. We did it. We are here. We are at the end of the week. Wow, I'm getting a wild echo, some kickback. There we go. All right, problem solved. What's up, guys? Happy Friday. Welcome to the Power Hour. We are going to jump straight into it today. I've got, let's go through the agenda. We'll start today the way that we start every day. All right. Which is what the point of this show, guys. The reason why we're spending this time together, these 60, 70, 90 minutes together, is because we want this to be the best trade idea resource out there, right? Everything that we do at Benzinga, we want to be the best at it. And including the show, that's why we're going for it. So guys, if we're not delivering on that promise, if you're not leaving this show with trade ideas, tell us, call us out. All right, you have the chat, you have our emails, call us out and tell us, because we want to make sure that we're delivering on that for you guys. So I'm just going to get straight into it today. I think that I've got probably the most compelling stock pitch, and I'm actually going to be pitching 4 stocks at once. I think I have the most compelling stock pitch that I've made yet on this show, the 3 or 4 months that we've been doing this. So I'm going to get straight into there. We then have an awesome group of guests today. So Dan and Hugh are back at it. Obviously, favorites from the chat. They're going to be hanging out with us. And then we're going to be talking bank stocks. We're bringing on Tim Melvin, super deep value. I know you're probably thinking, deep value in this market, does it exist? I don't know is the answer. I hope Tim has some names for us, but we'll figure that out. So without further ado, let's get into this, guys. And of course, as always, in the chat, drop me any tickers that you want us to cover. All right, I guess I'll do a couple things. So 1, any tickers you want us to cover, put them in the chat. 2, yesterday we did this fun Benzinga Pro giveaway. It was like the best thing that we've ever given away was that Benzinga Pro login. So whoever makes the comment closest to the stream hitting 1,000 likes today while we're watching this, I'm going to be watching that comment box. So, when we hit that 1,000 mark, whoever makes the comment that's closest there, whoever has that nearest comment, we'll give that Benzinga Pro away to. We did it yesterday. It was a lot of fun. So somebody got their free account. So there we go. But all right, without further ado, guys, I think that I have the most compelling stock pick that I've ever made. Let me get some warm-up music going. Oh, but I have no soundboard again. Every day. I just had to find out the hard way that there is no soundboard. But all right, here's what it is. And these stocks that I'm about to pitch are stocks which are not often pitched. I'm going to start off. I'm going to give you the tickers, and then I'm going to back you into it. And again, I think this is probably the most compelling pitch that I've made yet on the show. But the stocks are going to be Charles Schwab, SCHW, Tiger Brokers, TIGR, Interactive Brokers, IBKR, and IG Group, IGGHY. All right, so here it is. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of inside baseball. Let me get my screen set up here, and I'm going to be sharing in a second here. Okay, so share my screen, adding it to the stream. There we go. All right, check this out. Right, this is for 2020 on a weekly basis. The number of users that we've gotten to Benzinga.com. Right, you can see COVID happened. Right, in Benzinga.com, obviously financial media. Right, COVID happened. We jumped 50% immediately. Right, we all saw it. The retail trading frenzy, the boom. Everybody got into the market. COVID happened. There's nothing else to do. So that's how we do it. Right. That was obviously a big catalyst for all these online brokers. Again, the tickers that I pitched: Schwab, Tiger, Interactive Brokers, IG Group. All right. Check this out. Okay. I'm going to take this chart that we're looking at right now. Okay. And I'm going to add another 2 months on it. So, and somebody in the chat, please help me out with the tickers. Put the tickers in there. All right. So here's our traffic, our number of visitors to Benzinga.com on a weekly basis. Now look at this. The previous chart, this page that we're looking at here, this goes for all of 2020. We go to this next page, and this is going through the first 2 months of 2021. So when COVID happened, We got a 50% increase in traffic. When the GME madness happened, we literally got a 4x, right? So here's one spike, right? This looks good. That's great for the online brokers. You have more people trading, caring about the stock market. And then look at this thing, friggin' explosion, right? If we thought COVID was the biggest catalyst that could happen, which we did, now look at this, right? I mean, it's up to 5 million people a week. But wait, it gets better. I can make this even more compelling for you, right? So we can actually track on Benzinga.com. Yeah, I see that wow in there. We can track on Benzinga.com how many users are clicking from our site to go visit brokerages, right? And so again, I'm going to pull up this chart. Here's 2020. What we're looking at on the screen. This is just 2020. You know, you can see COVID happens, and there's a massive increase in the number of people that are clicking from Benzinga.com to go visit their brokerage websites, right? You know, huge thing. COVID was great. The stocks rallied. The brokerage stocks rallied. But check this out. This is all just 2020 right now. Maybe I have my sound thing. I'm going to do a drum roll. There it is. Now I'm going to add 2021 onto here. Look at this, right? This big hump that we see right here is this right there, right? It's not even noticeable when you add the 2 months of this year onto the chart. I mean, look at how many more people are clicking from Benzinga.com to their brokerage accounts, right? It's you had the COVID bump. This thing, it's like 18 times more compelling. And again, invest in what you know, right? You win in trading, you win in investing when you have some sort of information advantage, some hypothesis over other people. And that's why I like this. So check this out. That's the story side of it. You guys know I always like to give the number side of it too. So I looked at the estimates, right? The analyst estimates for these upcoming earnings reports. On average for this group of brokers that I just talked through, the revenue estimates. Oh God, there's a match. We're not looking at that. It's a fucking disaster. The average increase in revenue estimates for these online brokerages has only gone up 8% over the past 30 days. Right. And that's sort of like a typical move. You know, you see that within that 10% range, up or down into the estimates. OK, we get that. It happens. But again, the analysts have only revised their sales estimates up 8%. I'm telling you guys, I see it firsthand. We see it with the craziness. COVID was a catalyst. It was a 50% jump. The GME thing, it's way more of a catalyst. I mean, Robinhood and Webull were the number one and number two most downloaded apps out of everything on the App Store for days, right? More downloaded than Facebook, more downloaded than Snapchat, more downloaded than Instagram. So I'm telling you guys, I know that we've got to wait a little while to get to this next earnings report for these online brokerages, but they are going to be good. And the other thing that we have to watch out for in the catalyst is just the Wall Street analysts catching up. Right, that they haven't revised their estimates upward yet. They will at some point. And when that happens, that should give us some lift on the stock. So again, guys, the tickers SCHWTIGRIBKRIGGHY. So that's Charles Schwab, Tiger Brokers, the Chinese one, Interactive Brokers, and IG Group. And get this, Tiger Brokers, right? They said that they think they can increase their accounts by 50% over the next 2 years. I am going to bet that they've already almost hit that based on the numbers that we're seeing. So there's the pitch. Again, guys, I think that's the most compelling pitch that I have. Again, you win in the market when you have some sort of an information advantage. That's what I have. We have all these analytics from Benzinga. Let's put it to work for Zinger Nation. So I'm going to throw that one out there to you guys. If you like those picks, you think the pitch is compelling, give me a 1. If not, give me a 2. And we'll go from there. Whew. All right. That was like 15 minutes of just straight talking. All right. And now that I've given something, I've given my pitch and throwing that out there. I'm going to ask you guys for something. Well, let's see. Benzinga.com/options. All righty. All right. Check out this new page that I made recently. We just put this up earlier this week. It's an unusual options activity page, right? So, you can go scroll through it. You see all the unusual options activity. for any given day. You can go back historically, you look at just today, whatever. The way that we define unusual is some sort of crazy amount of trade volume versus the open interest, or some crazy strike price, either higher or lower, right? That's what we're looking for when we're saying some sort of crazy amount of trade volume. That's what this unusual options page is all about. We want to make it better. We know it's not there yet. We don't have search on the page, that sort of thing. So we need to make this better. So guys, I'm going to drop this link into the chat here. Just bear with me and look at the YouTube stream for a second. Dropping this link, I'm spamming it in there. It's powerhour@benzinga.com. Guys, we email us, tell us how we can make this page better. Just give us one thing to make this unusual options activity page a little bit better for you guys. Again, we're doing it because we want to make the best pages out there. And so let us know. But all right, I think it's time to hop over to our guest. Let's fucking do it. All right, I'm just gotta take my screen share down, do one of these. All right, what's up, man?
Hey, man. I didn't see you. I'm just in my brand new house. You can see it.
Wait, you okay? How brand new are we talking?
I mean, ever since I realized that you guys had a green screen option on here new.
Okay, there you go. Nice. All right. New as of today. All right. I mean, it's a nice house. What's your favorite feature of it?
Probably that bookshelf or that couch right there.
Yeah, you're a stock trader, but you're definitely not a weathersman.
Yeah,
the whole point thing.
So, where's Hugh? Is he? Are we missing him? Is he coming on?
We're missing him. I mean, I was sort of just leaving you there, waiting until Hugh came on. But I saw the chat. It said we want Dan. I'm like, all right, let's go. Let's just hit straight to it.
Yeah. The person saying we want Dan in the chat, that was me.
I know. Yes.
Okay. So that is.
I'm like, he's ready. He doesn't need Hugh. Let's just go.
Yeah. So well, I mean, it's been crazy. Only one red day this year. It was last Thursday.
What did it? What ticker?
All the SPACs just downtrending. It felt like another day in August. However, I trimmed a little SPACs. I know, paper hand Dan, but I'm like this past week just playing these low float halts that are going on, like even just slapping them into them and watching them go. Like you saw, like Comms, I think was one yesterday, and there's a few of them that just went crazy and. And it just going up like 40-35% and just playing heavy, but also having a little risk management is kind of how I've just been. I've been. It's the Wild West out here.
All right, wait. Give me a couple tickers.
COMS was one yesterday. Here, let me pull up some from yesterday that I noticed were some halters. Let me see here. Let's see here. LEDS was one that just halted, went crazy. I think that one was a better example. Yeah, like look at that yesterday.
Wow.
I think it might have even halted twice.
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull up. Here's a 2-day chart for us. There we go. That's better.
And just crazy, and all these things are just getting massive volume, just going nuts, and huge opportunities for some profits in some of these.
Okay, so let me ask about your mentality a little bit. So how are you spotting these? When are you deciding to get long? When are you deciding to get out?
So one thing I'm doing is just using a bunch of different scanners. Like in Discord every day, I'm in a voice chat and we're all talking. Hey, if we see something with low volume, and it's getting somewhere, we're like, okay, hey, let's start getting in on this soon before it halts up. And even some of them, like this one, I even did a little slappy when it did halt because it looked like it could just keep on going, and that it did. And whenever it dropped, I also like to play it after the drop as well. But this is super, super exciting, like to be able to do it, and it's the most exhilarating way I've ever traded. But at the same way, I do play with a lot of risk management in that.
And so like, are you putting tight stops on it, or how are you doing that?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not getting caught in a halt down. I'll tell you that much right now, Luke.
We've all been there, or at least I have.
Okay. I try my best not to get in them.
Yep,
same for that.
Man, and I see Hugh's on here too. Hugh, turn your camera on and give me a thumbs up when you're ready. And
I think he just said no camera, couldn't use Mac. So I don't know if he has audio or what.
Damn. All right, let's just try it.
He does.
Can you hear me?
Use it on.
Yeah, there we go.
We can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me. What do you call it? I couldn't use the Mac because I don't have Chrome on there. So no camera. So I'm on the Falcon.
Okay.
On the Falcon.
Wait, what's the Falcon? Is that like the gaming computer or what?
Yeah. It's what I have like all the screens on and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what I'm using this on, and the mic that my
back of my house is a little blurry. I apologize.
Dude, that's fancy.
Dan's new crib.
Yeah, bought it with yesterday's gains.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, that's the move. You only have one red day of the year. You know, that's the type of choices he's making.
But yeah, I mean, even just right now, we're starting to see some of these SPACs turn around, like Clove, like Lots, and we hope they're not just a little dong tease like we have been seeing. We'll see these nice, pretty candles, and then it's just another week of disappointment. But I think what a lot of people are, they're complaining about these, and they're just they had too much money in them. The SPACs are a world of its own. SPY may be doing great, SPACs may not be, and they're longer holds. And I think a lot of people are just freaking out just because they're not making money instantly, and they see like all these crazy things going on.
Yep. I mean, the energy's gone out a little bit. I trimmed a little bit. Let me ask you guys about this one. CCIV, do you have any opinion one way or another on that one?
So I actually got some crap on Twitter because I bought some puts that were far out, like $12, $15 next month. Okay. I missed the party. So here's what I said. I missed the party, so I decided to call the cops on it. I don't have anything against the people that like Lucid X CCIV. The evidence is there, but just because the evidence there doesn't mean it's always going to happen. So if it does fall through, I put around $350, $400 in it. And if I can get, if it goes to 12, that's going to go to like 25 grand. So it's just a small hedge. And if it happens, it happens.
Yeah. Hugh, do you have any take on that one?
Yeah, definitely. Because here's the thing. For me, it could definitely be the next KCAC, the next KCAC. But for me, you also have the risk of this falling through. And if the deal falls through, then it's worth $10 a share. Yes. So I think for me, it's like the risk to reward's not there. Personally, you're basically leaving it down. This reminds me exactly of KCAC. If it goes through, fine, great. Then you have a nice. You have a nice runner on your hand. So if you're holding from 10, fantastic. But your risk to reward at this point at the 35 level, I don't see it unless you love Lucid, you want to be, majority shareholder one day, and you're just going to start scaling in on any dip, then fine. That's the only way.
Yeah.
You're trying to do a hostile takeover and you're just going to scale in on every dip down to
Toyota or something. Fine.
Dude, everyone knew that UAVS and Amazon were merging, right? And the price is crazy right now. I know, obviously you'd be like, oh, well, perfect. I'll add more CCIV. But, we saw the dips, and long-term hold, this might be just a fantastic play, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, right. Just the risk to reward here is, I don't know, is ridiculous.
I'm with you guys, and I'm so glad to hear that. I thought I was literally the only person in the world, maybe, right? We got 7 billion people. I thought I was the only one in the world who didn't like this stock. Because I totally agree, right? If a deal gets done, it's already up to 35. What does it go to? 55, 65, maybe it doesn't. Yeah, that's when you're getting caught in that halt down.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not stopping. Uh-oh. We lost you.
I thought he just stopped talking.
It says devices not connected. Bummer. All right. So maybe I'll throw us a refresh.
Hugh. Yeah, hey, I'd recommend trying it on your phone, Hugh, if you haven't already.
All right, but Dan, what else are you looking at?
Yeah, so right now, like I said, I'm just watching some scanners, getting some low floats that are being loaded, and hopefully they're the ones that end up having these huge pops. And it just depends on it could be just off of someone on Twitter or someone calling it, and you just happen to catch them loading it. So you're just like, oh shit, I got lucky. So it's one of those things. You have to know the game. You have to know like what's going on right now. And right now, it just seems like a lot of these low floats. Like earlier today, we thought Chinese education stocks were going to be the one today.
Happy Chinese New Year, by the way.
Oh, hey, yeah, to you too. You saw
Chinese New Year. Everybody out there in the chat. Chinese New Year starts today.
Yeah.
But all right, but what, you said Chinese education? No.
Yeah, I expected some Chinese education stocks to run maybe, and then also
which is like what? What's that? EDU? Is that the ticker? Yeah.
But also, the weed stocks reversing a little bit. We saw that huge drop in them yesterday.
Yep.
And, another thing, I expect it to continue dropping. We actually talked to the Wolf of Weed Street. We have it coming out in this week's podcast. So,
Sweet.
yeah, and he kind of called this dip, and I was like, shit, dude's a genius. And he sees the future.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Like I said, it's all these surprises in the market, and you just kind of have to play what it gives you. I mean, that's why I kind of trimmed some SPACs, and I'm sure that's kind of the same as you.
Yeah, I literally on the show yesterday, I trimmed some of the SPAC position just because the energy's not in them. When I see that energy get back into them, I'll throw those positions back on, take that capital and dump it in there. But Dan, were you trading when Tilray had its IPO?
I don't believe so. No.
All right, check out this chart. So see, this is I don't know how many years this is. It's like a 3-year chart maybe. We see this crazy run up that we just had, right? And it looks like nothing compared to this.
Yeah, was that like the 20? No, that was 2018. Yeah, I mean, like whenever weed was running, it was running, and I think like that's kind of how like the whole used car salesman joke was made out of like the whole. Oh yeah, I lost all of my money investing. Like, sorry, you can't go to college. Daddy wasted your college tuition in Bitcoin place. You know.
Yep. Hugh, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you. Sorry, we lost you.
You see that big candle? That's where I blew up my third account.
Wait, can we do these stories? I blew up 3 accounts too. Can you tell us the 3 you blew up, and I'll do mine?
Let me see. So the biggest one was what I did was I blew up one big account, which at the time was like $7,000, which was like my literal net worth. And then from there, that's when I realized like, okay, I can't do this too many more times. So from there, it just proceeded to be, I was funding my account with money that I was making, while working in high school. So I never really got to the, like, let's call it like $25 threshold. But basically what was happening was everything that I was making was just going into my trading account, and from there right out. So that's I kind of consider like the $7,000 that I lost as the blow up. And then from there, it just took me like an additional 1.5 years to really start making anything or stop losing.
It's still cheaper than college, right?
Oh my God. Yeah.
And he's doing both.
Yeah. Yeah. Double hit.
Yeah. My 3. So I blew up 3 accounts between the ages of 15 and 19. Same thing as you, right? It was like summer job money, mowing lawns, painting houses, take that, funnel it into the account, blow it up. The first one that I did was I bought every penny stock newsletter out there, right? Like all the super pumpy penny stock newsletters, all those went to zero. The second one was I was trying to basically just short stocks that would go up 100%. Be like, well, that's overvalued, no basis. Short it. It goes to 500%. Yep, there's 2. And then the third one that I blew up was buying. I thought I was so smart. I was buying all these patent troll stocks. And like there was like one where it was the company was suing Google, and I'm like, all right. So if Google has a market cap of 100 billion, this thing has a market cap of 15 million. It gets 1% of Google revenues. It's a no-brainer.
That's so funny.
I know one thing. I know you love us talking about our swings. I know we all talked about TRCH, and it had its big run whenever Hugh talked about all his DD, and it ran like 80% that day. It's now on a little dip, Hugh. I know you said you had another half of DD. Are you dropping that on the podcast this week, or what's up with that?
Yeah. So, I mean, I've kind of, I've been looking for a while for what sector we're going to kind of rotate into. And I really think that it's going to be, because I think right now we're looking at the Biden administration. Everything that the Biden administration wants to focus on has had a decent run. I mean, we're talking about electric vehicles. We're talking about weed. We're talking about solar. And so the next thing that I really think is going to be big is going to be drones. and 2, 5G. So basically anything that can be kind of an emerging market within the next decade. And that's where Vissel, comms, and TRCH really come into. I mean, TRCH will probably end up being an investment for me. But right now, for my investments, it's more of like a 5% of the total portfolio. Right now, when I'm trading, it's much bigger than that. TRCH is my cousin was texting me earlier today about it, saying like, dude, why would you ever like get into an oil, right now? And what nobody sees is the underlying merger, which is with Meta, and Meta is huge. They're working on an MRI scan. That's not even that right now. They're looking at a potential $13 billion market cap, accessible market cap. And, and that doesn't even include if they do eventually change the MRI scanning, the MRI scanning game. So that's the TRCH I really like. And then, like I said, comms.
Wait, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, I know.
You're either going fast or I'm slow. Probably a combination of the
like
two.
he's been doing this for 3 days straight in Atlas trading. It's crazy. I don't know. That's why I was like, here, let him try and get some of this energy out, because I'm sure his girlfriend's tired of hearing about this company.
Wait, so what is the business? It's an MRI play.
No, so TRCH is right now, TRCH without the merger is Torchlight Energy Resources. Yep. And they're going to merge, and they're going to have 25% of Meta. And so Meta, okay. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I like right now, because everyone just looks at TRCH as Torchlight, as Torchlight, and they don't see the underlying, not even just the assets of Meta, but the Meta is inside all emerging markets. Like I said, they're working on electric vehicles. There was a thing yesterday that I saw about a rumor with Tesla. They could definitely partner with Tesla, but I don't see a merge with Tesla. It wouldn't make sense for anybody. Mm-hmm. But they're working on electric vehicle technology. They're, like I said, I touched on the MRI. The MRI, they're trying, MRI, to change the scanning game of an MRI, it's going to take years, but the potential is there. They're not in the first stage of the MRI scan. They have real technology. And now it's just about actually testing the technology on a lengthy trial. That's really what it comes down to as far as the MRI. So I'm not going to include that inside, the market cap valuation. So I really, what I'm really looking at is, okay, TRCH, what are they getting out of it? They're getting 25%. And I saw some criticism about the 25% valuation. Guys, TRCH is right now is worth like 200 million.
Yeah, that's what I see on the market cap.
Yeah. And do you see what Meta their assets are?
No. What's the number?
Their assets are north of 4.8 billion. Their assets alone. So,
and are those hard assets, or does that have like intangible goodwill in there too?
No. Those are hard assets as of September. So they do have some debt, but again, they're a growth company. They're inside emerging markets. And that's what I think is really the important part. And so what's our downside on TRCH? TRCH to merge had to have $10 million liquid. What they did was that they did a raise earlier in the week for 23 million, I believe it was. It was over 20 million.
Okay.
So, and then the Meta CEO comes out and says that they already have 47% of the vote, for the merger, and we're a month from today from the merger. I know that's one of the biggest risks when you're talking about it. So when we talk about risks with mergers, the risk is the share structure. Okay, we know that TRCH is going to have 25%. I'm fine with that. If you were going to get 25% of, you could even call like Sony back in the 70s, that would be huge. And I'm not going to make that comparison, but I'm saying, 200 million market cap does not deserve more than 25%. So I think that's important. And then the next thing is capital. Well, they just raised. So now we have that. And then finally, if the merger will go through. And right now it looks like the merger is going to go through as far as early votes.
So I mean, if it's at a $200 million market cap, and they're about to put $1 billion worth of assets on the balance sheet, right? So you're saying that 4.8, 25% of that.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems pretty compelling. Like just that piece of it.
Yeah, that's kind of how I look at it, is that just from a valuation standpoint, it looks pretty compelling. And this thing, because I mean, like I said, is that even my cousin who works inside finance didn't even see the merger. Because TRCH is kind of, if you will, one of the energy companies that it's just one of those like forgotten energy companies, where you're just like, okay, left for dead, left in the back. And what Meta's doing is that, what they're basically doing is to TRCH, they're completely scrapping everything. And that's where the investors are going to get a special dividend. So if oil stays high and let's say that they get, 60 cents on the dollar for their assets, then TRCH, that all of that goes to the investors of TRCH, which I think just, puts in another element to why I like them, the special dividend.
Absolutely. Yeah, you gotta love those special dividends. And for anybody out there who's not super familiar with dividends, the X date is the important date. I hear a lot of people that are like, I bought the dividend the day before the pay date or the record date. The X date is your date in order to get that dividend. Don't be on the wrong side of that one.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, so I like the special dividend. I like the valuation aspect. And then like I said, is that TRCH in and of themselves are still going to run themselves to a certain point. It's kind of, if you guys think about Berkshire Hathaway, kind of inside that sense, or Tata, if you guys, India Tata. So what they're doing is essentially they're going to try and create, alternative fuel and alternative energy. And again, that's a longer game, but what I care about is that they're tied 25% to Meta, no matter what they do. And that's what I love.
Yeah, no, that's great. And when is that next piece of due diligence coming out?
It should be Sunday on the podcast. I'm right. Firming up a few things. I'm in contact with the IR. So let's see. Hopefully they they're not taking an early Friday and they answer my emails.
There we go. All right. But before we tell people how they can find the podcast, let me pitch you guys one. Dan, I don't know if you heard it earlier. I went on like this 20-minute rant pitching a couple stocks, but Hugh, and I'm curious what you guys think of this. But basically, when you have better information than somebody else in the market, you win, right? That's like information advantage always pays you. So check this out. I'm gonna pull up this first chart. Can you guys see my screen?
I was here for this one.
Yeah. Okay. You're here for this one. All right. So look at this, right? This is the weekly visitors to Benzinga.com. COVID happens. It jumps 50% instantly. Okay. That's good, right? The brokerages all make money. Charles Schwab, if we're running out, we don't have E-Trade anymore. We don't have TD Ameritrade anymore, but you got Schwab, you got IG, that sort of thing. Look at this. GameStop happens. It's like that COVID jump. You don't even see it on the chart.
No.
And look at this, right? This is the number, because we can see the number of people leaving Benzinga.com to go to their brokerage, right? We can see those link tracks. This is the number of people, you see COVID happen. You see way more people clicking over to their brokerages. I'm going to add 2021 onto this chart now. You don't even see that bump.
Wow, that's incredible.
It's crazy. So the ones that I'm getting into based on that, Charles Schwab, Tiger Brokers, Interactive Brokers, and IG Group.
It's actually crazy because I actually just checked our analytics for pennies going in raw, and one of the wildest things that I found was the amount of pregnancies happening after listening to it. Because I guess I don't know if it's like just so good or whatever it is, but it's like bringing the gift of life everywhere, and I think like that's the most beautiful thing, aside from financial freedom, which we're also providing. And it's just something beautiful to see.
Yeah, no, I mean, I ran into that problem too. My special friend listened to it, and there you go.
The special friend. Luke. Has the special friend ever been featured on Benzinga?
Nope, not yet. We'll have to make it happen.
Yeah. So, I mean, I really like TRCH. I think our biggest risk right now is that the merger doesn't go through or it falls apart or something. But like I said, I'm willing to take that risk, especially knowing the CEO of Meta tweeted that they're well on their way. That's kind of how I feel about it.
Awesome. And guys, tell us how to find the podcast. Tell us about it. If you guys are missing the podcast, you're losing.
You're
out.
an idiot.
Yeah, you're an idiot.
I mean, that's all there is to it. You're a
pregnant.
clown. You're a loser. You're losing money in the stock market if you're not listening to Pennies Going in Raw, brought to you exclusively by Benzinga. The hottest interviews from CEOs to the best traders there are. We've had Zach Morris on damn near 3 times now. Anyone else got that? No. PJ Matlock twice now. We got them all, and we're going to keep coming.
What about me?
Find it. Yeah, I say, and you got
Use on all 30 episodes. And that's the thing. And then you have this hot piece of ass every damn day. And the craziest thing is you can find it on Apple, YouTube, Spotify, but make sure, most importantly, you download it on all your devices, because it helps us beat the enemies, which are people like Dave Ramsey, who don't want you to get stimulus checks. So keep all of that in mind.
And make sure you rate it. 5 out of 5.
5 stars. 5 stars. I mean, that's all you can do. And download Benzinga Pro.
And send feedback to Apple. Write Apple, Tim Cook, that you can't rate it 6 out of 5. You should make an exception for Pennies Going to Raw. It's right. Tim Cook at apple.com. Tell him you need to be able to rate this podcast 6 out of 5.
All right, Luke. And to that I say, back to the stock market.
All right. Peace, guys. Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks, Luke.
All right. How was that? There we go. We got some new stock ideas, guys. Go ahead, smash that subscribe button. If you're new to the stream, you don't know what we're doing. This is the best trade idea show out there, right? Every day we are delivering ideas. I pitched mine. I just pitched 4 stocks at once. Let's go. We got Hughes pitch, TRCH. Throw that one on your DD list. And again, hit subscribe. We are just rolling idea after idea after idea after idea. That is the name of the game. Jason Raznick is going to be back on the stream in just a little bit here. He has a new ticker to talk to us about. He's been teasing it all week. He's been building this one up. I want to see Jason's new ticker. So Jason is going to be back on here teasing the ticker. We're also going to be throwing out a free Benzinga Pro account, pro.benzinga.com. That's a platform that I use all day, every day. When I'm looking at news, I'm looking at prices, I'm looking at charts. There we go. We're hitting it. All right. We got to give away 2 Benzinga Pros. I said, whoever has the chat closest to 1,000 likes is going to get one. I missed it, guys. Sorry. I wasn't paying attention, but I will this time. All right. Whoever has the most recent comment in the chat, when we hit 1.1K likes, gets a free Benzinga Pro. That's the deal. All right. So whoever's the most recent chatter, we hit 1.1 thousand likes in the stream. They're getting that Benzinga Pro. Yesterday, we did this again yesterday. I've got my eyes on the prize. I'm just going to be staring at it. So smash that like, throw your chat in there. Let's get this thing out there. And let's bring our next guest onto the stream too. We're going to be talking deep value, guys. So we're about to be talking some value. We're then going to be getting into Jason's hot new pick. So stay tuned. Later in today, we're going to be doing biotech. We've got our biotech show coming on at 2:30. We've got a new biotech ticker. And of course, we'll be taking your guys' biotech tickers out of the chat. So we got a jam-packed day. But all right, without further ado, and guys, I see all the chats, but you have to hit the like too to get that thing up to 1.1. Come on now. But all right, I'm going to bring our next guest onto the stream. Long friend of Benzinga, Mr. Tim Melvin. Tim, are you here with us?
I am here. How are you doing?
Doing well.
How's the weather up there in Detroit? I have to ask.
What I learned something this morning, and I learned that there's a big difference between 9 degrees and 15 degrees. You think about it, you're like, it's only 6, right? It's only 6 degrees. It can't make that big of a difference. Yesterday it was 9. Today it was 15. And I was significantly warmer this morning.
Sounds wonderful. Yeah, we had that too. We were only 80 yesterday, and we'll be like 88 today. So it's noticeably warmer out.
Yeah, and I'm curious to the chat. I'm throwing this one out there to Zinger Nation. Where are you all at? Drop that in the chat. Let's get some geos in there. There we go. Sorry, Tim, I got to cut you off. We hit the 1.1 thousand likes. I promised the group that we would give away a Benzinga Pro if we hit it. We have our winner, Tara Hill, TARAHILL, in the chat there. Let's go. powerhour@benzinga.com. That's the email address. I'm putting in the chat, powerhour@benzinga.com. Send us that email. We'll get you hooked up, guys. Maybe we'll do another Benzinga Pro later today too. It's by popular demand. But all right, Tim. Let's talk stocks a little bit.
Okay.
Where do you want to go? You want to talk banks? You want to talk other sectors?
Let's look at everything in general first. I mean, it's been a really interesting year, as I'm sure everybody knows. And I haven't been on the show in quite a while, but since I do follow banks very closely, when this all kicked off back in March with the coronavirus and the pandemic and all the insanity that followed that, we walked right up to the edge of the collapse of the banking system. We were closer than we've ever been in my lifetime.
Okay.
Had it not been for the stimulus packages and the steps that the Fed took, we would have broke the system. So, and if you look at bank stocks, which of course is my specialty, they stayed down. When everything else rallied back off those lows, they didn't move at all until we got clarity on the vaccine. So now they've started to move. We've recovered pretty much everything. We came in, Luke, as you know, we were 50% cash on March 1st of this year. So this didn't hurt us as bad as it did some other folks. I mean, Castine Capital, who's been around forever in the small bank space, they just called it quits in September. They said small banks can't be invested in. We're done. Of course, 2 months later, we got all that good clarity on the vaccine, and banks are viable again. But when I look at the broader market, I seeing some insanity that reminds me a lot of maybe 98, 99. Of course, you've got the whole Wall Street bets and GameStop and all that craziness. But then when I look at what's going on in SPACs, now I paid my bills doing SPAC arbitrage in 2007 because the markets were overvalued. And it was the only thing I could find to do as a broker at the time to generate any revenue. What's going on today with people paying way over the value of what's in the trust, that's just insanity. We made a lot of money by buying them below the value of the trust. In fact, we did CCIV just back in December. We put that out. We put that out as for banking on profit subscribers, $9.80. That thing is now up to 30, I think, as of yesterday. Yeah. So there's a way to play SPACs, and people are taking just crazy risks, which makes me a little nervous about the overall direction of the market. Meb Faber wrote this week that looking at low interest rates, which are supposed to justify these high valuations, right?
Yep.
Except every other time in history, when we had low rates at the start of a market move, we also had low multiples, very low multiples of earnings, asset value, and much higher dividend rates. Dividends were 4 or 5% as these moves started. Today we've got low rates, but we've also got nosebleed level valuations. So I'm kind of have no idea which way this market will go, and I'm really glad I don't make my living predicting the general direction of the stock market right now.
Yeah. So let me ask you this though: do you have some individual names that you like right now?
In the banking space, yes, I do. We've got some stuff we can throw out for you. Banks came into this with more capital than they've ever had, and their loan books were in better shape than they've ever been in. Once we got the Fed action, and most importantly, some clarity on the vaccine, bank stocks have started to move up rather nicely. But there's still a lot of these small community banks that are trading below tangible book value that, as the economy begins to recover, are going to become takeover targets. Bank M&A just dried up this year because it became about protecting your balance sheet, getting the PPP loans and the Main Street relief loans that your customers needed out there, and just surviving. This year, I think we'll start to see once again some offensive, I got to grow my bank M&A activity. So we feel really good about 2021. And in fact, we're off to a pretty good start, even though we're still at about a 40% cash level in the portfolio, because we're very strict about what we will pay for stock. So we're just kind of biding our time. There's some thrift conversions coming up that we're really interested in, and that'll give us a chance to add some names to the portfolio. But one of my favorite picks right now is way out in Washington State, and it's right up on the Canadian border. And it's First Northwest Bank Corp. That's FNWB.
Wait, give me that one more time.
FNWB. And this is it's a smaller bank, but it's incredibly well run. They've got plenty of capital. The non-performing assets are an incredible 0.13% of total assets at the bank. Most banks are well over 1 right now. So very well run, very good at lending money. They just reported record earnings. The Fed's approved them for a stock buyback, so they've been aggressively buying back stock in the fourth quarter. They've still got over 1 million shares of stock left to buy back, so we'll continue to see buyback activity supporting the stock. Now, in spite of that, it's only trading at about 85% of tangible book value here. So there's lots of upside in this stock when you figure most takeovers, even at today's prices, probably going to happen at 1.3, 1.4 times book value. So there's almost an arbitrage between what the takeover premium should be and what the current price to book is. But like I said, just very well run. There's been insider buying throughout 2020. Insiders already own a lot of the stocks, so there's real skin in the game. Excuse me. So just well run bank. I think there's a ton of upside.
Okay, so I'm just going to recap it for anybody who's just tuning in. So Tim's talking to us about small bank stocks, and when we say small banks, we mean these community banks, right? They operate a handful of branches in some sort of geography. They're smaller market caps, right? I think generally under 500 million or so. And basically, Tim's the strategy he looks at with these is, a lot of these stocks are trading below the assets that they hold on the balance sheet. Plus, they're prime targets to get taken over by bigger chains and some of the regional banks. Is that a fair summary, Tim?
That's exactly correct. It's years ago. We're going all the way back to the 90s after the savings and loan crisis. I realized that every person that I talked to that had what I'll call Main Street wealth, not Wall Street wealth. They ran a big construction company. They, had a very successful business in town, and so they're worth millions of dollars. They always, anytime you talk to them, they owned a ton of real estate, and they always owned shares in at least one local bank. In good normal times, local banks are licensed to print money, and when you've got a 400 or 500 basis point net interest margin, it's really hard not to earn a 12 to 15% return on equity as a banker. So just, very profitable compounding. But then you had the fact that we have too many banks, okay? When they first made interstate banking legal, because years ago, you couldn't own branches in 2 states. It wasn't allowed.
That's crazy to think about.
It really is. But this only happened in the mid 80s. If you were the First National Bank of Texas and you wanted to open a branch in Oklahoma, you had to go start the First National Bank of Oklahoma. You had to have 2 separate banks. Once that was phased out, we've gone from about 18,000 banks down to just a little under 6,000. We're going to go to as low as 2,000. We do not need this many banks in the United States. You're going to see 3 to 4% in a really good year, 5% of all banks get taken over, and it's not going to end anytime soon. So, which banks get taken over? We actually know that, okay? Most of the bank takeover targets are going to be smaller banks with lots of extra capital, measured by equity to assets ratio. That's going to be over 10. They're going to have capital, but they're going to be underperforming because that capital is going to be a drag on performance, okay? So they're going to have lower returns on assets, lower returns on equity than the banks that are looking to acquire. So same token, these banks are pretty safe, right? They've got all this capital. They're insulated against almost anything that can happen in the economy. Like the banks in our portfolio, even if the banking system had gotten waxed back in March, most of our banks would have survived because they have a ton of capital on the balance sheet. So now I'm, John Allison at Home Bank Shares, who's the HOMB is the symbol, the best banker in the country when it comes to doing deals, and he does 1 or 2 a year. He specifically outlined what they looked for when they're making a deal, and I was like, damn, that's the same thing I look for when I'm buying a stock. So we're just trying to think like the guys that are doing the buying and get in front of them, and we think that will create what has created excellent returns, prior to 2020, the 3 years prior to that, we had over 35 takeovers at massive premiums in the portfolio. We expect that as we continue to get people vaccinated, the economy gets back to where it needs to be, we get a stimulus package passed to get us to the point of full vaccination in some sort of sense of normal. We're going to see that type of excessive takeover activity pick up again.
Yeah, and guys, the thing that I love about Tim's strategy is he's the only person that I know that has had like a long-term strategy of trying to pick M&A targets, and like he just said, nailed 35 of them. That was the next question that I have is how many of these M&A targets have you gotten? And now it's 35 stocks that you've picked as potential. No,
way more than that. It's 35 in the 3 years prior. Okay, we probably have 60 or more since inception in the portfolio. Because we started in mid-year 2013, and we were getting takeovers almost as quick as we could get buy recommendations out the door.
Wow.
So, and it's not going to stop. When you talk to the bankers, like John Allison and other bankers, they tell you as soon as we are able to start buying banks and feel good about it again, we're back at it. Right now, I think you get tremendous regulatory pushback on an offensive takeover strategy as opposed to a merger of equals. So what I think, as we go into the year, we're going to see more deals, because I know that, Bank of the Ozarks, Western Alliance, Home Bank Shares, these guys want to be buying banks. And I can tell you, I'll just throw this one out there. There's only like 5 tickers left, but every banker I've talked to is looking at Florida. Okay.
Interesting.
They want to be in this market because all the money's coming here. So much Northeastern money came down here during the early days of the pandemic. Of course, it's always been coming down. We've got a flood. We were buying a house, this new house here in Bonita Springs during the summer. And the broker was literally getting sight unseen phone calls from people up north that wanted the same property, which cost me some money. So I, damn Yankees. So yeah, everybody wants to be in the Florida market. There's 5 tickers left. I would just buy them all and forget I owned them until you got the takeover notice.
I like that. And guys, you've heard me make the case for community banks before. When I make it's Tim's case that I'm making. I mean, I've followed him for years. I'm gonna drop a link in the chat. Tim does run a community and basically publishes his research on all these banks. Again, he's looking for the takeover targets. He's the only person I know who said, I'm going to go look for takeover targets, and nails them. Right, I hold a basket of maybe 10 of these stocks or so with Tim's thesis on them. So I'm going to put that link in the chat. Check it out. I mean, it will pay for itself. It's one of the only products that I'll actually endorse.
Thank you. I'll give you one other one here. That's one of my favorite banks that's still in our buy limit, so you guys can have 2 good picks plus buy Florida. And that's ESA Bancorp of Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. They're in the Poconos, the Scranton, Wilkes-Barre area, and edging down ESSA. And they've made some acquisitions in the last few years that have moved them down towards the suburban Philadelphia market as well. This bank, the CEO here has done an outstanding job. They did a thrift conversion several years ago. 2013 seems about right. And everybody expected them to just kind of go the traditional thrift conversion route. It would be a liquidity event, and they would sell the bank as soon as they could when the 3-year hold period was up. It's mandated when you convert from a thrift. No, this guy got out there. He started buying other banks, making acquisitions, growing the bank. He grew some to the north up into Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, and then down to the south towards Philadelphia. And they've done an outstanding job. The stock's trading at 90% of book value. As I said, outstanding management, tons of capital, only about a 1% non-performing assets ratio, which is really good when you consider that northeastern part of the country and how hard they were actually hit by the pandemic in local economies. So this is one of my favorite banks. They've been very conservative. A lot of banks, I'm not gonna say most, a lot of banks have been taking money out of loan loss reserves right now because the calculations said that they could. That's a little dicey because we can see the end of the pandemic, but we're not there yet. So I think taking the money out, a little too aggressive. These guys have been adding them in, going, let's see what happens. First of all, let's make sure we're standing when this is over, no matter what happens. I like that mindset. very well-run bank, great market areas. Not going to fall out of my chair if somebody comes in with an offer of 1.5 or higher times book value for this bank, because it's just very in the right markets. And so yeah, ESSA, I think you can buy it right around here. I wouldn't pay much more than about 15% more than the current stock price for it.
Yep, and I will disclaim, guys, a lot of these banks that they are not super liquid, right? It's not like they're trading millions and millions of shares per day typically. So if you are getting into it, always recommend using a limit order. Is that fair to say, Tim?
Oh yeah, you have to use a limit order. If you don't use a limit order in these banks, you're going to be the market maker's lunch. Okay, you're going to get just beaten. It's ugly.
Yeah, you don't want to be the market maker's lunch.
You don't want to be the market maker's lunch. No.
Cool. All right, guys. So look at that. The ideas keep flowing. I promise you guys at the top of the show, we are bringing new ideas today. We now have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 new ideas that I guarantee you were not tickers that you were thinking about before we entered today. Tim, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us.
Hey, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Appreciate your time today. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Again, I put the link in the chat earlier. Scroll up a little bit. Tim's is probably one of the very few products that I will ever endorse. I've been reading it. I actually used to edit it back in my early days of Benzinga. So I've been reading it for about 8 years now, editing it for 2 of those years, and it's awesome. Because again, like I said, he's the only person that I know that goes into the market with, I'm going to pick M&A targets and actually nails them. And so I own a basket of these stocks for that reason, right? We don't know which one's going to get taken over. We don't know when, but hey, I just say, okay, I've seen it happen. I'm going to go ticker. So set up some little chunks in the portfolio. And get some takeovers for there. So I'm going to throw this one out to Zinger Nation. I'm going to ask all of you if you guys like that small bank thesis. Again, it's that there's these small banks. They trade super cheap compared to the assets that they have. They're going to get acquired by the bigger chains. If you guys like that small bank thesis, drop me the 1 in the chat. If you don't like it, drop me the 2. I'm curious where everyone is at with this one. Obviously, because I own a handful of these names, I am in there with Tim, that ESSA. I am going to go ahead. I'm going to put a limit order on that one. When he tells me this is his favorite one, I trust him. And again, the downside is pretty limited since they're already trading at a pretty deep value there. But all right, guys, I've gotten several chats, several people in the chat talking about, what about the chat challenge? Are we going to get back to the chat challenge? That's right, guys. As much as it pains me to say it, it is Friday. All good things must come to an end. I wish that they wouldn't, but it is time to reveal. Let's pick the winner of our chat challenge, guys. This is every single week. Zinger Nation is going head to head. And we're figuring out, who should we listen to in the chat? Who's the best stock picker? Who's the worst stock picker? Right? Who can throw these names out there consistently? We started this one up on Tuesday. We're running through Friday. The question that I asked was, what is the best performing stock of the week going to be? Right? That was our challenge of the week. Next week, we're going to do something a little bit different. So if you missed out, come back Monday or Monday's closed. Come back Tuesday. We'll be doing another chat challenge on Tuesday next week. So if you miss it, don't worry. The winner gets 2 items from swag.benzinga.com, whatever they want from swag.benzinga.com. That's the prize this week, guys. And so it's time. I've got my soundboard working now. You know, like every day, you know, it's just got to not work once, and then we're back at it. Ready? Boom! There it is. Kenny M with his pick, CTRM. You are the winner this week. In just 4 days, you picked a stock that climbed 38.1%. But I am going to say, guys, Zinger Nation, as a group, I'm a little bit disappointed in you. We were pretty poor stock pickers this week. We got a lot of negative percents in here. You know, we got a lot of CRTDs. So y'all have made that. The worst picker was AUVI, Tyler. Sorry. I mean, down 60%. Come on, man. Can't be doing that to us. I threw out Voyager Digital. The thesis that I threw that one out on is basically this stock was depressed on a day that all the other crypto stocks were ripping. So I thought we would get some upside when the stock would catch up. I've been trading the stock just like that all year. It didn't happen. I'm down 3% on my pick. But again, Kenny, shout out, you win, ka-ching. Power Hour at Benzinga.com, guys. Power Hour at Benzinga.com. Kenny, shoot us that email. We'll get you hooked up with those codes. Caesar in the chat, swag.benzinga.com. 2 things, whatever you want. All yours. Let's go. What's up?
What's up, dude? How you be?
Good. I think I made the most compelling stock pitch I've ever made today. Twice. I made it twice.
Is it bad that if I think I'm the best stock picker in the country right now, the best returns, like right now, just for like these 2 weeks, like they call diamond hands, I call these like diamond encrusted hands right now.
Okay.
I have 3 stock picks.
If you're going saying that you're better than Dennis Dick, I mean that's pretty aggressive, but let's hear him.
I'm just in 3 days. In 3 days, I've given how many freaking crazy ass winners? And like I don't know who has better. Like I'm not trying to say I'm the best guy always. No, definitely not. I am right now. There's no doubt. If you find someone that's beating me in the market, I will bow to them. I will bow.
Okay. Well, you're not going to give us the tickers? Wait, come on. We got to recap the winners. There's that.
No, Austin Henning, I do keep it humble 98% of the time. But why I'm saying this, Austin,
98% of the time.
Yeah.
2%.
2% I don't. I'll tell you why I'm saying it, because I want people to make money. And I don't know if I'm going to ever get better than this. I'm at the top of my game right now, and I don't know what else to say. I'm at the top of my game. That's it. I mean, to give BTN at 245.44 and it go up, 22% since I gave it. Okay, that's in 4 days, and I said I'm taking a large position in it.
All right, hold on. I'm pulling up my charts here.
I mean, that's nothing.
Okay, all right. There's the first one. BTN 15% today. You got me on that one.
You're in it, right?
I'm in it, baby.
Yeah,
you got me in that one,
brother. I got everyone in it, and it's still going. It's not done.
And you got Blaze in the chat. He's saying he's a better stock picker than you. He said he bought Tilray for 45 and now it's 31. But Blaze, you're going the wrong way. Sorry. But all right. So there's one. You said you have 3. Give us the other 2.
Wait, someone said they're better than me?
So they tried to say.
Oh, no, there's no way. They wouldn't say that. Well, I mean, it's not just like, API continues to run. API, I bought a mid-size to large position, bought call options. We're up another 8% today, up 84% since I gave it to the show. The options are up 400% that I bought. No, sorry, the options are up 310% that I bought live on the show. EXPI, that's up 25% since I did it on the show. Okay. Not done. I'm not done. Tiger Brokerages, we bought it on Thursday last week. We're up 21%. And by the way, I'm not like saying that I will get dealt some humble pie, guys. I will get some picks wrong. It happens. Whenever you get too cocky, this is what I do. Right now, I'm definitely cocky. So I'm taking much larger positions than I ever have in my entire life. Like positions the sizes actually scare me than what I'm taking. But this is what I do. Whenever I get too cocky, this is what I do. And I suggest you guys all do this. It'll take me a New York minute to pull it up. Here it is. I got it. My New York minute's over. I'm going to take off your shared screen, Luke. I know maybe you have to go, but let me take off the shared screen and show my let's get our faces bigger is what I want to do. There we go.
Oh, that's a big face.
Yeah. You guys read that? Well, we got a Benjamin Dover. The saved calls. Look at that. You see that?
I see it. Right. I got the appropriate soundboard item for you.
Well, I couldn't hear it. It was too quiet.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Yep. I sold Amazon at $10 a share, $2.20 commissions a share back in the day. That'd be worth $1.6 million. But let's go. So this is great. So this guy who has a weird name, something Dover, asked me how my save calls are doing. So let's go to save.
Yeah,
Let's
Ben
go to
Dover.
save,
Shout out Ben Dover in the chat. Loyal fan.
His name is Dover. So my save stock is up 22%. Okay, and my calls are down 12%. My calls expire in June. Dover, I will take a bet. I will put money on a PayPal account right now that my calls will be a huge winner by that time. Where do you want to put it? I will put $1,000 to your $100 right now. Okay? And if I'm wrong, I'll throw an egg on my face as well. I promise you. Let's go for it, bend over.
And what's your strike on save? You said they're Junes. What's the strike price?
All right, hold on, Luke. Relax, relax.
Sorry, I just get so excited.
35.
35. All right, there it is.
Okay, so I'm $1,000 to your $100 there, Mr. Dover. You want to go for it? I guess I didn't think so.
Damn,
all right,
son, where'd you?
Yep. Okay, so then what else did I buy this week, Luke? What else did I buy? And guys, I'm still on the hook for BTN, so I'm on the hook for it. I mean, it was a larger position. Let's say I bought 20,000 shares. I'm up 20% in 3 days on it. So I may sell 4,000 shares at the end of the day today, just to take some earnings and lower that margins. But no, I was going to egg myself yesterday for my mistake, but you guys voted for me not to egg myself. I would have egged myself.
Wait, what were you egging yourself for? That must have been after I was gone.
Yeah, I made a mistake on something, and I don't remember what it was. I thought it was Aaron Bree, but it was me.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. And then
talk about some role reversal.
Yeah, that's true. the room. I mean, Aaron Bree just texted us, "Hey, I have someone to bring on the show." Like that's what he wrote. It doesn't say I have Jack to bring on the show. Then he did do the tweet a couple minutes later. I was about to freaking
he just says he knows his stuff.
Yeah, he knows his stuff. Well, what stuff does he know? Does he know? I mean, I don't even know. Wait, Ben Dover, are you saying he'll take the bet? If he'll take the bet, let's do this. Let's get a live bet with Ben Dover. You want to put the cat? I'll do this right now.
All right, I'll be the arbitrator of it.
Yeah,
and guys, the one that Hugh just picked, TRCH is running. That thing is on a rip right now. If you guys are in that one or watching that one,
my issue was my full screen issue. My screen. I thought they were doing some shit on the back end to fuck me up, so they weren't. Okay, Bill is up 50%. But Luke, I have a couple picks.
Oh, come on, Bill. You cannot take credit for Bill.
I got to take credit that I actually went and bought it.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, so wait, can we talk about a couple other ones, Luke?
Bill was We pitched that thing at 120, guys. 190. Let's go. Oh, I don't even have my air horn.
What about AMYZF? How much do I own of that?
AMYZF.
50,000.
You still want a big case? I can pull the chart up.
Yeah, I bought it yesterday. Someone in the room gave it to me. Some solar shit. I bought it.
Zinger Nation's hot.
Did you guys like the community banks, Tim Melvin? Did you guys like that?
Yeah. So somebody in the chat just said, was enjoying the info in small banks. Thought to myself, that looks like a nice, slower play. And then the chat, DRCH to the moon. Yeah.
All right. So
that thing is ripping right now. Jason, look at this. Hugh just pitched a stock on the show. Things exploded.
Let me see. What's the market cap?
Okay. What about 200?
I haven't had lunch yet, so I'm eating lunch on the show today, guys. I don't approve of it.
But you don't need lunch. When you got I got a subscription to Monster. I don't need lunch. It's great. Very, very healthy.
I gotta read you guys some stuff though. All right, you guys ready? Can I share the screen?
Yep, do it.
It's gonna go against TRCH, but I'm an equal opportunist.
Okay, I mean the thing is hot. It's hard to bet against a stock that's going up this much.
Yeah, but that's just what I do. All right, so it's your screen. How do I do my screen? Oh, right there. Okay. All right. Can we read this? So this person wrote me before I was getting the show. Raz, people mentioning TRCH on Benzinga. So he says Raz. I feel like that must mean he knows me, but I guess he doesn't. Right now, people talking about Benzinga right now should stop. It's a horrible company with shitty management. Just look at what Energy Credit One has put out as well as others on EFT. Okay, so I'm supposed to know Energy One. This is like the Aaron Bree, the guy that doesn't know how to communicate, just says, look at Energy Credit. I mean, you could say Energy Credit is like, used to work at Enron or used to work at DTE. But Energy Credit has 19,000 followers, all right? I follow him. Let's message him. Let's say real name.
Say I shorted the stock as soon as I saw this, down 25%.
Real name said, you are the man, and this stock is very bad. Is this correct? Here is his message. Okay. We are live on the show. All right. We are live on the show. Can you come on now and talk about it? Okay. So we got that going. What I missed?
I was going to say, Austin in the chat saying Luke should promote Bang Energy. I want to. I've reached out to them several times to sponsor this show. Actually,
why do I not believe you?
Me and Neil have been at it since we did our first boot camp in April. We sent pictures of us holding up Monster on the boot camp and saying we'd love for this to be a Bang Energy in our hands. Really? I'm calling them out. Yes, if anybody knows anybody at Bang Energy, tell them they effed up. We're making it big time. They didn't get in this, and now we're just sitting here without any energy drink sponsor. The official energy drink of the Power Hour.
We got to get back to this the stock of TRCH, but before we do that, should I do it?
Do what?
E-Trade?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, if you're an E-Trade user like myself and you have an account, will you send a note and to say something like, we would love Benzinga news because when a stock is moving, I don't see the news on E-Trade. You could look up MVIS. You could look up SNDL. You'll see that you're missing the news. Send a little more of a detailed email than you usually do. Then send a screenshot to powerhour@benzinga.com, and we may have some track jackets for you. The size, your size.
Should we do the attention?
Attention.
Should we do it or no?
I don't think so. I mean, who are you thinking, Lark?
No, I was gonna go down one.
No, you are
the D.
Okay. Say, I don't know. I don't know.
All right, not yet. We'll see if we get some traction first. Again, E-Trade users, send that email to E-Trade. Say, we need Benzinga news. The news I get on eTrade.com right now sucks. There's your scream. And again, email powerhour@benzinga.com, powerhour@benzinga.com. Guys, if you have any feedback for us, how we make this show better, how I get better, how Jason's gets better, how the website gets better, powerhour@benzinga.com. We read every single one of those emails. We respond every single time.
I have something to say about that, okay? I may have been upset about DoorDash, but I'm more upset about something else, about these emails. And I'll tell you in 1 second. But Vista Wanderer, you have a Benzinga Pro subscription, you can't log in? Email vipaccounts@benzinga.com or call 313-723-2000. If I talk too fast, just rewind me and play me in half speed. I can't get anyone in customer service. Oh, that's E-Trade, not us, because we're the Ritz-Carlton. Anything you guys want, we're the Ritz-Carlton. We make happen. Anything you want, okay? Like, you're just using us for stock news. There's a lot more stuff that we do. You know. Track jackets. I have jackets that I'm going to give out. That's what it is. Wait, hold on. We got to, what were you saying? Oh, Wingstop. That was another one of my picks, Luke. On the show, okay. I've been ordering so much Wingstop that I just had to buy it. And so I bought it. This is what I'm talking about. It's up 21 or 18% in 3 days. I know the market's been up, but I'm telling you guys, the timing's working. Follow me into some of these picks, or don't follow me and do what you want to do. You are who you are. I'm not managing your money, but we're working on getting this Benzinga ETF going. It's enough that we don't have it.
And in the meantime, I'm going to drop his Twitter in there. If you want more ideas, you can't
Who's
get
Twitter?
enough.
Who's
Yours.
Twitter? Oh, you said his Twitter.
Yeah, his. It's you and I.
No,
maybe hers. Sorry, her Twitter. I'm going to drop her Twitter in there.
Okay. And so this guy, back to the Twitter thing. Okay. Real name wrote, I'm a Benzinga follower. Just a warning because I heard TRCH getting mentioned on the current show with Hot Stocks Luke. While all eyes are on GME here in Energyland, TRCH is a 7-8 bagger system ever. 200 million market cap. Friendly reminder: CEO paid financial settlements and 2 Ponzi schemes. Yeah, Ponzi scheme, you know? Well, who doesn't do those? Just kidding. CFO company shut down by SEC for being pumped up. IR charged by SEC and oil fraud. All right, well, I need to see more of that. Okay, I need to understand that. Those are some good, serious accusations. I got to learn more. Can you give me a link to the SEC filing? No one? No link to the SEC filing. So I need to see I need to see the actual filing, okay? That's what I need to see. So thank you for the word of caution on TRCH. Luke, I'm hearing myself in the background. I don't know why.
You sound fine to me.
Great, Luke, but I'm hearing myself. I don't know why. So
Mitch Olson saying he's going to stake the Benzinga ETF with our first million. Okay.
Did he say first million? I got yesterday 11 million raised for the Benzinga ETF, and I want to limit the first tranche to 15 million. So that's my plan. 15 million is what I want to limit it to. The first tranche. Now, can we look up an old stock, Luke?
Yeah, but unfortunately, I'm gonna have to leave you.
Okay, that's good. I kind of wanted you to anyway.
All right. So Zinger Nation, I love you guys. Thanks for always supporting us. You let us have fun every single day. Spend some time with you. Talk some trade ideas. Give us tons of awesome ideas. I am out of here. Again, markets are closed Monday. Happy trading. We'll see you Tuesday.
Why are markets closed Monday?
Joe Biden Day. President's Day. Something like that.
Okay, cool. So you guys, this is my pet peeve. Kenny Powers wants to work here in business development. He writes this nice message. I got no problem with it. I like it. It's good. But what do I give him instructions to? Oh, 3 reasons why you'd be amazing at it. And then he writes that email, and it's a good email. I'm impressed. The thing that I can't do anymore is like I say to people, write to Power Hour Benzinga. And then I write back, or Luke writes back. The person writes back just to one of us. They don't hit the reply all function. The problem with not hitting the reply all function is we don't know if someone got back to the person. We don't know it's being taken care of. Why is America like so against the reply all function? I need to know this because I am literally don't know what to do anymore about this reply all function. So yes, I am arrogant on the reply all function. Mohammed, yes. Usually I'm the guy that smells, but today is a show of honesty and frustrations. And then you're going to hear, I gave my 2 stock picks, but I have one more. But then you're going to hear about the most embarrassing stock sells of my life and seeing what the stocks did. And I know all of you guys have those as well. So Apple to pay and accept crypto, that's going to be a huge boon for GBTC and Bitcoin. So reply all function, guys, you should for sure hit the reply all function. It'll make communications so much easier, so much better. And just like, I don't know what to say. Just like, just do it. You'll love it. People will appreciate it. Okay. Janet Lowe, you are amazing. You are absolutely amazing, amazing, amazing. Oh, David Dreyer, I'm off that email thread now. I can't do it. So the reply all, it's just like, the attention to detail in America today is like, I can't deal with it because I get a decent amount of emails and I really want to respond. But Spencer Israel, for example, he leads a certain part of the company. And if I put him on it and then the person just writes to me, I don't respond back anymore. If they don't want to reply all, then it's fine. Now I want to show you guys some of my main mistakes. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes. So if you're not getting info that doesn't pertain to you or you are Whitmer 23, then there's a reason for it and it's at your company. But if you're on the reply all, there should be a reason why it pertains to you. But I'm going to show you guys. I know I talked really braggadocious about my successful trades, but I gotta own up to it and show you some of my unsuccessful trades. You guys ready for this? It's pretty embarrassing, actually. So, where are we going? I got one. You guys are gonna crack up. You're gonna crack up. All right, ready? Well, let's do this one. I'm going to share my screen so you guys can see. Misery loves company. You know what I mean? And so I guess I need company on misery. So FUV, Arcimoto, FUV, right? That's what we're going to look at to start with. We're going to look at FUV. 1 second. I need to make it big enough. Hold on. All right. Here we go. Wait till you see my trades on this stock. All right, let me share my screen. Oh, there's someone in my room here. Some guy named Lance. I don't know where Lance is from, but I see a Lance guy. I got to share a different screen. Lance must be the Aaron Bry friend. Right, Lance? Lance, I'll be with you in a minute. I just got to show a couple of little things just to show my misery of my trades. That's all, Lance. I'll be back to you in a second, okay? But Aaron Bry doesn't Spencer Israel, we know his name is pronounced Bree, but he can't tell me someone's name or what someone does. I'll pronounce his name wrong, okay, until he does what he does. All right, guys, here is me on FUV. I bought 1,000 shares at $12.97. I bought calls for $1.30. I sold 500 shares at 13. I sold 500 shares at 13. I sold. Then I bought again. And guess what? I sold for a profit on this one. Well, that was at $16. It's at $30 right now. Why'd I do that? Because I was just, trying to free up cash to get into something else or what have you. But as quickly as you get really cocky in the market's there to bring you down. My FUV story is one of misery for me because I love the company. And more important, I love the company, but I love Sandy Munro. Sandy Munro is everyone's favorite grandfather. If you don't know Sandy Munro, then you're truly not a Tesla fan, which is okay. Sandy Munro probably is responsible for 20 billion or more of market cap in Tesla. You may not want to believe me, but it's true. SANDY space MUNRO. Go check him out on YouTube. He lives nearby me. He came out with a thing when the Model 3 came out about continuous innovation at Tesla, where every other car company is not continuous. It has new releases every year. It changed Tesla. And I sold FUV, even though I love Sandy Munro, and he's partners on this FUV. So that's probably one of the more embarrassing things I've done. And I have other trades like this too. HubSpot. I brought HubSpot at $46 4 years ago. I had Dan Gilbert actually talk to Mark Benioff when he met with him about why don't you buy HubSpot out, because they had the CRM thing at $46. I don't know why did you know that, but HubSpot was my pick of 2018 at 46 to 66. It's at $520 today. It's my biggest position besides Tesla and Google, HubSpot. I bought it at $46. And, that's it. I bought Twilio earlier too, but I sold Twilio in the March crisis, and then I bought it back in April at a big premium, but it still went up, so I guess I'm happy. All right, now I'm going to bring on this guest and show you guys that we all make mistakes. This guest, he made a big mistake on FSR calls closed the other day, I guess he was saying. All right, 1,000 shares at 16 and sold out 24. Adam Reynolds, if that is true, you take the cake. Look at that. Do you believe Adam Reynolds? Press 1 if yes, 2 if no. 1 if yes, 2 if no, if you believe Adam Reynolds. All right, Lance, are you here? Lance, we can't hear your audio. I'm not sure what's going on with your audio. All right, I can't hear Lance. All right, I'll come back on another time. Hey, Warlock, are you supposed to be here, or is this a different show?
I don't know.
Well, who brought you on? I don't know either, because this guy Aaron doesn't communicate with me. So
it was just they reached out to me.
Who's they?
From your homepage. The guys that control everything. Benzinga.
Who? Someone reached out to you. Tell me.
Your main Benzinga
account.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, it's you. Why do they have the wrong name on here?
I don't know who runs this thing anymore. What's up, man?
I don't know. What's up, man? How you doing, baby?
Wait a minute, am I on film?
You're on film.
That's better.
What was wrong with the sweatshirt?
What? Oh, nothing.
I'll rewind that. Can we get a rewind on that, producer? Producer Jocks. Yeah.
Nothing. Don't say
nothing.
anything.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
What's up, man? How you been? Happy New Year. Oh, wait, we're past that, right?
I mean, what do you think it is? Yom Kippur?
No, it's Lunar New Year just now.
I don't even know what Lunar New Year is. Where are you?
For the lunatics.
Are you in New York right now, or did you move to Florida like everyone else?
Nah, I'm in Jersey, baby. Yeah, I live here temporarily.
Yeah, I'm a Florida man mostly now.
Oh, really?
And Detroit. I'm in Detroit right now, but I commute. I think I'm moving to Puerto Rico though.
That's where everybody's transition, it seems to be. Detroit, Florida, and then Puerto Rico.
Lower taxes. I'll be there like in 3 weeks. Come hang out.
As long as you live there for at least half a year, you get all the tax benefits, right?
183 days, my man. You got to run most of your stuff. You got to like live like there. I have like a attorney on it and all that stuff. So wait, we do have to address Michael. Michael, Benzinga needs interns. Yeah, we need interns. Absolutely. Send an email to cooljobs@benzinga.com. Call today. All right. So what are you trading these days?
Anything that moves, my man. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Totally
This is the best
agree.
market ever by far. 10 times better than 99, better than 2007. It's incredible. Once you learn how to suspend your disbelief of what you're seeing, it tends to help. But anything that's moving right now.
Yeah, no, totally agree. I've never seen anything like it. I did a whole brag session when I started the show because I've never had moves like this. 80% gainers, 90% gainers, 50% gainers.
Yeah,
a minute. I'm not as good as you. So no, but seriously, you want to share your screen and show anything, or
I'm on my Mac right now. My trading platform's on a PC.
Okay.
But
So
today I've been just really like, I'm not even joking around. Anything that moves right now, I'm involved. I was in the GMEs and the AMCs before that whole thing blew up because I look for these stocks that really are awful stocks that come back from the dead. And when they come back from the dead, that's when you trigger the short squeezes. I've been doing that my whole life. Now that's become a thing. So the GMEs and the AMCs came after. We were in the JMIA, that Jumama stock, when that came out of the doldrums. NEO was a $2 stock and forgotten about before that exploded. Same thing with Blink. Fuel Cell and Plug Power were the same kind of stocks. So then we were buying BlackBerry with that same premise. Right now I'm in Tiger. It's legitimately my favorite stock on earth right now, TIGR.
Yeah, baby. Give me that gong. I own a lot of Tiger. Tiger's a small client of Benzinga. I got no muscles to show here. Small client of Benzinga, but I love Tiger. I love my Tiger. Give me some Tiger.
Now, you probably like it for other reasons that I like it. I like it because it's a dead stock coming back to life. The idea that it's the Robin Hood of China, whether it is or whether it's not, that goes, who cares? I'm all about when these stocks come back to life. And when this thing broke over 8, got over 1250, got over 14, after the 14 break, that's when we had that monster move. It got caught up in the frenzy. But what I like about it the best is that as all these other names, except the Bitcoin stocks that haven't rolled over and died yet because, they're mining the Bitcoin, they're making money, the weed stocks got hammered, your Reddit stocks got hammered. Tiger has weathered the storm. Every time that stock's pulled back, there's buyers there. No matter how bad it's looked like it was going to roll over 3 or 4 times, there's buyers there. And to me, it's self-legitimizing itself, or it's validating itself by the price action. So whether there's a story there, I hope there's a story that meets the technicals. Right now, it's my favorite stock, and I'm in a lot of junky stocks like, this one, Gevo, Alternative Fuel.
Wait, don't go. Wait, dude, come on. You're going too fast for me, Kenny Glick. Tiger. We're staying on Tiger for a second.
Okay, stay on Tiger.
I bought some Tiger like competitors too. I bought like JFN and JFIS or something.
Right.
So I don't know.
I got one for you.
Yeah.
LGHL. It's the lion of the tiger.
LG, the line of the tiger. LGHL. All right, let me get that on my.
We got lions. We got tigers. We need a bear now.
What do they do?
LGHL was supposedly the bastard stepchild for Tiger, and that's exactly how it was described to me. Here, you want Tiger's illegitimate son? Here's Lion for you. I was like, really? I'm in. I bought it at $350. The stock's at $430.
It's up 27%.
Yeah. I don't know what it is really.
I gotta buy it. I'm buying it.
I know. Breaks 5. We're good.
I'm buying. I'm buying. Well, no. So there's 2 reasons why I buy this. Okay. I want to remember to go after them for a business development deal. So if I see it on my watch list and I look it up, I'm like, wait, they do stock trading, we could sell news to them. Right. So then that's my one way. I know I should have a better like Salesforce operating system, which I kind of do, but this way I'll see it in my account every day. And if it's down, then I can get even, pissed and do all that shit. So, all right. So I didn't know about this one. I like that one.
It's. I just learned of it a couple of days ago. I'm in at 350. I bought more at 4 today, and I'm going to hang on there. I think this one. The only reason I don't like it as much is there were no options at all. LGHL, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 0 options.
Yeah. Are you buying options a lot?
Oh, with Tiger, I've been buying I started with a call spread. Now I've rolled into just $30 calls. Now I'm rolling into 30, a little bit of a call spread. But the worst thing about these call spreads lately, especially what happened with me on the Tilray, I bought a 25-35 call spread thinking, hey, I hope it goes to 35. And next thing you know, it's at $70. And I'm sitting there like, now what do I do? So I'm trying not to sell the calls on top until the trade starts to work. So I'm rolling out of, the Tiger 30s from this week. And I'm going into March because we're going to have to sit through an earnings report. And if this turns out to be a legitimate stock, even though you're getting, these are amazingly overpriced, $30 calls next month are $6. You got to take some premium and work it in your favor by taking the 45s and selling them for $250. So I got a $30, 30.45 for March on right now. And I got the stock.
I don't understand. Okay. So let's talk. I own Tiger. Okay. As you know, I own Tiger. Let's see what I own. How many shares? Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Tiger. All right. I own, let's make sure I got this right. Hold on. I'm choking on popcorn. Kenny, I'm choking.
Oh, Heimlich.
All right. I own Tiger. I'm up 28%. Okay. I own 800 shares. How would I do a call spread?
Well, it would be just a covered call. The call spread's basically if you own a call and you sell a call on top of it. So you're just going to sell calls against your position. I wouldn't mind taking some premium on it. If you're comfortable selling the stock, you could sell the 35s right now for next week for $1. Obviously, if it goes to 35, you'll be happy to sell them there. Let's say the stock sits around for a couple of days and these expire worthless. It takes $1 off the price you paid. It's better looking at it right now. Why don't you sell some 40s sell 8 40s? It's chicken feed. It's chicken feed, but it's premium that you're probably gonna take in. If you're happy about getting out of the stock at 40, which you probably will be,
All right. So I'm what month? February 19th. Are you watching the screen? I'm doing it with you.
Yeah, 40 there. The 40s for 45. Sell 5 of them. Just don't sell your whole position out.
Right here.
If you sell 5 at 45, you're taking in a couple of $100. Stock sits around next week. At least you keep that money. That's the premise of selling calls.
So I'm on this page, and I have to hit sell to open. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, sell to open February 40s. At
you're speaking to a first grader when you're talking options and selling calls.
Okay.
So I'm not going to hit execute yet. I just want to understand once I have it up on the screen. I want to understand what it means. Okay.
Right.
So if I put it 50 cents, right. So that means $98. What the hell would that be? Why would I do that? How many?
Right. Well, it's just 2 contracts. 2 contracts at 50 cents. You're taking in $100 minus wherever you're paying your commission.
So if I sold 10 contracts right now,
right, you take
$500.
Right.
And the bet that we're making is that by the end of next week, it's not going to hit, or February 19th, it's not going to hit $40.
Well, you're not saying it's not going to hit. You're saying that you're willing to sell it at 40 plus the 50 cents that you're taking in. So if the stock's at $39.99 on Friday, that's the perfect scenario. You still own your stock and you keep the 500. Stock's above 40, they take the stock away from you. So if the stock's at 50, you just wait. You took in $500, but you lost 10 grand of profit if it's running to 50. So you're trying to time where this thing's going to be. Again, it's just a way to generate some income if the stock sits around. I'm not selling these calls on top because I think this legitimately could be, $40 or $50 going into their report. Do you have, speaking of the men, when do they report? Because I have 3 different dates for when they report.
Well, whoa! We don't have the earnings date on our calendar.
Right.
Hold on.
I got 3 separate dates floating around. So I got I got February 24th. I got March 24th and March 25th. So
March 24th. But hold on.
Yeah.
Who's the head of our data team, Luke? VJ? Who's the head of our earnings data team? Thank you. Okay.
Somebody get on that.
I'm getting on it right now. Hold on, guys. Let me stop that share. We'll get on it right now. I'll get the accurate date. It's not in the system. It's not confirmed. Tiger, TIGR. I'm going to ask VJ. I was going to share my screen and ask VJ. Luke's trying to solve all my problems. You know that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, today was a big day for it because it really broke down in the pre-market and then just got gobbled up all day so far. So that's what I like to see. I like the action. Price action on the stock is phenomenal. Plus, obviously, we're hoping that this really is, something special with the, again, if it is the Robin Hood of China, this legitimately, especially in this market, we're looking at $50 easy. You get, and then if you go into the 50s, usually we're headed to 80.
I'm thinking of buying more, and that's why I bought all the other shit. I bought the JFI, and I just bought your L, whatever you told me. Right. I own 4 Chinese brokerages, and I'm excited about it. Right. Now let's go to the next thing. Psychedelics, baby. Psychedelics. Are you trading any of the psychedelics?
Bro, I got one for you right now. Not only are they into psychedelics, not only into weed, but they have a COVID weed. They have a weed that if you smoke, you won't get COVID. They also have a mushroom that once you eat the mushrooms, you actually turn into an electric vehicle that also can cure cancer. So this is the most amazing opportunity I think I've ever brought to anybody's attention. And get this, Jay, this symbol is SPLIF, SPLIF. Weed, mushrooms, COVID, and electric vehicles.
All right, so this is really small, though.
Yeah. Junk is come.
Oh.
But they cure every time you take a hit, you cure yourself from COVID. You take the mushrooms that they have, you become an electric vehicle transformer.
All right.
You just can't beat it. And the symbol is SPLIF.
No, I hear you. So yesterday on the show, I was calling these companies psychedelic CEOs, and they called me back. I don't know what Aaron Bry, if he hasn't coming on the show, but this SPLIF, I see it right here.
Yeah.
This is a little.
Oh, it works. But these are the stocks that have been moving. I mean, we bought MMEDF. That's the legitimate one. MMEDF. That's
MindMed. They were on our show when it was at $3.
Yeah, that stock again. As much as I didn't want to like it, once it got over 250, it kind of started looking like a real stock. So I bought some at 250. I took the profit on that one. I feel bad now, but it looks pretty good. Now that it's back over 4. But this SPLIF is just hilarious. I learned about this last night. I wish I would have learned about it a couple of days ago. But they're into mushrooms. They're into weed. The rest of the stuff I was saying was a bunch of bullshit. But the symbol SPLIF. How do you not buy the stock, right? Okay.
No, I hear you. All right, we got an update.
Yeah.
VJ is looking into it for earnings for Tiger. VJ is the guy. See, I have it on the Slack channel.
Yeah, what do you got?
He leads the data team. He's looking into it. I'm just letting him know he's live right now. So he knows that he has pressure on him. He's going to call. We have a 22-person data team now, and VJ leads it for earnings. So he calls the company, does a bunch of other stuff to find, what's going on. Achilles, Shay, I think E-Trade would be a lot. Akish, say I think E-Trade would be a lot better if you included Benzinga News, because that way you would know why your stock is moving, et cetera, et cetera. The news is kind of old on your platform. All right, so that is that. Wait, you're on Raging Bull?
No.
Okay, someone just said that. I was like, I thought they were suspended right now, but
I was doing a guest spot for their morning show for a while. Yeah.
Well, he's doing a guest spot with us right now. So take that, Cassandra, or whoever you are in this room. This guy thinks he's shit. So how many trade? Oh, Bingo's flying higher. Do you own Bingo?
No, that one shook me out of it. They did the offering and the stock.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
it's up 22% right now.
Yeah, that stock's actually a pretty good day trading stock for a little guy. It moves a lot. Like SOS today. You know that stock SOS?
No, I don't.
Yeah, that one's for a $5 stock. This thing has been moving awesome lately. SOS.
Oh my god!
I had Rihanna.
At one point, I had 2,000 shares of Bingo at 570, and now I only have 700 left. and it's now
wow,
it's up $6,000, and I own some calls. What are my calls up? Oh wait, I don't own the calls anymore. Mother effer buzzer. God dang it! I don't know why I sell shit too early. You know?
Wow, this is.
But you got to tell me this SOS. Hold on. SOS. We got to get SOS. Hold on. 1 second. So you own SOS?
No, we traded it today, but this is the realm that I'm in. I'm in the ninth circle of hell, Jay. I'm buying any worthless stock I can think of. After the GME and the AMC and the BlackBerry, and I'm just scraping the bottom of the barrel for any worthless junk I could find. And this fit the criteria. I got bullets, guns, and weed right now. So bullets is POWW. Check this.
Oh my God. POWW, the guys in the chat know me about POWW. The one that I like is not that. It's Axon. I had the CEO on this morning. It's a $13 billion company. They own Taser.
Yeah. That one was that one had a really nice move already. But then you got another one. Smith & Wesson spun off their company, the recreational side, AOUT. Look at the chart. Thing's got nothing to do but go to 30 right now. AOUT. So I got guns, ammo, and weed, and spliffs and all kinds of stuff.
AOUT. Okay, let me check it out. Oh yeah, look at it.
AOUT looks legit. Finally broke out.
Yep. I like this. Okay. Do you know SNGX?
No, I don't know SNGX. Let's take a look.
Hey, you know what someone just wrote in the chat? Can I just read it to you? It's a really good point. He goes, Raz, you sell early because you make less money. You will cry. Wait, you sell early, you'll make less money. You'll cry occasionally. But if you sell late, you will cry a long time.
Yeah, I agree. I'm always out early. That's why it's taking a lot to hang in there with the tiger.
That's why you have no kids.
I got kids.
It was a good joke. Come on, dude. That was funny. No, I thought that was funny. So SGNX, you know this one?
I don't. What is it about?
I don't know.
That's the best way to trade. I have no idea.
Someone just wrote in the chat, but I don't know why I'm not seeing it pull up here. Is that even a symbol? SGNX.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. SNGX, right?
SNGX?
Is it Sologenics?
It's SNGX. You're right. Yeah. That's right. SNGX, Sologenics. I was dyslexic there. I thought it was the person that wrote it in, so I was about to block him from the room. If you give a wrong stock ticker, I give a 5-minute major. You know what I mean? The wrong ticker, because it drives me crazy. I'm looking for it forever. So this guy loves Sologenics. Let's look at our market cap on this one. Make sure it's not 30 million. These market caps. Benzinga has more revenue than a lot of these companies. I think we need to do a reverse merger.
I want to do a reverse. I want to just come out with a company that just we have a business model, and that's all we do. What's your business model? Well, we cure COVID. We have an electric vehicle. We deal weed and mushrooms, and we're working on a cancer oncology drug. All right, cool. And then the name of the company, our symbol is Biome, BUYM, Biome, and that'll be great. We'll go public with 8 million shares at 8 cents. We'll rip the fucker to $20, and then we'll flee the country. What?
You remind me of George Costanza and Kramer when they were trying to make the bra company or something.
Yeah.
Like I'm in plastics. Vandalay
Industries.
Yeah, Vandalay Industries. So that's what you're going to start.
Exactly.
I'm telling you, I think it's time to go. Howard SPAC went public today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What did they bring out?
Social leverage. I think SLAV or something. .u. You can pull it up. I'll pull it up. I bought some shares just to pay attention. SLAC.u. 300 million. I was like, Howard, I would, but it's too small. We're not going 300 million.
Social Leverage Acquisition Corp. I see. Cool.
Oh, am I breaking stories to you right now? I am.
Yeah, I didn't know about this one. The guys over there's another Bitcoin one coming out too next week. I'm talking to Phil and Scott over at Rex Shares. They're bringing something out.
They are.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. We got to look up this one stock. This guy who claims he gave me NMDM, which was a great pick, claims he has another pick for me, but he wrote all in caps, so he makes it really hard to spell, to read. But now I'm typing a symbol in, and nothing shows up. Again,
and then
he's saying OLTK is the stock that I need to buy. He gave me NNDM is what he's claiming. I don't think he did. I thought Kathy would give me that. OLTK is what.
Wait a minute. Go back to the pre-market prep show. I brought NNDM to everybody at $1.85. What's up? Come on.
Oh my God.
Roll the videotape.
Yep, I'll roll it exactly. If this guy put the wrong symbol in, he has a 5-minute major. I think he did because I looked.
I don't know what symbol he's talking about.
I think it's maybe OTLK. Maybe he meant. I don't know. All right. So I'm gonna. There's no symbol for the one he said. So
I can't believe this Bongo is a $14 stock. I was in this thing getting smoked. Seemed like the other day at $3. Wow.
It's OTLK. He made a mistake. He has a 5-minute major. So I'm sorry, man, Keith. I know you're a supporter. Thank you, but the symbol.
I don't get that symbol. What is it?
OTLK.
OTLK. Okay.
Hey, you guys want to see some inside brokerage stuff or news, bad news services? You want to see something? Watch this.
I actually don't hate this looking chart. Wow.
Should we buy some or what? I'll buy it if you buy it.
You know what? When the dog shit comes over 250, that usually is a new catalyst. I'll keep an eye on it. I'm kind of tired of buying. I'm out. I'm crapped out right now.
All right. So you're on E-Trade's platform right now over here. You see, this stock is whatever. So you go to the press release. You go to this thing. Thinking about this, read the article. New York Observer. Learn how. Price watch alert. And what this is, they make you copy and paste. And you go to this page. And it's a lead gen to get a link. This is all the news here, guys. This is what you see. How are you going to get any value from this thing? You're not. All right, I'm just bitching because I use that as platform, and that should be Benzinga News there because you would get value.
Right.
You get a lot of value.
Benzinga, everybody.
Benzinga, everybody. Hey, what's a big mover today? I want to show you guys one more thing before you go off, Kenny. What's a big mover? Give me something.
Percentage-wise or point-wise? Have you seen WNW today? It came back from the dead. WNW.
WNW?
Yeah. Absurd. One of the absurd stocks of the day, if you will.
Okay. Oh, wait. I'm going to hold on. Let me. What market cap? I'm going to pull it up right now on Ameritrade. FOLD. FOLD. Okay. Well, I got another one. FOLD. Fold.
Fold? That's a therapeutic stock. I know that one.
Okay.
Getting hammered, huh?
Look at this, dude. Kenny, can I show you something?
Yeah, man.
This is Ameritrade's platform. Look at the top part of it. Look at the news right here. This thing is trading down 33% because we have this thing called Why Is It Moving? Benzinga, Why Is It Moving? So you go down their news section, you see our news, but we have a thing of why it's moving. You see that thing right there? That's our little thing. So now you want to see the rest of the stocks in the market that are moving? Look at this. You can get through a whole market. You don't have to click on any links. It's every single stock that's moving in a major way by humans writing the reason for it. That's us. That's Benzinga.
Cool. Humans. I love humans.
I'm just showing you because it's like it's human. It's GoDaddy was sharing. Oh wow, I've owned GoDaddy for a while. Wait, which one did you just say I need to look up, Kenny? You just said the one that's you just made a symbol. I thought.
What was moving? WNW.
WNW. Okay. Whoa. Another. Holy moly! Where were you yesterday, my man?
Yeah.
Look at that. Are you buying any of it?
Nah, this is in the absurd category. I kind of stay away from this stuff. I want to be in on the turns, not when they're up here already. So
look at all the immediate circuit breakers and all that stuff. Okay, guys, in the chat, can you tomorrow? Can you guys tell us these trades ahead of time? And Kenny, in the chat, one guy is pumping this one stock, JUSHF.
Which one?
It says JUSHF, Jushi Holdings. It's from the Jewish religion. The Jewish religion made a stock because they're trying to raise money for the synagogue.
No, it's Jushi. That must mean these are Sephardic ninjas. There you go. I couldn't get that out. That's the joke. Jushi, you're investing in Sephardic. What's those? Hasidim, but I don't believe Hasidic ninjas. There you go.
Yep.
Buy all you can.
Yep. This is it. All right. Well, Kenny, thanks for coming on and talking a little smack a little stocks. Kenny is an awesome trader. He trades quickly. He finds he has conviction. He holds overnight. He does a lot of different things. Kenny Glick, the man, the myth, the legend, and Luke just said something, but I couldn't hear him. Were you talking to me? Kenny, Luke was saying how funny you are. He says that you're the funniest guy in the pre-market prep. All right.
Thanks,
all right.
man.
Thank you, Kenny.
Good luck, everybody. Thanks for having me on.
Yep.
See you.
Yep. Peace. Goodbye. All right. Yeah, TSCRF, that's interesting. Now, you guys know, I believe we have Massey Trades coming on, teaching you guys about options. I already had someone made fun of me about how I'm bad at options, and I don't sell calls and I don't sell puts. I don't know how to do that, guys. I just haven't done it. I don't do that. I buy stocks, I buy calls, I buy puts. I'm not a seller. Tiger's earnings. We know that's unconfirmed 324 VJ. We're saying, can you get us a better date? Can you get us a better date? Okay, so that's it. Now, you guys gave me the stocks I should buy. There was like 3 of you. I'm gonna give you one chance. I'm gonna buy I'm gonna buy 2 stocks right now from the chat. We have 1 more minute for the show. Write in what stock I should absolutely own in the next 2 minutes. Wait, I don't know. ABG. I own Tesla. Yes, I own a lot. You're saying I should be selling 50% out of the money weeklies for free money? What are you doing? Okay. ABG, can you DM me on Twitter, Jason Raznick, to show me how to do that? I'll share my brokerage account with you. All right, but Massey Trades probably knows. Can I bring her on for a second? Just maybe she's not ready. I don't know. I want to ask her what this guy's saying. But maybe she doesn't want to come on yet. I don't know. I want her to come out and teach me how to do that, because I could sell out of the money calls for Tesla. But Domo's another one. All right, guys, if you want to learn options, you want to learn from one of the best, Massey Trades, she knows it. People listen to her from all across the world. She's coming on next at 2 o'clock in 1.5 minutes. It's 90 seconds. Massey, can I bring you on now? She says yes. Hello, how are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Good. Some guy said I should be selling out of the money weekly calls on Tesla. Should I be doing that?
So I don't sell calls at all. I always buy calls, buy puts. Personally, I don't think the selling side has more risk, in my opinion. So I don't usually sell calls at all. So that's just my personal 2 cents on it.
Right. I don't either. I don't either, because I don't like getting called away and stuff. I don't know. So I just buy. That's my personal 2 cents. I like your background.
Thank you.
All graphics. You see it? So yeah, I think Spencer is going to come kick me off in a second, or what happens next, Mitch? Are you there? Because I think there's an intro.
Boot, man.
Yeah, give me the boot, Mitch. Mitch is back from a 1-month vacation, Massey. I don't know if you met him.
I know, he left me by myself.
Yeah, he went away for 1 month. I don't know if they'd have put me in Siberia to be away for a month like that, because I would miss us too much. But we miss Mitch so much. So maybe it was only gone for like a few days, but it felt like a month. So I keep saying a month, because my new thing is what it feels like. So when you're at a restaurant, you're at the dentist or the doctor, and you're waiting for a long time, 10 minutes feels like 50 minutes. So that's my new thing. You get my point?
Yeah, very true.
All right. Well, guys, I'm going to head off. You guys hit the like button, share it with your social media. We're continuing all day, every day. And here is the next show. Nice talking to you.
Thank you. Hi, guys. Welcome back to Options Advantage. All right, guys, so welcome back to Options Advantage. In today's show, we're going to go through some market movers, and then for options learning, I'm going to discuss exercising your contract. So let's go ahead and get started with our market movers for the day.
Money work.
All right, guys, I'm just going to share my screen. And first we have Twitter. So Twitter announced their CEO, Jack Dorsey, announced a 500 Bitcoin. They're putting 500 Bitcoin into a trust that will fund the development of Apex crypto in Africa and India. So with that news, Twitter's earnings has a lot of catalysts behind it. Twitter actually ran today really nicely. It is currently at all-time highs at that 73. right now. That is Twitter's all-time high. Personally, I do think that Twitter will continue this run. It kind of is flagging right now on the hourly and also on the 30-minute chart. If you take a look, slight flag on Twitter. It could potentially run into the rest of the day. If you look at Twitter's options chain, I was just kind of snooping around. You can see that it has a huge amount of open interest on its strike prices further out. So into that end of March kind of expiration, we can see that there's a lot of open interest, more than what is kind of normal, I guess you would say. If we look at kind of next week's open interest on February 26th, you can see is not as high even on those further out strike prices versus a little further out, couple more weeks. Twitter does move a little bit slower than, say, for example, Amazon or Tesla. So you would want to give it time. I do personally think Twitter will, in the next several weeks, can potentially hit that $100 mark, slowly building up OI and volume on those strike prices. So definitely a good watch for Twitter. If it does close above this high today, we can see Twitter continue into the weekend, into the long weekend. Personally, wouldn't swing into the long weekend just because of Monday being off, but Twitter should be one that you watch. It's not good for scalping too much because it does move very slow during the day, so your premium is not going to fluctuate as much, but definitely a good trade for a day trade or a swing trade on Twitter. Then we have Disney. So Disney actually reported quarterly earnings. They did report a loss on their quarterly earnings. However, their subscriber count was increased by 21 million just in the Q4. So Disney did run after they reported earnings. However, with the entire market, market was a little bit choppy today. ES and NQ didn't really find direction until later in the day, and Disney did drop. I do think that Disney still has a lot of upside momentum. If it's able to hold above 185 and 183.50, which I have levels here on Disney, especially at that 183.50, if it's able to hold above that, we can potentially see a bounce. If it starts to come down towards these levels, watch for a bounce on Disney. If it breaks, obviously we're going to see more downside to it. However, personally, I do see Disney potentially bouncing here. Needed a little bit of a pullback. The 198 is its all-time high. So you can see that 198 level is its all-time high. So again, Disney, if it's able to hold that 183.50 level, we can see it bounce back up to the all-time highs. Disney too, if you look at Disney at the options chain, we can see some open interest building on those 200 strikes here. You can see 200 strike open interest and volume for next week. We can see potentially Disney hitting that 200 level as well. And then we have NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, I really like. It has been holding its levels even with the NVIDIA follows really, really closely to the NASDAQ, which tracks the top 500 stocks in this, the market. So NVIDIA follows very close to the NASDAQ and ES, and even with the NASDAQ pullback and the choppiness, it has been able to hold its levels. Now, with NVIDIA, I'm watching it at this 595 level. If it's able to close above 595 today or 600, we can see more upside to NVIDIA. The 610 is a strong level of resistance on NVIDIA, so you can see here today right now wasn't able to break that 610 level at all. If it's able to hold above the 610 level, we can see a lot more upside potential prior to their earnings report, which is the 24th of February. So pay attention to that. On top of that, there was announcements of overall chip shortage, global chip shortage in the auto industry. So stocks like NVIDIA and AMD have been obviously rallying due to that news. With this earnings coming out, I think this is a potential mover into the rest of the month and potentially March as well. So we'll be keeping this on watch. And now we're gonna go ahead and move on to some options learning. All right, guys, so today we're gonna talk about exercising your options contract. So most of you pretty much know if you're trading options, you're just buying calls and buying puts. What you're looking for is a premium flip. So the premium moves, you then sell the position, you close the position and take the profit off of the premium fluctuation. That is what we usually do I usually do as option traders, kind of the most basic way to trade options. There are a couple options for you once you're your contract is in the money. So what that means is when you're looking to exercise your contract, say for example, your contract is reaching the expiration date and you don't want to necessarily close the contract, you kind of want to hold on to it or kind of find another way. An option for you is you can exercise the contract. What this means is at the expiration date, if your strike is in the money, you can exercise that contract. It will automatically exercise for you once the expiration date approaches and it ends, obviously. So say on the expiration date, say today you have a contract expiring today. You have a call contract. Your call is in the money. When it's in the money, what that means is that the stock price is greater than your strike price. That is when your options call is in the money. If your options call is in the money and you want to potentially buy those shares of the underlying asset because you think that the stock is still going to move to the upside, you still think that the stock has more upside momentum, and you want to hold on to those shares, you want to buy those shares, what your broker will do automatically at expiration, if it's in the money, is they will exercise your contract, which means that they will close the contract and you will end up with the shares. So you'll buy the shares of, say, for example, you have a Tesla call contract expiring today and you don't want to close it. It's in the money. Your broker automatically exercises it. You have to have the funds in your account when it exercises, or you will get a margin call if you have a margin account. It will automatically exercise and you will then own those shares of Tesla. So you will own the 100 shares of Tesla, because remember, each contract is worth 100 shares of the underlying asset. So if you were to exercise that contract, that means you would close the contract and simultaneously buy those 100 shares of Tesla. On the opposite hand, if you have puts and you have if you have a put contract, what this means, and you want to exercise it, your put again has to be in the money. So when a put contract is in the money, it means that the underlying stock price is lower than the strike price that you have. That is in the money, and then you can exercise it. So when you exercise that, you're necessarily shorting the stock. So whenever you exercise your contract, or that is what you plan on doing, just understand that your initial direction that you thought the stock was going to move to is also the direction that you think it's going to continue in. So if you're going to exercise a put contract, it means that you're shorting the stock, which means that you're selling the shares at a higher price to then buy them back later at a lower price. So that is what it means when you short it. So when you are exercising a put contract, you're shorting the stock. So you think that stock is going to continue to drop and you just want to hold on to it. You think it has more momentum on the downside. You don't want to close out your contract, and you sell those shares of that stock at a higher price to then later buy them back at a lower price. Just be aware when you are exercising your options contracts of two things. One, that you obviously have that money in your account. Two, if your strike is not in the money, it will expire worthless. So if you leave it until the expiration date and it is not in the money, it will expire worthless and you will take a hefty loss on it. So your options will expire worthless. However, if it's in the money, automatically your broker will exercise those contracts for you. Even if it's 1 cent in the money, it will automatically exercise those contracts. So this is like kind of another strategy you can implement if you want to kind of hold on to shares, or if you believe, in a stock for your portfolio or whatever the case may be, and you don't want to close your options contracts during the money. Definitely go ahead and exercise them and hold on to those shares. On the downside, I think there's a lot of risk if you exercise a put option. Personally, I wouldn't do that. On the opposite hand, a call option, if you do believe in the stock on the upside, maybe you're holding it in your portfolio or like whatever the case may be, you can go ahead and exercise that contract and hold on to those shares. All right, guys. So if you guys have any questions, tickers you want to look at, put them in the comments. Let's go ahead and talk about it.
All right, I'll go ahead and I'll pull those up for you. Let's go ahead and see the questions we got here. We got one question right off the back here. This one's an interesting one, really into options. So how do you sell covered call stocks? AJ is saying that this is his level 1 in his brokerage, and Masi will be right back. Give it 2 seconds, guys. I think she hit the wrong button. She hit removed instead of add, but we'll get to this question. It's a great question, AJ. One of the things is that when you start in options, you don't get access to everything. So if this is the level 1 you had, we'll go ahead and break down this strategy. If not, I'll add myself on here and I can jump in here. Masi should be back in about 2 seconds. She's probably just getting her link there. But definitely, one of the things that I definitely tell you guys to check out is if you haven't already, go to Masi's page on YouTube and check out her other videos. She really breaks down multiple strategies and options. We had a show that we broke down theta. We were learning delta. We did options, volume, and open interest. As you guys can tell, Masi really pays attention to the open interest. So if you haven't checked out open interest before, definitely learn a little bit about that and why it affects the option pricing. And essentially what you need to learn is kind of the premium here. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my screen as we get Masi back. I'm not sure where she is right now, but just going to go ahead and pull up a screen here so that you guys can see something here. All right, so one thing I definitely want to show you guys, and then we can take a look at some of these tickers that are being mentioned. If you have a ticker, let me know, guys. I'll definitely pull it up right now. Seeing some people mention auto and can. Let's take a look at that. Auto. All right, so Auto Web here. While we get Masi back, I'm gonna check on her and make sure we didn't lose her there. All right, guys, so I'll take a look at this Auto Web here. So Auto, one of the things that you see here is kind of this trend line that you could draw. I would take a look here on the daily chart, and with Benzinga Pro, you can just hit Alt-T and then click. All right, there you go, guys. And then I'm going to be able to draw a trend line now. I'll draw this trend line down here, and I could clearly see this kind of downward trend line that we're bouncing off here. And then let's go ahead and let's take a look here. So one of the things I can see is that we bounced off of this 250, went up closer towards this kind of 440 area, now bouncing off this $3. I'm going to take a look at this 350 and see if it continues on up towards that $5. One of the things that I'd see is that you had this volume spike here on this 19th, on the 20th here of January, where it traded 4 million shares traded. So look for that volume to kind of continue, because it really dropped off after that volume. The next couple of days was only about like 170 shares traded, and the biggest one I'm seeing there is about under 600,000 shares. So definitely take a look at that, guys. Look who we got back. Hey.
Sorry about that.
All right. So we were taking a look at auto, but we had a really great question. So I broke down that auto right quick.
Okay.
So we got a question from AJ about how do you sell covered calls stocks? So how do you do a covered call? Maybe
Okay.
pull up a options bracket and show us how you would attack a covered call.
Okay, so when you want to purchase a covered call, how it works is if you hold on, let me share my screen. So basically, it's a strategy that you utilize when you're trading options is you buy the shares of the underlying stock. So say, for example, you want to do a covered call strategy on Apple. You would buy Apple in increments of 100, because remember, each contract is worth 100 shares. So you would actually buy the shares of Apple in 100, and then you will sell a call contract for every 100 shares of the stocks that you own. So say, for example, you own 500 shares of Apple, you would then sell a call contract, 5 call contracts to equal that 500 shares of Apple that you have. Personally, I don't do that often, but I can show you guys. So you would buy the shares as you have, and then you would sell a call. So let's just stick with Apple since that's what we're talking about. You would sell the call option. So if you right click here, you would sell. So instead of buying, you would sell however you want. So you'd sell a single call option on Apple if you have 100 shares. What this does is that you'll end up making money off of the premium if the buyer of the call options pays you. So pretty much if the market is in a kind of consolidation or sideways movement, you can potentially make profit when you sell covered calls if it's in a sideways movement as well. So that's kind of it's not necessarily hedging, but you can still make a profit in a sideways market when your shares aren't moving necessarily. So that's kind of a strategy you can implement when you're trading options as well. So again, like I said, if you would buy the stock, or if you even have the stock right now in 100 shares, because each contract is worth 100 shares, you would then per 100 shares sell one call contract, and that is a covered call. That is what a covered call is. You would sell one call contract per 100 shares that you own. So if the stock is in kind of a sideways momentum, not really moving much, you could still potentially make money off of your covered call strategy. All right, so let's take a look at some more tickers or questions you guys have.
Yeah, let's take a look. Looking through here, seeing some mentions of Tilray here.
Okay.
So we could take a look at that stock, and then I got a strategy for you to check out.
All right, so I know over the past week, there was some momentum in weed stocks just with the Biden administration implementing different things. And so weed stocks were on a rally over the week. Personally, like I said, I think we talked about Tilray a couple weeks ago as well. I don't necessarily like stocks that move in such volatile increments, because I know a lot of people, what happened here is that they did think that Tilray would continue its momentum on the upside with whatever this new administration is looking to implement. However, what you can see happen is the same move that it made in about, let's say, 2 days here, it looks like 2-3 days, it then made the same move on the opposite hand in 1 day. So it dropped the same amount that it moved in 3 days, it dropped in 1 day. So this is a really, really risky type of stock to play. You have to make sure that you understand the momentum. Quick in and out scalps. I would not hold stock like this long term. I would not buy options on it long term, because the IV on an options contract with volatility like this it's going to crush your premium. You're not going to make a profit, or you'll end up taking a very hefty loss. Personally, I wouldn't touch a stock like this. If you are going to buy weed stocks, I would, like right now it pulled back. You could potentially buy Tilray shares and hold on to them longer term. Obviously, with the new administration, there is longer term profits to be taken from weed stocks. But like I said, trading options on it is extremely risky.
All right, so looks like we got another question here in the chat, asking about playing options into earnings.
Okay.
So would you like to play options into earning? Is that something that you look for? And specifically, they're looking at Palantir earnings. They're coming out on Tuesday. Oh, and if you would play in earnings, are you more of a kind of couple weeks out into that earnings, or more the week of the earnings? That's what I would add to that question.
Okay. So with earnings, there's a couple of things you should know. So one, the week before earnings, a stock, because there's anticipation of that news, that catalyst, there's going to be more volume. There's going to be a lot of liquidity, a lot of trading going on that stock. So how I approach earnings with options is the week before the stock has earnings, or like a week and a half, 2 weeks before, I'll start to keep that stock on my watch list, because what happens is the stock will either dump prior to earnings or will continue to rally. For example, I want to say Disney ended up rallying before earnings. Nvidia, prior to earnings, I do think that it'll rally. You can play it for the 2 weeks before earnings that it rallies. However, I would not play an options contract through earnings unless you have like a month or a 2 months out expiration. The problem is with that earnings report, there's anticipation, and whenever there's anticipation of news, IV spikes. When IV spikes, so we can look at PLTR here and look at their IV right now. Whenever there's an IV spike, so you can see PLTR, this is obviously today's expiration, so that's why the IV is a little bit lower, but you can see the next week's expiration here has huge IV on it. What this is going to signify is there's going to be a lot of volatility in those premium contracts, a lot of fluctuation in the premium contracts. So even if the stock ends up moving in your direction, if you have a call and PLTR kills their earnings, it moves up. Unless it's a strong move on the upside, even with the IV so high, it'll still crush your premium. So what I recommend, play the stock, keep it on your watch list for the week 2 weeks prior to earnings. And then if you want to hold it through earnings, either hold shares of the stock or buy at least 1 to 2 months out expiration so that the IV doesn't crush your premium and you still have some premium gain on that stock. But don't hold it through earnings on a same week or even 2 weeks out expiration. That's not going to give you enough time with the premium and IV being so high. Buy at least a month to 2 months out. But playing it through earnings is always a gamble. It's 50-50 either way. Even if it does go in your direction, it's still the premium, because the IV is so high, your premium is going to fluctuate too much and it's going to crush your premium. So don't hold same week earnings. It's never a good idea with options. You can hold shares, but not with options. Makes sense. Yeah. Play the run up into earnings. Tiger Woods just said that.
All right, perfect. Well, we got a question here from Janet Lowe. How do you evaluate kind of the volatility levels between what is like kind of cheap and rich in that area? So what would be kind of the low volatility and what would be that high volatility in that IV volume?
So IV depends on whatever stock you're looking at. And then usually IV over 80 to 90% is high implied volatility. You want kind of a moderate implied volatility whenever you're scalping or day trading, anywhere from 50 to probably 80% IV, depending on the stock. Some stocks have very low IV because they're just slow movers or there's not a lot of news around them. And then there are stocks that have normal IV of 80 to 90%. For example, stocks like Tesla, their normal IV, whenever you look at Tesla's IV, if there's no news anticipation, it's always around that 80, 90%, versus stocks like Apple, Twitter, it's around 40%, 50% IV. That's normal for that specific stock in the way that it moves. When you see stocks with IV over 100, that is when you start to see too much volatility in that specific options contract on that specific whatever week you're looking at. Usually the IV on stocks are over 80, 90, 100% is because there's news anticipation. So PLTR, they're anticipating their earnings next week. I think even Disney, if we look at it today, it may still have high IV. So you can see Disney's IV is a lot lower than even PLTR's IV. If you look at so you can see Disney's IV is around that 40% range, which is normal for Disney. It still moves in decent increments, but when you're scalping, obviously Disney doesn't move in as big increments. It doesn't fluctuate as much. So in turn, their IV isn't going to be as high versus stocks that have more volume, more liquidity, and the volume, that more anticipation in the news, whatever the case may be, IV is going to be higher. So look for that for, cheaper stocks, their IV is going to probably be around that 40 to 60% range, and then stocks like Amazon, Tesla, any volatile stock where they're going to be a little bit higher, closer to that 100 range, and anything over 100 is high IV. So I would be careful and watch. You'll see that the premiums on those specific stocks are going to be a lot more jacked up versus how they normally are.
Perfect. And now we got a great question here about Netflix. So what they're trying to do is mainly do like kind of a put analysis here on Netflix. What do you think about a put here? It doesn't say that they're going to buy or sell one, so I'm guessing it's buy a put here. Okay. So if you want, Austin, you can clear that up in the chat, and I'll let Masi know. But yeah, he said, did I miss Netflix put analysis, or is it a bad idea? Cool. Either way, he wants to just know your opinion.
All right. So Netflix had a gap fill on the daily chart a couple weeks ago that it ended up filling for the most part, and now it's kind of holding this uptrend. Right now, from what it looks like, it is still kind of holding that uptrend. However, today it does look like it slightly broke below this trend line that I have set on Netflix. Personally, I wouldn't touch a put on Netflix unless it drops below the 540 level. That used to be a strong level of resistance, which is now going to be a level of support. So if Netflix does drop below 540, again, I don't know if you're buying like for a scalp or if you're looking for kind of a swing trade. For a swing trade, I'd wait for 540 for today. For today on Netflix actually is squeezing right now. So, and it's been holding below its VWAP, has a nice little intraday level here on the downside. I would probably, if I'm looking for a scalp on Netflix, or if I'm looking to swing it maybe into the weekend, below 550, I would round this down to 550. Below 550, you could buy puts on Netflix for probably a scalp. It's 230 now, so if you're going to scalp it, I would buy next week expiration. Or if you're going to swing it, obviously next week or a couple weeks out expiration. But if you're going to hold it a little bit longer, I would wait for the 540 break on the downside for Netflix puts.
All right, guys. So I'm seeing in the chat here mentioned ACIC. That's definitely one to mention more on the SPAC Attack that comes on from 11 to 12. Not really an options trade there. I know it's mentioned a couple times, so I'm going to go ahead and skip that. But just wanted to give you the shout out that if you want to talk that one, I think SPAC Attack would be the best move for that. All right, so let's go into one last one. We're getting mentioned about NVIDIA again. So what's your idea here on NVIDIA? How would you attack it if you were to take a trade today? And to make this a little bit better, let's call it our trade idea of the day.
All right, so just looking at NVIDIA's 5-minute right now, I had a level on NVIDIA below 595. It looks like it's slowly starting to break that towards the end of the day. I just want to see where the NASDAQ is right now. Could potentially be following the NASDAQ. All right, so it's not right now following the NASDAQ because the NASDAQ is holding. SPY is kind of holding as well, which means that NVIDIA is moving against, not against necessarily, but there could be, I think someone noticed that there's some negative news on NVIDIA right now. So it could sell off towards the end of the day. It did make a nice little move up, and it has been on a kind of uptrend over the past several days. So it's pulling back now, which is good. I just want to see it on the hourly. Yeah, so below 595 was my put potential play on NVIDIA. It looks like it's breaking 595. If it holds 595 on this 5-minute chart, which I think it did, or if this 5-minute holds below 595 on NVIDIA, we could buy puts here. It's a good potential play down to, could actually even fill this little gap down to 590, 591-ish. So if it holds below 595, we can see NVIDIA go to 590. And then after that, we have a level at around, 590 and then 587 on NVIDIA. So NVIDIA looks pretty bearish right now. We can see it's been holding that 9-day EMA on the downside today, and it wasn't able to break, so it rejected that 610. 610 is a strong level on resistance, rejected 610, and now it's on a downtrend. The 595 is a strong level of support. It looks like it's holding below it right now on the 5-minute. It just needs more volume. Volume's kind of low on NVIDIA, so pay attention to the volume. If it holds this 5-minute candle here, could potentially take puts on NVIDIA.
Yeah, one thing I'm seeing here, and I'll pull up my screen to kind of show you, on the video on Benzinga Pro, it's showing up multiple call sweeps near that 600 strike. So there's 600, 610, and 605 there, and they're all around this kind of like 1 p.m. to 1:50 timing. So definitely you're seeing some call sweeps there on that 600. What could that potentially mean there?
It
At
could
least
mean,
for me that's uneducated on those.
yeah, so it could mean that people are just buying the dip on NVIDIA, so they're waiting for the stock to pull back. There's some profit taking potentially since it did hit all-time highs, and now people are potentially buying NVIDIA back up until its earnings. I'm looking at the options chain for next week on NVIDIA. It does look like it has a lot of open interest on around those 600 strikes on NVIDIA. So it could potentially mean that people just bought it back up. It's now followed the market a little bit today, kind of pulled back, and potentially people are buying it back up until its earnings. But even till the end of February, there is a lot of open interest on that 600 strike on NVIDIA. So could potentially be, if you're looking to swing it a little further out, 600 strike is a good swing potential back up to all-time highs in lieu of their earnings.
Perfect, Masi. Now, where could they find you if they want to go ahead and get some more options education?
You guys can follow me on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter at Masi Trades. Sorry. And yeah, you guys can just follow me. I go more in depth on my strategies, how I take my positions on my YouTube. So make sure you guys check it out at Masi Trades.
All right, guys, and we'll see you next time on Options Advantage.
Bye.
All right. Thanks a lot, Mitch. It is 2:30, which means, well, you know what that means. You know what that means. Time for the Biotech Buzz with Vivi, Bio Queen, bringing her on now. Vivi, how are we doing today?
Hi, can you hear me?
We hear you. We see you. It's Friday.
I changed. I've got my beats. My beats on.
Okay. See, I observed that. No, I didn't actually, if I'm being honest with you. Vivi Bio Queen at biotech_SD. It says it on the screen there. Vivi, how are we doing today? How are picks doing today?
I'm doing good. I mean, the market wasn't, the greatest today, but you just have to trust the process, and just keep adding if you have to add, and go shopping if you have to go shopping. So I'm not very fazed by how the market, especially if you're doing a lot of stocks are coming up with the catalysts. So I'm not very concerned. You ask where I'm at, and then you disappear, Spencer.
I'm right here.
So anyways, yeah. So little praying for Sundial to come back. Remember how I told you that I left my screen for a little bit, and then Sundial kind of like tanked. So I'm a little red on that one, but they just got compliance today, and it's just a matter of a time with the weed play. So I'm just gonna hold it. I usually don't like to hold. I usually cut my losses really quick, but I'm not really too concerned here. I think it's just a matter of a time to get some weed news, and we'll bounce. But at least now we're compliant, so there's no problem in getting delisted. So I think those are very good news.
Yeah, that's always good when you're not getting delisted. That's always good.
Exactly.
All right, update us on the rest of your picks. How we doing?
Good. So today I have a new pick actually that piqued my interest. I wish I got in. Just they announced they had a Momo going on because they're presenting next week, and I'm kind of bummed out that I wasn't able to pick up right at the bottom. So I entered at a 4:15. So it's INFI. And so this company is presenting next week, and I'll share you guys the screen here. So just application window. So can you guys see this? Okay. So this is the latest slide. So let me just
can we maybe zoom in a little bit, or
can you see it?
Let's see. Let's go full screen. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So, so this is talking about their molecule, and I just wanted to kind of educate a little bit people what these mean here, because people get lost. This is overall survival of rate of survival, and DCR is disease control rate. So it's just a pool of patients that are usually is advanced. They're like metastatic patients, and then this is the rate of disease control. And then this one here to teach you guys how to do it is progression-free survival. So that means that it's the disease hasn't progressed, but it has not improved either. And we look at it in molecule here. We had a really good survival overall survival rates here. And this molecule here has a combo with a bunch of medications, but it's for triple negative breast cancer, so TNBC, ovarian, and also melanoma. And this is SCCHN. It's a squamous cell for the head and neck. So I saw really good numbers here. I took a position at 414. They have a conference next week. I think that it's we just out of the offering part. Unfortunately, they threw an offering and it kind of killed the momentum of the stock. But then I had opportunity to add in, and then I wanted to show you guys here. I had to show you guys about the biopharma catalyst and how it's super cool to be able to go in and dive a little deeper. So let's find here, are those? Yes, so I'll share with you guys. Can you see this? So that's gonna be, I think it's just a little too small, but at least I can show you guys all the information you can get biopharma catalyst. So here it talks about the company, the phase 2 progressive free survival and update overall response data was present, and it'll be presented the first quarter of this year and the second quarter. So it shows here all the catalysts coming up. So this is a great site for you guys to really analyze bio and check what's coming, if it's worth it for you guys to swing it. So talks about here the biotech annual ratings, and see the latest news talks about how they got into the offering here and how it's the price at a 380. So I got in a little bit over the offering price, but I feel that this is a very promising company. So I'm really positive with this new addition to my portfolio. Now,
hey, Vivi, before we move on, how long a term and position is this?
So I'm definitely, because they have a conference next week. So like I told you guys, because we still have a phase 2, no phase 3, I like to get a large position, swing into the next catalyst, and then I'll sell half. And then if it drops, I'll buy back. So I kind of trade in and out of position when the catalyst is kind of further out. But I always leave some in my portfolio just in case there is some kind of a news or something unexpected. So this is definitely a longer hold here, for sure. And then let me just stop sharing the screen. And then it's still holding. Somebody was asking me about, I'm going to repeat, BCRX. I'm holding completely long, you guys. Don't worry about asking me. I am holding this full. And then KMPH as well. We should be getting news here in a few weeks. And I wish I could have shared the screen with the tickers and the dates. Maybe I'll do a PowerPoint next time. But KMPH, the PDUFA is March 2nd. And then we are waiting any minute for GTHX. We should be getting news here. What makes me very bullish here is that CEO made a really, really bold statement. Said that at the last conference that they attended, that he is expecting a full approval on this drug. So my price target here is definitely around 40. A minimum, but I think long term is like $70, $80 for sure. Right now, I only have April calls, $20 calls. So I am hoping that I'm going to convert and exercise those calls, and I'm going to hold those shares long. So that would be it. Oh my God, I'm seeing the sundials chart. What a disaster, you guys. Oh, I hope you guys didn't get caught like me. Jeez. Okay, so what else? I posted on my Twitter, guys, and SPR, Spencer, can you can you post that? So it's been very steady, but I did have some feedback from two of my really, really good cardiologists in San Diego. One works at Scripps, one works at UCSD, and they both think that their stent is really, really promising. So just the fact that I had that validation today from these two interventionists, cardiologists, I just added more to my IRA. So I plan on holding an SPR long-term for sure. Somebody was asking, I'm sorry, I got distracted because I'll get you guys answers later, but I do like SELB, SELB. My friend GB Casanova did a lot of research on that company. But if you look at the pipeline, it's still so far out. So I love, I'm always swing trading this ticker. It's always like every day I look at the charts. And if there's an opportunity, I always buy a lot of shares because it's whenever there's a spike, it's a good spike. So I'm always swinging. But I feel like future-wise, this looks like a very promising company for sure. What else? So let me see my other tickers on my long term just to see how we're doing here. Let me see. Okay, so ATNX. This is a very usual behavior before approval. For some reason, there's manipulations. Like nobody's buying, nobody's selling. The MMs are trying to control the price down, just to really scare people, because you don't see that people are being bullish. You don't see like, oh my God, it's up 5 points. People are really bullish about this. But it's a very, very common behavior. Every time I'm waiting for PDUFA, I see that the stock behaving that way. It's always like, it's red today. It's actually, I'm red in one of my accounts because I got in at a 13.24. So, but I'm very positive that we're going to get an approval. And the approval date is February 28th. So I told you guys the breast cancer drug that is only available in IV with a high toxicity. And now we have in the form of a pill. And then they also have an approved drug for, instead of like having to freeze all your precancerous lesions, you can just use the cream. So that cream, it's going to be, I think it's going to be a blockbuster. And what else here? Okay. Still holding, I think it held really well for today's market, LXXGF. They have an already approved diagnostic for veterinarian office. You guys should take a look at this company. I think that they have a disruptive technology when it comes to diagnostics. So they held their own really, really well. And are you guys doing any psychedelics? I'm holding MMEDF. And
are we doing any psychedelics?
Yeah, stocks. I'm going through.
Stocks. Oh, stocks.
Now, I was just looking at my portfolio. I'm like, oh, my psychedelic stocks are not doing bad. Prof here, I'm up overall. Today is not doing great, but MMEDF had a little bump today. Do you have any of those at all, Spencer?
No. I'm not on the psychedelic train yet.
No, yeah.
Maybe I need to get on it.
And then Sorrento as well, holding Sorrento here, full, SRNE. That's the company that it's based in San Diego. And the company has some COVID diagnostic too, but there's also some companies in the pipeline, really, really good arthritis medication in the pipeline. So a lot of people think that Sorrento is a little bit of a scam company. I have to say that CEO, it's like every time he goes in a CNBC, he pumps the stock and tells the shorts to take care of their families and their homes, and just don't short my company. You guys gonna be screwed. So he's known in the community as a little bit of a big shot, kind of a big talker. So I reduced my positions significant, but I feel like he might get lucky because I think there's some really good stuff on the pipeline, but I'm very wary about it. I wouldn't put all my eggs in one basket when it comes to Sorrento. I just don't trust Dr. G that much. Are you laughing? Are you laughing?
I'm laughing at our chat, man. Our chat's a bunch of characters. Wait.
Oh yeah. What do they do? What do they say?
What is the CEO's name of Sorrento?
Dr. G, J.I.
Dr. G. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And you don't trust him? That's what you said?
Yeah, I just don't trust. Okay. I just don't trust him at all. Okay. It's just in the community here, the finance community. Everyone thinks he's just a big talk. He does the talk, but doesn't do the walk as much. So hopefully they get lucky with some stuff. But I have a significant amount of shares, but because I trade in and out for the last 5 years, it used to be my baby, this company. So what are the people cracking up? Do you want to get into some questions? Because I know there's always a lot of questions.
Well, you mentioned psychedelics, and Sam L is mentioning it here. It's the only stock, psychedelic stock that I know is MindMed, right? MMEDF, which trades on OTC markets. Let me pull it up here. You can see the chart there. Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the only one that I know of. I don't know if there are any more.
Oh no, Truff is another one. TRUFF. That's one of Jack's stocks.
Those are good. All right.
Yeah. Remember Jack Hurley?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's one of his picks.
Okay.
Yes.
We've got a bunch of questions here
I know,
in our
I
chat.
can see.
Well, let me go back to the beginning here, see if we can go in order. Get to the oldest questions first. I'm gonna go away from that. Let's see. Can you talk about DMTK? Durham Tech?
I don't know that company.
Know that one?
I'll write it down. DM. There's millions of companies out there. I try as much. I mean, I gave you guys a new pick today that I feel very bullish, but I'll take a look. I've been writing down the stickers, but it takes me a while to research them, you know?
And then Boris asked what that webpage was. Here, I'll put it up on the screen, Boris, so you can see what exactly it's.
Pharma Catalyst.
I think it's Biofarm, right? Biofarmcatalyst.com.
Yes.
That's the page that Vivi was on earlier. And just to echo what she said, it really is a tremendous resource for all things biotech, for PDUFA dates, for pipelines. You don't know what a company has in their pipeline. I mean, I use it, right? So I can't recommend it enough.
Especially if you just wanna play up the run up to Catalyst. I mean, literally, it doesn't fail. You can just buy the stock a month before approval, you know, and just check the charts. And so sometimes that's how I found the ATNX, you know, and I thought it was wow. Perceptive Advisors, which is a huge hedge fund, owns 13 million shares of this company. And like that got me interested, you know.
Right. What about? That's not a ticker that I don't know. Here, what about? Do you know EXEL? You know that one?
No, EXEL. No.
I'm just kind of going through our chat here, seeing what we got. We've already covered a bunch of these. I'm going. All right, let me just scroll back up to the present. Do you have a chance to look at VTGN?
No, I did not have a chance. I'm sorry, guys.
VTGN, okay.
VTGN.
We'll make that your homework for over the long weekend.
Somebody's asking where I'm from. I'm from Rio de Janeiro.
There we go. Someone asks you where you're from every day, I feel like. What about now we're talking. We got a few more down here. Are you into Sarepta at all?
And to what?
Sarepta, SRPT.
I know. I think Sarepta is a really good company.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it's a good company, but I don't own shares, but it's definitely a good company.
Yeah. Have I asked you about Salarius, SLRX?
No, SLRX. No.
We know that one.
No, you guys gonna give me a lot of homework to study. Geez, there's so many.
And hey, real quick reference, recap what your new pick was for people who missed it.
INFI.
INFI.
They have a conference next week.
There is the chart. There is the new pick. You can see this is a daily, so this is going back about a year. This chart,
Yeah.
so you can see that.
They killed the momentum with their offering right there. See?
Hey, they need money.
I know. I mean, that's the problem with the bio. You know, it's like
They need money. But isn't that the point? The point is to have a good catalyst.
Yeah.
See the stock go up, raise money, and
Exactly.
use the proceeds to fund the research. Isn't that the point?
That's the point.
Yeah. So yeah, that's par for the course with these biotechs. You always got to know that you're probably going to get diluted several times along the way if you're in an early stage company.
Oh, if you
because they need the money. They need the money.
Yeah. If I go to my stock twits and some of the earlier companies that I bought it like 4 or 5 years ago and I ended up like selling, got stopped out. They're like, there's a company that now they're finally back on track. TRVN. I would have to be at $36. You know, because you can go to stock twits and look at the history of your twits, and I would have to be at a $36 today to break even with that company. You know, just because of all the reverse splits.
Oh man,
it's nuts.
I'm not going to say that'll never happen, but it's unlikely that will happen.
Yeah, it's nuts.
But hey, you never know in this market. What about Orchard Therapeutics? You know that ORTX? You know that one?
No, I don't know that one.
RTX. Okay. Going through here, going through NSPR we've discussed. See a few people asking about NSPR. No, trying to limit it to the biotech. Hey, you have any thoughts on Inovio? This has had a really interesting day. How's Inovio doing today? So it did give back a lot of its gains. Inovio gave back a lot of its gains from the morning here. Let me just zoom way in. So this is just today and yesterday. Inovio got an upgrade this morning. No, not an upgrade, an initiation. Let's go into Benzinga Pro. Do INO. I'll zoom in for you so y'all can see. I have a couple filters on. Let's get rid of those filters. Yeah, there it is in red right there from yesterday. Oppenheimer initiated with an outperform, which is the equivalent of a buy rating. That's bullish news. I don't know if it's necessarily worth what it get to in the pre-market. It got to $17 in the pre-market. I don't know if it's worth that. This is a stock that closed yesterday.
It's a COVID stock.
Right. COVID play closed yesterday at like what is that? $13.50. Got up to 17 this morning. I mean, it's a little bit. There's a little bit much for an initiation from an analyst from a sell side ratings firm.
Okay, but can we see? Let me see if Finvits. Can we see what the float is on that stock? Maybe that's why. Let me see.
Let me go. Let me look at it.
I'll take a look here.
I'm seeing a float of 142 million shares.
Wow, there was a lot of shares.
Yeah.
Wow, there's a lot of shares exchange of hands today to go up that much. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. Well, can you see the volume today? I don't have that up right now. Actually, yes, I do. I'm seeing a volume of 41 million shares. Whoa.
Yeah. So they have the phase 2 portion of the study started in December. So they have a phase 2 and 3 clinical trial for the candidate. So I guess it has some kind of a device called Selectra. So once it's inside of the patient's skins, it can trigger an immune response to against COVID. So I guess it's more of how the mechanism of action works with this company.
Yep. What about, hey, you mentioned yesterday or the day before that you liked Cytodyn, right? CYDY?
Yes, I'm holding long at that company.
What do you like about it?
So they have the main molecule, Levo. I never know how to pronounce that thing, but I'll tell you guys. It's Levo. What is the name of the molecule? Jeez. Cytodyn. So I'll tell you the backstory on this company. My friends at Genentech told me to buy the stock because the phase 1 data for breast cancer is absolutely phenomenal. Coming from Genentech reps, where Genentech has amazing drug for a triple negative, to the point that they were like, we want to work for this company. And that is the same molecule that also has indication for HIV, is a phase 3 study in HIV, and also is on a phase 2 for COVID. And everyone thinks it's going to be a very promising medication, but it's one medication that works in so many disease states, and that's why I bought it. So here's the funny thing: I bought 2,000 shares at a $2.50. And I just said, I'll put on my IRA and see what comes, from this company. And I never thought that they were going to become a COVID play, so they're OTC, they are seeking up listing. So that should move the stock up as well. And I was just trying to, leronlimab, so leronlimab. And this molecule serves purposes in so many other disease states. So I hold it and I set and forget it. I don't go through the motions, and the COVID play is just an icing on a cake.
Just so everyone knows, when a company uplists from OTC markets to an exchange, The real difference there is that there are a lot of investors, institutional investors out there,
Exactly, they'll be able to invest. Hedge
that are
funds.
that by their own rule, are not allowed to buy and sell securities that don't trade on an exchange. So when you uplist to an exchange, you're essentially opening the doors to more investors. So it's typically it's not like the stock isn't traded. It is traded actively, actually, very actively. And if you look at the volume, you'll see that. But the idea is that when you uplist to an exchange, you're just opening the door for more capital to flow into and also potentially out of the stock.
So the latest on this, so is a CCR5 antagonist with the potential of a multiple therapist, like I told you. They just announced today, not today, they had announced, what was that, January 29th last week, that they are seeking a compassion use in Philippines. So here it says, last night, the Cytodine team presented the results from various studies of leronlimab as a potential therapeutic for COVID patients to several Philippine regulators, hospital executives, and physicians. So they are, now we're just waiting for data to be reported here in the United States, but everybody is very bullish about this medication.
A couple more from the chat. We have like a couple minutes left.
Yeah.
Somebody asked about ATHE. And also, guys, SCNS, we discussed that already. Rewind like 20 minutes. Do you know ATHE?
ATAG, no.
ATHE. There it is.
No, ATAG. Okay.
And then what else? What else just came through? CTYX.
CTYX.
17 cents.
Do not 17 cents. Oh, that's scary. I don't know that company, but
Okay,
you never know. Could it be a lot of play?
Here's one, Vivi. Besides you, obviously, who do you follow on Twitter for biotech news, for drug news, for biotech stock news?
So I really love the PharmDs or doctors, anybody that have a PharmD background. So I'll tell you right now who I follow. There is just let me see here, because it was in the news, and that's why I decided to buy this company. So I'll tell you right now.
I'll tell you who I follow.
Tell me.
Stat News is probably one of the best resources for biotech and drug news. They have a couple of reporters. One of them, his name was Adam Feuerstein. I'm just going to put his Twitter link in.
Okay, I like Kevin Wolcott too. He's a local in San Diego, and he's a biotech trader. And so I follow him as well. I've been following him for years. He gives a lot of insights.
I just posted the Twitter link of somebody, a reporter that I trust very much, Adam Feuerstein. He is extremely well informed. Not to say he's always right. He's not always right. No one is always right. But he's a great reporter and has some strong opinions about biotechs.
Are you talking about Adam?
Adam F. Yeah.
Okay, so I follow Adam F. And sometimes, he is solid, but you want to be on his side.
He definitely.
I've been on his stock before where he reported completely completely debunked the stock, and it went. Yeah. It went down like 50%. So people do. I like him. I think that he brings valid information, and unfortunately, a lot of times most of the time he's more right than wrong, but you don't want to be caught on the wrong side of the lane when he's talking about data and the company, So he is a huge advocate for AUPH. I remember because I've been holding AUPH since $5. And when we had the approval, he looked at the label, because labels are very important when it comes to approval. What kind of label you're going to get on the med? Right. And he was the one that was posting all over Twitter. Now he's awesome.
Adam F has the power to move stocks with a tweet. So if you're not following, if you are into biotech, you don't follow Adam F. You need to. Okay, it's 3:01. We have to say goodbye.
Wow,
Vivi,
okay.
You're going away next week, right? You're out.
Yeah, but Mondays as a holiday, anyways, right? The stock we don't have it. But then I probably can do the Thursday show. Just Friday, I won't be able to do it.
All right, we'll have to wait until then. Vivi Bio Queen, her Twitter handle is up on the screen at biotech_SD. Thanks a lot, Vivi. We always appreciate just talking to you. I'm going to bring on a couple of buddies right now. Let's try this. We are doing the Benzinga. I don't actually, guys. What is this show called? It's Zinger Nation Stock Trivia. Let me bring on my buddies Michael and Rohan here. Let's do this. Michael and Rohan.
What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, how we doing?
Buddy.
How we doing?
All right, so you guys are going to run a trivia show. I'm going to get the hell out of here.
All right. See you, Spencer.
Right. Yep.
What is going on, Zinger Nation? And welcome to not the first edition, but probably the first edition you're seeing of Zinger Stock Trivia. So what is this show? It's going to be a really quick lightning round of about 5 questions. It's not about 5 questions. It is 5 questions. And they're going to pop up on the screen here. And the way you answer is if you're in the YouTube chat, there's going to be a number corresponding to each question, to each answer. And when the appropriate time comes, you'll see it on the screen. You have about a set time period to answer the question, and you put your number in. The people who get the most points are the people who respond first and who get the right answer, of course. Michael, are you ready for this?
I'm beyond ready, man. Let's do this. Let's get it.
Oh, yes. That is what we'd like to hear. Zinger Nation, are you ready for this? That is the real question. You know, get them brain juices flowing. Get ready to answer some questions because your minds are about to be tested. Now, I must admit, we're not going crazy difficult with this first one. We understand it's the first time around. So we just want to make sure you guys enjoy yourselves. And what's worth noting, there is a prize, of course, if you win for the number 1 person to get the correct answer. And that is a choice of whatever you want from the Benzinga Swag Store.
Whatever you want? Really?
Whatever you want.
Is that actually the prize?
Anything you want on the website.
You're kidding me.
It's pretty wild, right? I don't even have the swag yet. You guys are going to get it before me.
What's actually on our website? I don't actually even know.
You know, we'll have to do a segment and show you a little bit later. But we have some pretty sweet hoodies and shirts and other swag.
Cool.
They're pretty funny too. So we got some people in the office hyping us up. Anyways, enough waiting around.
Let's do it.
Do you want to get to it? So give me a second to get this loaded up. Now, we have tested this a couple times, but, you know, give us some, leeway to get this working. It's a new program. I believe this is the right one.
Do we have, full Bitcoins on the Benzinga website? Just get a Bitcoin?
I don't believe so. You will have to go to your local crypto exchange for that.
I would play for that if we were just proffering 1 full Bitcoin from the website. I would take that.
Oh, you know what? This is the wrong tab. One moment. But we do have about 40 seconds. Just give me a second to get the right screen share.
Just no pressure. Take your time. Hey, this guy? No, Red 1010. He said that all the segments need background music. I could not agree more. I love background music.
Oh, here, let's add some music in. Sorry, guys. Here you go. You hearing that music, Michael, now? Should make it a little louder. How's it?
Is it my song? Is it my beat song?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay. As long as it's my beat song, that's all that matters.
But do you hear it?
I'm not hearing it. My earbuds aren't working. But I'm happy knowing it's the beat song.
Well, I hope people... Can you guys comment if you're hearing this? Anyway,
no, I am Luke's brother. I'm actually Luke's little brother.
All right, here we go. The first question. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the largest stock exchange in the world? Now, there's a couple. We know this. Is it the NASDAQ, the Tokyo Stock Exchange, the New York Stock Exchange, the New York Stock Exchange, or is it the Shanghai Stock Exchange? Let us know. Is it 1, 2, 3, or 4? This is your time to put the numbers in. Michael, what's your guess for this one?
Honestly, you know what? I'm gonna go with the Nasdaq, and I feel like this is too easy of a question, but I feel like it's obvious, right? It's got to be the Nasdaq.
I don't know. Maybe not obvious to everyone.
Watch, it's gonna be Shanghai, and I'm gonna be totally wrong.
I was thinking, you know what? I was thinking the Antarctic Stock Exchange for this one. To be honest, I swear it was that one, but it wasn't even an option. So I'm feeling not great about myself right now.
That's why we're making the first trade show, so we can learn more about exchanges and how big they are. Subtle plug coming
And
soon.
guys, when it says computing answers, make sure to stop submitting answers because it'll get confused. All right. The correct answer is the New York Stock Exchange, and that makes Michael very much so incorrect.
Incorrect? That is correct. Yeah. I'm real proud of myself.
But a good amount of you guys got that right. So congrats. You're not doing bad for yourselves. We have the next question coming up right about now. Michael, want to get this one?
Let's move on to the next question. When did the New York Stock Exchange first introduce the stock ticker? That's a really good question. And I don't know the answer. Rohan, do you know this one?
You know, I can't say I do. But if I had to guess, I'm going to say 1998 because that's when I was born.
1990. I don't think that's an option. I don't think that's one of the answers.
Oh.
That was
my guess is 1932. That's my or maybe 65.
I was also born in 98, but I don't think that was the answer. I'm gonna go with 1895.
1895. Wow.
I think they were like paper tickers, like those little slips, like the slip you get when you're ordering lunch meat at the deli.
You would know more than me here.
Honestly, I don't. I'm guessing, but I feel like it was probably 1895. Just feels random, you know?
Well, we're going to find out in a few moments here. The answer was 1867. So even
I didn't even go old enough. I should have gone with the oldest possible answer. I knew it too. I just didn't do it.
I'm sure you knew it.
I hate second guessing myself. I really do.
All right. We have the next question coming up here. Get your fingers ready to jump on it as fast as you can. Who said an investment in knowledge is always an investment in knowledge always pays the best interest? Who said it, folks? Was it Bernard Baruch? I don't know if I'm saying that right. Benjamin Franklin, J.P. Morgan, or Warren Buffett? Who was it? Maybe it was P. Diddy.
I honestly, I was gonna say Jay-Z. I feel like, you know what, this is very financial because it's about interest, but it's also very very, very intellectual. And I'm gonna go with Benjamin Franklin on this one. I feel like that's the perfect mix.
That was actually like potentially one of my guesses.
Financial, it's kind of thoughtful. I feel like it's a good mix, you know. I feel like that was old Benny.
So. Who else? Did anyone guess? You know, Michael, you kind of let that one slide, but both of our birth years are in 1998. Would you guys have guessed that Michael is only a young 22?
I am a young spry 22.
I know I look the part, but you know,
you look young. No, you look older than I do.
What?
I look like a spring chicken.
By the way, we were right. The answer was Benjamin Franklin.
All right,
So,
one right answer.
We got one right. Here we go.
I feel awesome. All right.
Gonna have to get ourselves some drinks after to celebrate that we got.
I was
right.
gonna get a drink for being sad about not getting anything right, but now it's a celebratory drink, so it feels a lot
There
better.
you go.
You know what I mean?
That's a lot better. Hey, by the way, it's the next question. Why don't you read it out to them?
What is the symbol for American Telephone and Telegraph? That's AT&T, I think, actually. If someone could fact check me on that, that'd be great. But I feel like it's
that sounds like the company in question.
AT&T. But that's not even an option, so obviously I'm not even correct.
ATT, I think, is the. Well, should I give away the answer? I don't know if it is, to be honest. Clearly, I'm not very experienced.
I'm gonna say it's T. I'm gonna go with number 3 on this one. That feels wrong, which means it's probably
I could
right.
go for some tea right now.
There's a lot of people guessing 3 actually, which makes somebody said we both look like we're 40. That's cool.
Well, all right then.
I always wanted to look older, but now I actually kind of hate the fact.
I would have appreciated it when I was like 18, you know,
Right.
trying to get into bars.
Yeah, now
it
that
doesn't feel
I'm
good.
past drinking age, it's like, why do I want to look 40 anymore? I don't even want to know.
Do I want to rent a car? That's the only use I have.
25 is when I can actually do the next thing in my life.
Whoa, it was actually tea.
All right, 2 for 2.
I was completely
roll,
wrong,
baby.
And
Listen.
clearly, you shouldn't be listening to me.
Hey, and you know, a lot of people said 3 on that one actually, so I felt like I was pretty safe guessing T, which doesn't make any sense. How do you have AT&T and on one T?
You know, I'm not sure.
Regardless, we get a redemption
Which
shot.
of the following companies are owned by Berkshire Hathaway? Geico. Save 15% now. What is it? In 15 minutes or less, you can save 15%. Best Buy. See's Candies. Can't say I've heard of that one. Word or World Book Encyclopedias. Get them answers in. We're getting close. This is a question 5 out of 5. This is the last one. You know, this is the one that counts.
This is the one that counts. I'm gonna go World Book Encyclopedias. I think it's 4, because Warren Buffett reads like an animal. He's like the Michael Jordan of reading.
I'm with the Geico on this one.
Geico?
Just because I like the commercials.
You like the little lizard?
Yeah.
Like the little green man? Yeah. I feel that. I'm gonna go with 4 though. I bet I know Warren Buffett loves books. I feel like it's an encyclopedia answer.
By the way, if you guys like this game and you want to play it again, make sure to drop a like. You got to let us know.
Show us some love, man. Show
And
the
if you
game some
hate
love.
us as hosts, that's okay. We can replace us.
That's fine. Apparently, we look like we're 40. So yeah, we want some
You
younger
want
hosts.
some younger looking hosts.
Dude, really? It was Geico?
Whoa! Hey,
Are you
I got
serious?
it. I got it. That's 2 for me.
All right. Well, clearly, I feel terrible now. Wait, who? Yeah, there was a lot of ones on there.
Yeah, we're gonna get our winner soon. Whoa! No. We have our winner.
You got it.
That is
Was he 5?
Mr.
Was he 5 for 5? Did he get all 5 questions
All
right?
5 questions. That is impressive, my man.
right.
Logan Reed, make sure to send an email to powerhour@benzinga.com to claim your prize. You are the winner, and you beat out some 560 people. That's pretty impressive.
Impressive, man. Way to go. Congrats. That's awesome.
Oh, actually, it just says 55 other players. Where did all you guys go? You didn't play?
Yeah, what happened here? It's kind of
No. I might be wrong. It might be a lot more than 55. All right.
Still
Great
impressive.
segment, guys.
5 for 5 is
Mucho
good,
fun.
man. 5 for 5 is great.
5 for 5 it's impressive. It is an impressive fraction. That is what it is.
An impressive fraction? Yeah.
You know what 5 for 5 is?
That's 100%.
That's 1.
That's 1? Yeah.
Technically.
Okay. Technically, that's 1.
All
I was
right, let's
never a
get this
math
thing off
guy.
screen. We have one thing to plug, and that is, ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed Michael and I as co-hosts, we do have a show coming out very soon, a new show in addition to the Benzinga repertoire of shows. So get ready. It's not coming today. It was going to, but we decided we're going to make you wait just a little bit.
Did we decide that? Oh, I didn't.
Yes.
I didn't know
yes,
that until
it
just
has
now.
been decided. Michael's been busy all day, but
That's
it has been
good to know.
decided.
That's good to know.
So next week, and we will continue to plug it, so don't worry. Benzinga first trade. So you guys have been asking. I'm not sure all of you have been asking, but we have been getting plenty of requests for some beginner content. And as you can see, I am a beginner. I actually made my first trade the other day on the show. And Michael, although he doesn't look the part, has a bit more experience than me in this department.
What do you mean I don't look the part?
Oh wait, JK, he looks 40, so he looks.
Yeah, I
fine
look
experienced.
I look like I run my own trading exchange. 40. I look like I run a hedge fund.
Anyways. So if you want to get some new trader knowledge, if you're new, you want to like get more involved, you want to follow along on our trading journey, you want to trade along with us, join our Discord, get expert advice, you know, the best names. We had Jack Hurley on for our first episode. That guy is a monster with his calls. And you want to learn from the best people and just kind of grow yourself as a trader, then, you know, come along, have some fun with us. Clearly, we don't take ourselves too seriously, but yeah, Benzinga first trade coming next week. Watch out for it.
Here it comes.
Well, not right now.
Well, you know, it will. Apparently it will. I didn't know that until just now, but yeah, it will be coming soon.
All right. Why is a ladder still up in the background? Because we want to remind you guys that it is important that you have to climb the steps to success.
I knew you were going to say something like that. I could feel it coming in your voice. I knew you were going to
Totally not because I was working on the camera that's mounted to the ceiling. That is not why it's there. I'm also very short, about 2 feet tall, so I need to.
I was gonna make the short joke, dude.
I
You would
made
have
it
given me
before
like
you
3
could.
more seconds. I was gonna make a short joke.
All
Just
right.
running a little bit behind.
Well, Logan Reed, congrats again for winning today. We look forward to seeing hopefully some of you guys show up on our show, and hopefully we'll show up again to do some more trivia. It looks like you guys enjoyed it. Spencer, do you want to hop back on? We're running out of things to say here.
Wait,
Let's do it again.
wait, Rohan, don't leave yet. Rohan, don't leave
Okay,
yet. Can I tell the people my idea for you?
Yes, but okay, so the original idea was to crowdsource it. Can we crowdsource my second trade? Because I already made the first trade.
Yeah. So
Okay.
this is my idea, everyone. I want to crowdsource Rohan's trading. I want so we will come up with a list of stocks, like a list of 5 stocks to buy, maybe 10, I don't know, and then I want to crowdsource it, and I want you all to vote and tell Rohan what to buy. Michael Murray, what do you think of that idea?
I actually really like that idea.
Yeah,
because then if it goes poorly, you can blame the audience.
Exactly.
And if it goes well, you can like become best friends with the audience.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Wait, hold on. Serious question. Logan Reed wants to know who to email.
Logan, it is powerhour@benzinga.com.
You can all email it. You can all email us if you want, but only Logan's going to get something. Okay, yeah, so that's my idea. Crowdsourcing Rohan's portfolio.
I love that. And I will buy it. Whatever you guys tell me to buy. If you guys want to tell me to buy AMC when it's like going down, then I'm gonna be stuck with it. That's the situation. So
we have to work on we have to work on the details of this, but
Joe says all upside for Rohan, potential downside, but mostly an upside. And by the way, like I can't complain. Obviously, I'm still very much so a learning investor. So you guys, you know what's up. So
well, imagine if we were able to set off like a second wave of like Wall Street bets mania by you making your first trade. If we crowdsource your first trade, and everybody gets excited about it,
everybody runs Rohan.
It's like the Rohan bets trade, and we just
the Rohan meme stock.
What?
The Rohan meme stock?
Yeah, the Rohan meme stock, and we set off a second wave.
The Brohan meme stock.
See, I like that. That's a great idea. We could do like a second round of Wall Street bets. It'd be awesome.
All right, guys. And if you're getting tired of our BS, don't worry. There is a new show coming up very soon, which Spencer will be on, and he will be providing some legitimate advice, unlike us. So
no, we don't give advice. We don't give advice.
Not advice, not financial advice.
Not advisors.
Just knowledge.
Informational purposes only.
Listen, I'm seeing a lot of love for the trivia. I think it's going to be back. I definitely think it'll be back. If it was good, yeah, let's do it again. Let's bring it back on.
I had fun.
Yeah,
I sit at this desk anyway, so might as well.
One thing we should work on still is how long this takes, because you guys didn't even know how long I was going to go for.
Were we supposed to go till 3:30?
It's okay.
Maybe we can do a couple rounds of it.
You're prepared.
I think a couple rounds, yeah, or like more questions. Yeah. We'll have to look into that. We'll come back beefier next time.
All right. So here's what I think we'll do for Rohan's thing. We will come up with a list, and then we'll also leave room for like a write-in candidate. So will be able to write in whatever like meme stock you think Rohan should buy.
You won't. Can it be Unity, because I really need these calls to move? Maybe if you get enough votes.
Sorry, bro. I don't think Rohan's moving your moving Unity that much. It doesn't quite have the buying power yet.
Not yet.
Maybe after his first trade, which we don't know what that was yet. We're gonna have to find out.
We can make a Discord Brohan pump group, make it happen.
See, it's all fun and games. SEC, we're joking.
That was a joke. I don't actually have that many followers. Don't worry.
All right, if you guys want to hop off, you can. I'm about to kill the next 10 minutes and wait. Actually, I have a surprise. Normally, it is Joel and myself from 3:30 to 4. Today, we have a guest with us. I know you're thinking, what? You can do that? Yes, we can do that, and we did do that. Our guest, somebody actually requested this on this show. I believe it was this morning. Sean Udall. If you are a longtime listener of Benzinga of Pre-Market Prep, you know him as the CIO of Quantum Trading Strategies. He's at Udall Tech Strat on Twitter. He is one of our longest serving guests. He's been coming on Pre-Market Prep for like 6 years now. Let me see if I can find when his first appearance was. It was back in like 2015, 2014. He's come on the show a lot. He hasn't been on for a while though. So Sean Udall will be on with Joel and I at around 3:40, and he has a lot of knowledge on technology stocks, and he has a lot of opinions on technology stocks. So that'll be basically Joel and I aren't probably not gonna speak for those 20 minutes, because it'll be just Sean. He's got a lot to say. He always has a lot to say. So it'll be Joel and I at 3:30. Well, me for now. Joel will hop on at 3:30. Sean will hop on at 3:40, and we'll fit it all into the close. So a lot of stuff coming up.
Sweet. All right. Well, I'm gonna get out of here. I think I've been on the screen for too long.
All right.
Zinger Nation, it was nice interacting with you, and it looks like we'll be back again soon.
All right. Peace. See you, Rohan. Mike, are you out too?
I am all set. I'm good.
All right. See you, dude. All right. And then there was me. And I don't know if Mitch wants to come on here. I'm not sure quite what he's doing. But I did want to give you guys a quick update. I know Joel will kind of do this, but I wanted to give you my own little update on just, what's going on today in the markets. We get so bogged down with things like trivia and biotech stocks, and I just want to give an overall view. So it's a good day. I mean, we are up, right? We're up for the day. The S&Ps are up. The NASDAQ is up. The Russell is down. That's very interesting, right? The Russell 2000 is just in the red for the day. That's interesting because that's been your leader, right? In 2021, we've discussed this on the show a lot. Small caps have been winning. Large caps have not. And the Russell 2000 index is lagging today. So there is some clear rotation between the large caps and the small caps. Very interesting rotation there to see today. As far as individual sectors, like I said, I mean, the large caps are up, so we're like mostly up there. Energy is leading the way today, but the financials are up, healthcare is up, industrials are up, materials are up, communication services is up by a smidge, technology is up by a smidge, utilities, real estate, and discretionary and staples are all in the red for the day. But like I said, it's there's more green than red out there. Keeping an eye on Bitcoin, it is having a rather uneventful day. At least the futures are. I keep the futures up on my screen because I don't want to have a new window for just Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. So I'll keep one eye on the BTC, the /BTC, and we're in the green. But it's going to be one of those weeks. I mean, we're basically. It sounds amazing to say this, but we're going to end the week at all-time highs. I mean, you look at the all-time high in the SPY, it was 392.28, and we're right there at 391. Like, we are right there. That all-time high was from 2 days ago. So we are going to end the week on the doorstep of all-time highs. Did I get punched in my left eye? No, I didn't. But if I do, I'll tell you. How about that?
You didn't get punched? What the?
No. What's up, man?
What's up, dude?
You're a little quiet.
I'm a little quiet. How's that?
Oh, that's better. Oh no, you froze now. What's going on there?
Oh,
there we go.
I woke up.
Right.
OBS was sleeping there.
Okay. Let me just change this real fast. Mitch, you and I haven't really spoken all week because you were out doing your moving thing. So it's good to hear from you. Good to see you. How you doing?
Definitely. I mean, enjoying it. Ready to bounce back into the market. I came in today to find Fisker, doing a little run there. So.
Yeah.
A pretty interesting day in the market. I wanted to pull up the gappers and maybe give you a little break there to get you ready for
I do want to answer John though. John, no, not John.
Right
Hans Diglerson. Why are there scratch marks on Jerry's pants? I don't know. That's how he came to be in our possession. If I knew, I would have an answer for you. But I don't. What I can tell you is I'm going to have some new friends behind me starting on Tuesde. The Sci-Fi gang has been great, but I want to get some more friends back there. So we're gonna have some different people behind me next week. Mitch, bring up your gappers and walk us through it on Benzinga Pro.
Yeah, so right here I got the gainers of the regular session here. What I do is I usually just filter out, like, Spencer and I normally filter out at least market cap a little bit to give us a little bit of the smaller ones out of the way. But you can see this one right at the top, this upgrade. This was PRTA. Don't really know about this company. Do you know about this one, Spencer?
PRTA. Nah, it's not.
Not
on my radar.
All right, well, we'll move down to something that maybe was on Biotech's radar here.
Yeah.
IMGN here.
Yeah.
And what a move on the day. I mean, up 27%. I mean, if you look at the daily candle, I mean, that's a significant candle for this stock. Also, look at the shares traded, 14 million shares. And like the last big day was about the same amount, 16 million on October 9th. So definitely you're seeing pretty much the highest relative volume, but it was kind of in this chain right here for a significant amount of time. I mean, when you look at it from October to like this February time, it was just kind of slowly stepping up.
Mitch, can you just bump your mic up? Mitch just bought like a ton of new equipment,
let's
really
do it.
expensive
Let's bump me up.
He's on this like crazy fancy mixer that I've got over here, so just working.
How's that?
Much
you hear
better.
me now?
Much better. Much better.
All right, definitely should be coming in strong there. So, all right, guys, let's keep going through here. Fisker with a big move, up 25%. We talked about that one in pre-market prep, so I'm not going to get too big on that one. As you guys can see right here, the why is it moving, explaining this. Fisker shares trading higher after Morgan Stanley initiated that coverage from overweight rating. It announced a 27 price target. So today we're up there at only 19. So it's going to be interesting to see if it can get to that price target.
Again, price targets are on the sell side gives price targets for 12 months out. When Morgan Stanley is giving Fisker a price target of, what'd you say, 27?
Mm-hmm.
They're saying 1 year from today, we think the stock will be at 27. That doesn't mean it has to go there. It doesn't mean it can't go there like now. They're saying based on our models, they're doing fancy ass models. They're saying our models say this stock will be fair valued at $27 in 1 year. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, definitely. I'll definitely keep an eye out, and that's definitely good news to kind of information to let traders know so they can understand ratings. A lot of people don't understand how ratings even work. This one's an interesting one. Trivago.
Whoa, what's going on there? TR.
What's up with Trivago today, man?
I can never. It's TRVG, right? What is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa. That's
up 24% today, and it had a good spike on the daily chart. I mean, you can see right here on the 27th of January, it had a high of $5.88. You had some sideways period time at that kind of like this 250 period. It started holding and really broke out over that $3 today. Got to a high in the day of 386. So significant move there in Trivago.
That is, I didn't even notice that today. That's a good call, Mitch.
Yeah,
what's up with Workhorse? Nate is asking what's up with Workhorse. Nothing is up with it. If you're wondering why it's down, that's a good question. I really don't know. I always watch whenever one of these EV names move. You gotta watch them because they tend to move together. That's not happening today with Workhorse moving the opposite way of Fisker, but I watch them as a group, right? I always watch Fisker versus NIO versus Hyliion versus Workhorse. Tesla is sort of its own beast, but for everyone else in the EV space, I watch them together. That's what I'll say.
One thing I'd mention about Workhorse is that really we had that first rip out, right? This was kind of this period of time when it got towards this 23 and then went sideways. Then we really started getting this kind of bigger lift in this period when Ride came out that a lot of people kind of watched similar to Workhorse because it has that stake, a 10% stake. And so that was this kind of sideways period of time. And what really broke us out was kind of more when we started getting mentioned in kind of federal support for electric vehicles. And then now I think the biggest thing is going to be, when this pulls back, when's the contract coming? I think people still got their eyes on that contract.
We've been waiting for months, for literally months. Ridiculous.
That contract is worse than waiting for like your lease or buying a house right now.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that contract's going to be a very kind of binary thing for Workhorse. I do think they'll get a piece of the contract. The biggest question is going to be how big. And, the competition that's coming now, it's coming fast. So you never know that they could reach out to multiple companies now and be like, well, we'll include you in the offer now. I mean,
yeah.
What's to keep them back? CCIV, that's another kind of binary event that's been going on.
What's going on with that thing? Jeez.
That's the lucid dreaming, man. You don't like to lucid dream?
It's got a vote coming up. I don't understand why it's trading like the way it is ahead of.
Well, the truth is, at least if they do get if they do get Lucid Motors, it could be a real competition to Tesla. I can't say that they know how to run a business like Tesla, but I can tell you at least from what I've seen in the designs, Spencer. I don't know if you checked out these designs. They're pretty cool looking.
Not recently, no.
Oh man, check them out. Like if you like Teslas, This is the true competition, I think. And one of the main things is they grabbed the engineer, one of the main engineers that started with Tesla, and they gave him a job. They gave him a leading job. So that's something that you can look at in the vehicles, and I can see the similarities. There's definitely probably going to be some battles with Elon on how closely related are the vehicles in their design.
All right, it is 3:31. Let's bring on Mr. Elkanan, who will walk us through today's close, into the close, out of the close. Joel Elkanan, good afternoon, sir. Are you ready?
Or you could go with good
wait.
market prep.
Are you talking to me? You're on,
This is
Joel.
the home.
Joel, we're on.
The
Can you hear
man.
me? Oh, God.
Or good afternoon at the close show.
Should we keep him on? This is mean, right?
I think we'll pull him for a second. We'll give him a second to
All right.
readjust.
That was mean. That was mean. He
All
won't know.
All right, there you go. I think he's ready now.
Joel, are you ready? Give us the thumbs up if you're ready. He's
the
not ready.
Big 10-4?
He's not ready. All right.
He's not ready.
Joel, do you hear me?
All right,
Give me the thumbs up.
I got a big move to watch out for while we get Joel finished setting up there. Watch out for QS. I'm looking at this one.
Okay.
I don't think I'll take the trade just yet, but I was watching this one multiple days, just sitting here sideways near 45. This was the rocket. This one went to 130, went up to a high of 132. I'd be really interested in what Joel thinks about this chart, but man, that sideways period right there near that 45, at least you kind of know where you'd have your line in the sand, and you could start maybe measuring your risk to return in a trade like this.
I think Joel is ready. Joel, wait, no, we lost him. Oh my God, we just lost him. What is he doing? All right, we're gonna have to get Joel back.
Joel's
here.
having fun. That's
Dear
what's going on.
Lord. Oh my God.
He's trying to play games with us now.
Don't even know anymore. Oh, he's back. He's back.
There
Joel,
he is.
thumbs up. I'm bringing you on. You ready?
All
Here we
right.
go. Joel Elkanan for pre-market prep at the close. Joel, can you hear me? Joel, do you hear me? Joel does not hear me. All right, we're gonna have to get Joel. Mitch, keep going. I'm gonna work on getting Joel.
Yeah, I'll hold
Joel
it
on
down.
here.
I'll hold it down. Go get my man Joel on. All right, guys. So yeah, for QuantumScape, one thing I'd mention is that shares are trading higher after Morgan Stanley initiated coverage on the stock with an overweight rating and announced a $70 price target on this one. I'm definitely keeping an eye on this one. It's an interesting stock as it made that run over 100 and really just broke down after that 100. A lot of people thought that maybe it could hold up there, but it even gapped down in between this huge gap between 85 and the open here, which was 61. So I'm looking for that gap to kind of get filled. If that gap could get filled, this could be a big trade there. So I think we're ready here. We'll see if Spencer's ready to jump on.
I mean, I'm still here. I just wonder if Joel can hear me because he's having a hard time. I'm not sure what's going on with his. I just texted him and I slacked him, so I don't really know what. Joel can hear me. All right, Joel, I'm ready. I'm bringing you on. If you're not ready, I'm gonna be very angry right now.
Let's bring him on.
We got you. How we doing?
It's 3:34.
I was trying to.
Wake up, Spencer. Wake up.
You know what? My bad.
What was going on there?
I'm not gonna tell you. You'll get mad at me.
Jesus. All right. All right.
I had my mute. I didn't have my mute on my headset, but I had my mute on my computer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How you like my shirt?
I love it. I love it.
This is home, Ann Arbor, Michigan. I know everyone's disappointed. I don't have my my long sleeve button down on, but I was taking some heat this morning, and I had to peel down into the t-shirt. So now I could be a bum like you and Dennis.
You were taking some heat on which trade?
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Got to take some heat, you know.
Hey, smash the like for Joel taking some heat. Smash that.
You got to
like.
take. If you can't take the heat, then get out of the kitchen. Is what I have to say.
Like Hell's Kitchen, man. I'll get Chef Ramsay in there.
Yeah, you sound a little tired. You've been doing the old day voice thing there, Mitch. You should have heard how ragged Spencer was on Monday, man. I thought
long week for Spencer, I'm sure.
I thought I was on with Tony Montana or something. He was really bad. But anyways, we're ripping here. We're ripping north, and that's pretty much the way it was from the opening bell, at least for the afternoon session. We got all-time high 39.12. We are 9 points above that. The only number I got up top is Wednesday's high at 28.50. The way we're moving now, that's only 7 points away. So even though some of the big caps aren't moving, the little guys are moving, and they're moving us higher. Crude, 1 day sell-off, and now you're up $1.29 at 59.53. Getting ready to kiss $60. Holy moly. When's the last time we've seen 60? Gold, I'm sick of looking at gold. Down 8.30 at 18.60. Silver going the opposite way. That's up 26 cents at 27.31. And Bitcoin, is just revving up for 50K over the 3-day weekend, right? Can do it. They can't do it when I'm watching it. Maybe do it over the weekend. But the futures are up $355 at 47,880.
The old 3-day weekend trick. In Bitcoin. Did you see Disney today, Joel?
You know what? I was too busy telling my Disney story to really. Oh, and I didn't even leave it in my writing in there. I didn't save it. They got way overdone in this thing. They got this thing to 198 last night in the after hours, and then they did okay. Let's see here. Let's get the after hours. I mean, this thing had a major run. We were at 160 on January 27th, right? 160. And then Disney tacks on 30 points ahead of the report. You have to be goofy not to sell into that thing. And here's the 60-minute chart to illustrate a little bit better. I mean, what else can you want? I mean, come on. You make a new all-time high yesterday, an all-time closing high. You're down 283. And Spencer, you talked about the numbers. I mean, are they double, triple counting the numbers for the subscribers? You pointed that out this morning.
I didn't point that out. I was just relaying what they had pointed out on the Lightshed Partners Twitter live chat, whatever the hell that was last night. It's a good point. I mean, they're not being misleading, they're not being malicious about it, but it's worth noting when they say they have ESPN Plus subscribers, Disney Plus subscribers, and Hulu subscribers. It could be the same person.
I mean, what do I have? I have Wide World of Sports, and I'm not on Hulu. I mean, what do I have? I just have regular cable. I don't have little kids running around, so I don't have the Disney Plus or whatever. But I think both of my girls do. They like watching those. Man, I remember some of the old shows they used to watch. You're probably like around the same age. Did Hannah Montana start out on Disney?
Yeah, I mean, that's a little after my time, but yeah.
Oh, really? You're the same age as Dana, aren't you? Hannah and even Steven, right?
I'll be honest, I wasn't much of a Disney Channel guy.
Keenan and Cal? So, come on.
Anyway, but
you know what my favorite was though?
No.
Was Go Ask Ashley. Was that on the Disney show?
No, I really don't know.
Really?
I really don't know. I'm sorry.
What about you? Oh man. Okay. Anyways, that's the Disney story.
I'm working on getting Sean Udall connected so we can bring him on in a second. But it was just another situation of it was a good report, but it just can't hold gains at the open.
This has been the trend though, hasn't it?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's been at least in these big caps. Apple, you saw what happened. Microsoft, that sold off a little bit, but that was a little bit of a market tizzy. JP Morgan, same kind of thing. I mean, that's just been the trend. They've been trimming in these stocks and going into the small caps. And we've seen that trend that's been the trend for this earnings season. Now there are exceptions to the fact, like, holy moly. Now I know why I don't look at Twitter, man, because I'd sell that thing. Look at that. 71, 75. So it's not across the board. But it's certainly, sort of trended some of the big caps, and it's just taking it and asset allocation. That's what's been going on.
Someone is asking about John's asking about Neo. Let's look at Neo today.
What's that up? $97 or something?
No, not anywhere near there.
Well, why are we looking at Neo? This thing isn't doing anything.
I don't. Okay, fine. John, why are you looking at Neo, John? Come on.
Yeah, come on. I don't know. What do you want? I can't make the thing move. I'll just do this. I mean, this is things with people. They like these stocks had these tremendous moves, and then they pull back a little bit, and then they go nowhere, and they complain about it. And these stocks just can't keep going up and up and up, right?
Mhm.
So there you go. There's your level in the sand, your 50% retracement. Better hold in here, or I think you go back down under 55. If you can somehow grab a bid here, go up and take out that all-time high. But that's the only thing I'm seeing in Neo.
All right, Janet Lowe is bringing up Six Flags. Holy cow! I have not looked at this stock for a hot second. Oh my goodness!
SIXX?
Just SIX, just 6.
Okay.
It's back to where it was a year ago. Oh my gosh!
It's above. It's above, right? No, let's see.
I mean, yeah, maybe by a couple $, sure.
Are we getting what's going on with Sean?
Sean is coming back in. He's getting a new computer. Is coming back on, so he'll be on with us in a moment.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is Cedar Point, right?
No, this is no. Cedar Point is
Six Flags.
Cedar Point is fun. Cedar Point's fun.
This is what the street is thinking on that everyone, once they get their vaccine. Oh, that's another thing I did this afternoon. I signed up to volunteer at a hospital so I could get my vaccine. I did. I got to get the hell out of this house.
Don't admit that out loud. Is that something you want to admit out loud? I don't know.
Why?
I don't know.
I don't want to stay in this house forever. I want to get out, man.
All right, fine.
Lisa was bugging me until I did it, so I did it.
All right.
Hopefully they won't take me. No, I'm just joking. But wow, it looks a little toppy here. This Six Flags, and this is also wow. This is a big area. Your January high from last year was right here. Now you have a couple daily highs here. So there you go, clear line in the sand, and more vaccines. Better off we are.
All right, we've got Sean Udall. I mentioned him coming on about 10 minutes ago or so. At Udall Tech Strat on Twitter. Let's bring him on. No video, just audio. Sean, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
All right, well, hold on a second. Good bubble market, Benzinga.
That's it. All-time highs, baby. That's it.
Doesn't quite have the same ring as good morning, Benzinga. And by the way, you people aren't seeing my lovely face because I'm looking at about 5 stock screens here just in case I got to sell something before the close.
Okay.
So, yeah. Anyway, so you guys, what's going on?
Well, just to answer someone in the chat, Joel uses TradeStation. That's what those charts are. What's going on? We're going to be at all-time highs in like a second.
Well, we are.
Hey, Sean, all-time highs for the 80,000th time. It's not really a big deal.
Okay, fine.
Hey, Sean, we've had various discussions over the years, but I don't think I've shared with anyone the discussion that we had, and I'm going to have to pull up the Twitter chart. Maybe sometime in mid-2017, we were so depressed that Twitter wouldn't go up that we were thinking of taking it private. Do you remember that?
We did talk about that, and I said it's not going to go for a fire sale price, as I've always said. But at the time, 40 probably would have got it done, and I think the deal talk was way lower. So yeah, it's probably going to 100 now or something. Would be my guess.
Yeah, I just try not to look at it. So, and I'm only going to.
Oh, hey, I like it. I still have it. So,
I know. You can't sell in this market, but I'm not a big SPAC fan. Okay, but everyone on Wall Street is. Okay, Dennis and Spencer and Mitch and everybody. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on them, but could you give me just your spitball approach to SPACs and maybe one or two that are on your radar?
Well, yeah, sure. So real quick. So to me, SPACs are the greatest thing ever because I will take my ability to read an investment deck against the rest of the world all day long for the rest of my life. So what I've been doing is early on. Now, some of them you kind of have to be there, kind of pre-deal. When you get the news, you hear. I mean, Nicola was the first one, BTIQ. But skills I hit really good. So by the way, I still have most of my skills. Still like it. I could have sold. 40 was a little crazy, but I think it's going higher. And so anyway, you read the deck. Now, it's gotten tougher. Skills was a beautiful time. By the way, I screwed up on DraftKings, DEAC. I was all over that. I delayed. I waited. Then I didn't want to buy it at like 16 or whatever the first deal pop was, and it just kept going. So
which one was that?
DraftKings became DraftKings.
Yeah.
FEAC became Skills. Same team that did DraftKings. So, I mean, I do the typical stuff I do with every company. I look at the management team. I look at the quality. How deep of pockets do they have? But the biggest thing is, hey, look, I can look at a deck. I can read financial statements. That is something I'm great at and always have been. In a market where high skilled people can read a deck and make a determination, I will take that market all day long. Here's the issue. Does that mean you buy QS when it's 70 just because you like the deck? Of course not. But you can buy QS at 12. It's a whole different story. So you have to know what you're paying for. I mean, BFT's been great. Some of these are tough, though. You have to be really quick. I think we had a morning or two to buy BFT. Like, I'm talking 12.50 and lower. And pretty soon it was 14.50. Honestly, I mean, that's not terrible. 17.22, it's not terrible.
What about Fubo?
Well, Fubo, was that a SPAC? I literally own Fubo from 9-something. That was one of my big picks for my private feed. Really still have most of it, probably 50 to 80%, somewhere in there. I've traded in and out of it a couple times. Was Fubo a SPAC though? I'm not sure.
Okay, no, it doesn't. It did something.
It might have
different.
been.
No, I think I stand corrected.
I think that was like a reverse merger. It was a non-IPO IPO, but I don't think it was a SPAC.
Oh, it wasn't.
I don't think it was.
Okay, I think you're right. It went over to New York and it.
So here's one more to mention.
What you say, Spencer?
Fubo was on the OTC markets, and they uplisted is what they did.
Uplisted. That's exactly right. Uplisted. So, but I think it kind of depends. I think you pick your spots. What's going to happen with the SPAC cycle is what happened with every IPO cycle. Eventually, there will be too much inventory. Too many of the good assets have been grabbed. You'll just have a hard time. Garbage in equals garbage out. Eventually, these guys will be forced to buy garbage, and the people buying the SPAC deals, the late SPAC deals, won't do very well.
What about Clover? CLOV.
I actually like Clover. It's funny you mentioned. I actually bought more Clover yesterday. I like the deal at the right price. I did not like it. Like a winner at highs, I wasn't buying it. But I think the short report's going to be really wrong. Those guys were short BE at 3. I think they were short Infinera, INFN at like 5. So that group of guys, they nailed Nicola. Give them credit for that. But I don't know if they've hit much besides Nicola. In fact, I don't know if they've hit another one besides Nicola.
Have you got toasted on it? You got toasted on any of these?
I've had a couple I've just basically scrubbed for kind of break even. What was the SPAC symbol before UWMC, the mortgage SPAC that seems to go down every day? Kind of like Rocket. Rocket seems to go down every day.
What do you think about Rocket? What do you think about Rocket, Sean?
Rocket feels like a stock. Oh, go ahead, Spencer.
It was GHIV.
Yeah, GHIV. I made some money on it, but that was like the toughest 15% I think I've ever made in a SPAC. So I'm long that again. I think I bought that 2 days ago at 918, 925, something like that. I bet you I'm down on it. Here, let me punch it up. UWMC. Oh, look at there. I am down on it. Oh yeah, no. No, Rocket feels like a stock that the whole world wants to go up because everybody's in it. So therefore, what happens with those. It will work great when everybody that likes it now is out of it. everybody being a lot of the people. It'll scrub a bunch of people out. Fed rates will go up. There'll be some mini Fed scare. Everybody will freak out that nobody's going to refi a home again. Rocket really cheap would almost be like, $15 would probably be crazy.
Oh, don't say that around here. Okay, just real quick update. S&Ps out. I thought we had a chance at that all-time high. And what do we got? We got 9 minutes to go. We just hit 2750. That all-time high is from Wednesday at 2850. We're knocking on the door going into the 3-day weekend. Now, Sean, you and I mean, it doesn't do any good. We've always looked for, frothy stocks, and we have caught, some things on the short side here. It's been a pretty dangerous game to play. Is there anything? I know you don't jump in it all at once, and you just don't short something. You'll go with put spreads and stuff. Is there anything out there that's on the Sean Udall radar, maybe getting a little frothy for you?
I haven't really felt like shorting a ton of stuff. I have some hedges and some shorts. Honestly, if I just were to go say, look, I want a hedge and I want a low dollar trade that could become a good hedge if you get an out of nowhere sharp drop. SQQ, so S triple Q calls.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but here's the thing though. So it's a degrading asset,
yes.
and you have a rising market. At some point, you're going to get a wake up 10% correction call. Could come anytime. But the thing about this, so what's funny is if you look at like calls on, like if you were to buy puts on QQQ as a hedge, well, you can lose 100% of that. So, but if you buy calls on the S triple Q, they're generally way cheaper than puts on the QQQ are, and you have 3 times leverage. Now it's a degrading asset, so you can't say you get 3 times leverage indefinitely. But
you want to explain that? I mean, a lot of our listeners know what that is.
Buddy? What part of it?
The degrading asset.
Well, okay, so so there's a lot of levered ETFs that don't degrade, meaning don't price degrade. So QLD and QID are double levered to the QQQ. So if you look at the charts of those, they match, they mirror, they track, right? Where a ton of these triple levered instruments have price degradation. I think Dennis could probably tell you I think it has something to do with the fees it costs to roll the futures every month or something like that.
What's the symbol on the double leveraged?
The double is QLD and QID. The triple leverage that I'm referring to is the SQQQ. So, but here's the thing. So if you got triple leverage, okay, well then you buy calls on top of it. Again, this is a hedge. So your worst case is you can lose 100% of your capital on the calls. Well, the best case is if you time it right and you catch 15% correction, those SQQ calls are going to fly.
Yeah, we just blasted through. Just real quick update. S&Ps. Sure. We just reached the 3930 handle for the first time in history. No resistance in here. Not much in here. We even haven't had much of a daily range. We got about 6 minutes left. Sean, when is this rotation going to stop? I mean, we don't talk about Apple. We don't talk about Microsoft. We don't talk about Amazon. We don't talk about Google or Facebook. I mean, this has just been an incredible run. Now the small caps have been beaten down for years and years and years. I mean, is this the new trend, or do you think? I mean, I kind of feel like you need the big caps. Am I wrong?
Well, we have a rotation to value. We have a rotation to small cap value, and we have a rotation to small cap growth. All started about early to mid last year, right, post Corona. So. Or post the Corona lows, I would say. So maybe the better question, the way I would answer that is, when is the next time that value really leads again? Banks. And I think energy is really cheap right now. So banks, energy, aerospace. Aerospace is very interesting. If you pull up charts of SPR and HIII, although that might be Navy, ATRO is another one. Anyway, whatever other SPR is the one I tend to like.
What about Lockheed Martin? Martin?
That's more defense. I mean, Boeing. I'll just say go Boeing. But if you pull up the charts of any of these, you had a very nice initial kind of, I call it like vaccine reopen spike a few months ago. Honestly, now you have a really nice basing pattern. So the question, I guess, is the next move, down or sideways? Does it come because of rotation, or does it come because of it takes everything down? I think that's the thing we don't know. The most bullish aspect of this market, frankly, has been every time something hot corrects, it does. You hit it. It rotates. Now, well, what would you call the rotation right now? Is what basically a low quality rotation. I don't know. What's the old Wall Street term? Every dog has its day. Flight to junk. I don't know. There's some exact old Wall Street beautiful term. Is when the last move is the chase to trash, basically, or something like that.
Dash for trash.
Something like that. Yeah. But that's if we've had a rotation at all lately, it's been the short squeeze plays and the cheapest stocks, the deep value stocks, or a deep value stock that's actually not dying. I mean. So everybody talked about the theater chain that was going to go bankrupt. Nobody talks about like Cinemark, right? So Cinemark, what is that, CMK?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, CMK. Yep. I mean, this was a great reopen play mid-year, but if you this thing's not up a ton. I mean, it's up a lot percentage-wise. Pull up a 5-year chart.
Yeah,
it's still way below.
But let me interject here, and then
please do.
Isn't there a whole transformation going on to digital? Wasn't that going on before the pandemic? Like who needs to go to a movie and pay $9 for a bowl of popcorn? I mean, it seems like this is, and I remember talking about, this with Gene Munster, and it was like the pandemic kind of accelerated trends, and maybe I'm dying to go to the movie theater, but I'm just thinking maybe the pandemic just accelerated a trend.
I would totally agree with that, but I would say I don't think it's an all or none. I think that like, in other words, everybody that quit going to movies as often as they used to, they've been doing that for 3 or 4, maybe even 8 years, meaning that people have been watching more movies at home for, I'd say, almost a decade, 5 years for sure.
Yes, sir.
So if anything, I don't know, I have to remember where I found the date on this, but if anything, we might get a re-acceleration of going to movies again, because I think when you can't go, then you want to go. When you can go, then you'll be all like, I'll do whatever. But when you can't go now, actually going to the movies might be kind of a cool thing to do again. I don't know.
It's novel. Sean, real quick, give us one pick for next week.
Ooh.
What's on your radar? What's on your radar?
You know what? I'm gonna go back to SPAC. And I'm gonna say Clove. CLOV.
Oh, okay. Here we go. CLOV.
I mean, you put me on the spot, but here's the name I wanted to talk about, by the way. Intel. There ain't anybody in the world talking about Intel. They had the most horrible news in the world when the stock was 45, 46, 48. Everybody thinks their foundries are worthless. I could go on and on and on. I'm long from 45, 47, 48, 50 probably. Today, I just said this is going to be my next top 20 pick in my feed. So I think it's worth minimum 75. It could go to 125. So, but Clove, I'll take Clove for next week. Intel's kind of had a hot move already. They're, the Biden announcement, maybe the chip thing. Maybe they use the Emergency Act, start building more chips here. That would be huge for Intel. But it's had a pretty good pop last 2 days. But long term, hey, you remember Qualcomm 50, 55, 60?
I know.
This is my next Qualcomm.
All right, man.
This isn't Qualcomm at 50. It's Qualcomm at 65.
Okay. All right. Blasting off here, going into the close. 39, 32, 75. We just hit. Blue skies ahead. SPOOs open. Futures open Sunday night. They'll trade till they open 6 p.m. until 1 p.m. on Monday. We reopen again. So, Spencer, you want to? Well, first, Sean, big thank you, Sean. It's been a long time. I know you've been a busy man. We will get you back here on At the Close show real soon, man. Ciao, brother.
Appreciate it, Sean.
Go mix up a nice one.
You can see Sean's handle out there at UDallTechStrat on Twitter. Public service announcement. Next week marks 45 days from the end of the first quarter. You know what that means. That means, yes, 13 Fs are coming. And I know I say this every time. I know I do. But this time, I'm really interested, right? I really want to see what the hedge funds, especially with all the this is for last quarter, but still, with all the GameStop nonsense that just went down a few weeks ago, I want to see who was ahead of this trend in the fourth quarter. This is, of course, massively delayed information. Still, it's always interesting to see what the hedge funds were buying and selling or adding and deleting last quarter. Warren Buffett, Bill Ackman, Einhorn, the whole group. So that's what I'm watching for next week. We do have some earnings coming still. We are getting into the retail portion of the earnings season. Walmart is next week. CVS is next week. Baidu is next week. Baidu is not boring. Baidu is not boring. What else do we got?
Not Baidu, but what else did you? Walmart?
Dropbox is next week. Roku.
Who's our guest on Tuesday?
Roku is next week. Roku's interesting. That's a high flyer, right? I'm going through the Benzinga Pro calendar. That's kind of it. Twilio is next week. They're interesting. All right. Who is our guest for Tuesday? Of course, we have no show on Monday. We're having a repeat segment. We had Bill Hart on our show. It was not last week. It was the week before, I think.
Correct.
And Bill Hart, if you weren't watching that show, it was on February 2nd. He blew my freaking brain out with gave me some new knowledge about how shorting works. Bill's going to come back and explain more about market structure and shorting to us on Tuesday. So super excited for that. So smash that like button if you have not already. Of course, there it is. The Benzinga Bootcamp is coming up February 20th. That's not this Saturday. It is next Saturday, a week from tomorrow. BenzingaBootcamp.com. Thanks to all of our guests today, all of our guests this week. And that's it. So hit that like button if you have not already. Hit share, hit subscribe, do what you have to do. We appreciate that. Joel, thanks a lot.
Yeah, we got to have that the market structure guy on for Geeky Dennis. He gets all talking market structure and stuff. We got to keep him happy. So that's what we're gonna do.
All right, everyone have a great weekend. Remember, markets closed Monday. Joel just said it, but you're gonna forget it. So I'm telling you again, we will be not here, but we'll be here in spirit. Everyone have a great weekend. We'll see you on Tuesday.